Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Naturally, the news that Han Fei came out couldn't be kept a secret. The demon beasts were straightforward. After Old Sheep and Han Fei put on a show, the major demon beasts all believed in Old Sheep unconditionally and agreed with Han Fei. Also, what Han Fei said was partly true. It did not seem to be made up. Some things were even ancient tales of the beast race. In any case, they didn't think that the Bull Demon King could make up such things. Once these strong masters believed Han Fei didn't need to worry about anything else. These big shots would explain for him. One day passed. Outside the Great Splitting Gorge, 100 venerables gathered and barbecued together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. Someone had already told them about the Demon Beast Holy Land. When they learned that the Bull Demon King was going to the Immortal City, they were surprised. However, on second thought, it seemed reasonable. The appearance of the Bull Demon King and his slaughter of 7 venerables in the Life and Death Gorge made everyone's jaw drop. With this strength, it seemed reasonable that Han Fei could enter the depths of the Holy Land and get a prediction that no one understood. Of course, it was also because of Old Sheep who deliberately connected the prediction with Han Fei and then connected the beast race and the human race. Therefore, when the venerables saw Han Fei, many of them cast a good brother. Take care, look at him. For them, the Bull Demon King was a figure who appeared out of nowhere. His identity and background were all legendary. Could it be that such a figure was the so-called Born of Destiny? Crocodile Iron patted Han Fei's shoulder and said, "Brother Bull, I didn't expect that fate would put all the burden on you. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Neo Dolly for you." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "No. I have nothing to do with Dolly." Crocodile Iron said contemptuously, "Brother Bull, I'm not criticizing you. But for the sake of the future, you should leave an offspring for yourself. Now. Otherwise, what if your buffalo race is extinct?" Han Fei said angrily, "Who are you cursing?" Crocodile Iron shrugged and said via voice transmission, "Dolly is here. You deal with her yourself." Han Fei turned his head, only to see Neo Dolly leading Neo Kursin and Neo Pan over. Because there were only the 3 of them left in the buffalo race. Because there were no bulls left, as long as Neo Dolly didn't marry other beasts, the buffalo race might really decline. However, Han Fei remembered that there were buffaloes in the swamp in the underground city of the Scattered Stars Island. Although they were relatively weak, there were still bulls. Neo Dolly walked straight to Han Fei. As a domineering cow, Neo Dolly stared at Han Fei and asked, "When are you leaving?" Han Fei smiled. "Today." Neo Dolly was briefly stunned. Did he have to leave in such a hurry? She looked at the Bull Demon King and said bluntly, aren't you going to say something about the continuation of our race?" Han Fei's eyes were firm. He didn't care what Neo Dolly's purpose was. "I'm not a bull in the first place. Even if I'm a bull, I can just sleep with a random woman, okay? You're sacrificing yourself for the continuation of your race? That's too King Noble." Han Fei shook his head. "There's nothing to say. My name is Demon King, born to be a king. And I already have true love, so I can't have another woman. The buffalo race won't be extinct. I believe that outside the cage, there are bulls." Neo Pan snorted. "Sister, let's ignore him." Neo Kursin also stared at Han Fei. "Go pursue your kingly road. We will live a Good life even without a bull. We will grow up in the end. Han Fei grinned. That's good. While the venerables were drinking and eating, Han Fei and the old sheep stood at the edge of the great splitting gorge for a while. Then he turned around, tore the void, and headed for the immortal city of the human race. After Han Fei entered the void, many people sighed. Someone said, "He's really the chosen one. How can there be such a coincidence?" When he came, he made a shocking battle record, then entered the Holy Land, and then left. Someone sighed. I think Brother Bull's path is probably not easy to take. We just know fighting, but Brother Bull is different. He was instructed by the God of War. The old sheep also looked in the direction Han Fei left and sighed slightly. I hope you don't disappoint me. The immortal city of the human race was in the opposite direction of the life and death gorge. After traveling 6 million kilometers, Han Fei hunted a lot of marine creatures and refilled the food and forged the universe. During this period, Han Fei met the venerables of the beast race who were patrolling the sea area 3 times. Perhaps because the old sheep had warned them, or they didn't know each other, they just chatted for a while before Han Fei set off again. When Han Fei traveled more than 7 million kilometers, he found that there were fewer marine creatures here. Even in the sea area of the beast race, there were still many sea creatures. In fact, the beast race also needed them. Firstly, the beasts could use them to train soldiers, and secondly, the marine creatures could provide enough food sources for the 10,000 beast island. These marine creatures were different from ordinary food. There were a large number of sea beasts at the explorer level among them. Their essence was in their flesh and blood, which were great tonics. The beast race never did something like drain the sea to get all the fish, so many sea beasts at least had a living space. However, at this moment, after sensing that there were only less than 3,000 sea creatures living within the surrounding 30,000 kilometers, Han Fei knew that he should be approaching the area of the immortal city soon. Compared to the territory of the beasts, how could a mere 3,000 creatures span 30,000 kilometers? Han Fei stopped and appeared above the water. At this moment, he saw an island, a small island with a radius of only a few 100 kilometers. Compared to the huge sea area, an island only a few 100 kilometers long was naturally considered a small island. However, this island was not like a normal island, because there was no seal. This place was eroded by the gale, leaving only bare rock walls and a deathly scene. Han Fei walked among the cracks in the valley. What surprised him was that a lot of people must have lived here before. The bones of the strong almost covered the entire valley. How can there be so many bones? The bones could resist the erosion of the gale and violent energy, which meant that these humans were not weak when they were alive. Being able to stay here after thousands of years meant that these skeletons used to be strong masters more or less. Even if they were not all explorers, they must be at least law enforcers. Han Fei didn't stay long. The harsh environment and the lack of vitality suggested that this island was an abandoned dead island. Even undead creatures wouldn't stay here. After all, violent natural energy was scouring this island at every moment. No one liked it here. After another 300,000 kilometers, Han Fei found another island. This time, when Han Fei flew to the void and scanned with his perception, he found that there were dozens of islands around this island. Huh? There are many islands in the Immortal City? In the Beast King Valley, there were actually not many islands. The 10,000 Beast Island was big enough, so old sheep and the others were too lazy to get a new island. Unlike the previous island, there was a seal on the island where Han Fei was. Now, this meant that the rampant energy between the heavens and earth could hardly penetrate the island. Therefore, from the outside, the island looked lush. Although there were not many sea creatures around, Han Fei knew that there must be life inside the island. Because he knew that this was the territory of the immortal city, Han Fei had already become a human. The moment Han Fei landed on the island, he put on a smile. He sensed a dangerous vibe that was full of killing intent. Han Fei smiled and walked straight to the center of the island. Less than 100 kilometers into the forest, Han Fei discovered that the surrounding trees had turned dark green, and a large amount of poisonous mist spewed out. Han Fei pretended that he couldn't resist it and tried to quickly pass through the poisonous barrier. However, when Han Fei was about to escape, the surrounding trees, vines, and flowers all moved. Han Fei saw the black sword hemp shooting out hundreds of sharp spikes. Countless vines full of thorns began to gather, trying to roll towards him. With a thought from Han Fei, several saber beams rolled out and stopped in front of a tree. Han Fei looked there and walked over casually. He laughed. Okay, stop acting. Girl, come out. Don't come over. Who are you? Phew. Han Fei opened his mouth and took a breath. What poison barrier? What spiritual energy? What energy? They were all swallowed by Han Fei. This scene stunned the woman hidden in the tree. At this moment, a knife light swept in front of Han Fei. After the tree was completely torn apart, Han Fei saw a thin woman quickly flash away and appear not far away, looking at him in shock. Han Fei glanced at this person and frowned slightly. This manipulator's means were not weak, but she was only a peak-level explorer and had been injured, a rather heavy kind, which had seriously damaged her foundation. Before Han Fei said anything, the woman had said, the Immortal City and the 10,000 Beast Island have always minded our own business. Why have you come to the Immortal City? Han Fei was speechless. How do you know? I'm from the 10,000 Beast Island? The girl shouted, stop pretending. No matter how much you look like a human, you can't be a human. The cage is closed, and you came from the direction of the 10,000 Beast Island. Who else could you be if not a beast? Han Fei sneered. Nonsense. If the Demon Beast Union wants to take the Immortal City, I'm afraid it will be as easy as blowing off dust. Even if I am a beast, what do you think you can do to me? The woman gritted her teeth. If you're not a beast, you're even more suspicious. Tell me where you're from first. Han Fei grinned. Are you questioning me? Is the Immortal City ruled by a mere peak-level explorer now? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei didn't need to detain the girl. He just needed to slightly release his suppressing pressure, and then the girl couldn't escape. Han Fei's battle record was not a joke. To this day, he had killed more than 20 venerables. Even ordinary venerables might not be able to withstand his suppressing pressure. At this moment, the woman was trembling all over in fright, her face ghastly pale. However, the woman still gritted her teeth and insisted, if you're my enemy, just kill me. I won't tell you any information no matter what. Han Fei grinned. Woman, don't you know that strong masters have ways to pry into the soul? Some people may become fools if their soul is pried into. The woman trembled visibly, but she still pursed her lips and refused to Speak. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but smile, casually retracting his suppressing power, and said, "Fine. I won't bicker with you. But girl, your persistence is meaningless. If I'm really a bad person, what's the difference? Whether you tell me or not." Seeing that the girl was still silent and looking at him warily, Han Fei smiled and said, "I'm tired after traveling for millions of kilometers. Can I borrow your place?" With that, Han Fei waved his hand, and a chair and grill appeared in the clearing in the forest. All kinds of seasonings were placed on the side. Then, an overlord squid at the advanced explorer level was casually thrown to the ground by Han Fei. The girl was dumbfounded. Is this overlord squid at the level of an advanced explorer? Before she had time to think about it, she saw 100 saber beams sweeping past in an instant. Han Fei waved his hand and a mass of water appeared, washing the squid's internal organs like a spray gun. After only a moment, the huge grill was laden with squid pieces. Hum. Clatter. Han Fei hummed a tune and smeared fish oil on the squid, and a spiritual fire rose. The girl frowned and thought, is this guy going to eat here? While brushing the fish oil, Han Fei said, "Girl, I don't know what you have that I can fool you with. As far as I know, the immortal city of the human race should be in a hard time now, right?" The woman didn't speak, but she didn't try to escape either. She knew that with Han Fei's strength, it was impossible for her to escape. The spiritual fire was roasted evenly. After a while, Han Fei smelled a fragrance. Then, when Han Fei added a layer of garlic juice, he clearly sensed the sound of the woman swallowing. However, the woman still didn't speak. Han Fei wasn't in a rush. He seemed to be talking to himself, in the cage. The four major powers are the Black Blood City, the Demon Beast Union, the Forest of Terror, and the immortal city of the human race. In my opinion, no matter what, the human race can't abandon the friendly relationship with the beast race. Otherwise, how can people from the immortal city survive in the cracks? As soon as Han Fei said this, he heard the woman shout, "You don't know anything. You hadn't been to the immortal city before, right? Who are you?" Han Fei casually brushed a layer of chili powder on the squid, so that the fish oil could moisturize the chili powders and make the taste better. Han Fei grinned. "Who am I? You won't know me even if I tell you. Do you recognize this?" As he spoke, Han Fei casually grabbed the death-bone sun. Hiss. "You. How do you have the bone sun of death? Do you know Lord Jade?" "Girl?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Jade girl? Heh. Please call me Golden Boy." "Thank you. How dare you insult Lord Golden Boy?" Han Fei was dumbfounded for a while. "Is there really a Golden Boy? Wait, the one who gave me the death-bone sun didn't look like a Jade girl at all." Han Fei said impatiently, "What are you shouting for? Shout again and I'll cut your tongue off and roast you." The girl trembled and quickly shut up. Han Fei flipped the barbecue and then said leisurely, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. You know this death-bone sun, so you should know that I am not a bad person, right? Do you think Jade girl will give this thing to a random person?" The woman was also puzzled. After a moment of silence, she said, "No. However, Senior Jade girl is on the other side of the immortal city, so you should have come to the immortal city from the other side. But the way you came is in the direction of the Demon Beast Union. If you have really met Senior Jade girl, There is only one way to go to the Demon Beast Union without passing the Immortal City, which is the Black Blood City. Therefore, I already know your identity. Han Fei sneered. F***ck, I forgot that the cage was stud-link-shaped. Did he have to explain to this woman that he had obtained this deathbone sin from the outside world? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Idiot. Gulp. With that, Han Fei grabbed a large piece of squid meat and began to eat it. Han Fei ate one bite after another for a full hour, finishing half of the big squid before he asked, "What's your name?" The woman thought for a while, because Han Fei's attitude was extremely arrogant, but he didn't seem to have any killing intent, so she said, "Wen Zhu." Han Fei nodded slightly. "You can go now. I'll go to the Immortal City later. I think your speed should be much slower than mine." Wen Zhu asked in surprise, "Are you going to the Immortal City alone openly?" Han Fei shrugged. "Is there anything wrong?" Wen Zhu was stunned for a long time. "Are you going to turn into an undead creature?" This time, it was Han Fei's turn to be stunned for a while. He couldn't help saying, "Do I have to turn into an undead creature to go to the Immortal City?" Wen Zhu said, "Only those who turn into undead creatures will go to the Immortal City. Living people don't live there." Han Fei scratched his head. "Where do the living live?" Seeing that Wen Zhu didn't answer, Han Fei suddenly had a feeling that someone was coming from 50,000 kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "I see. Living people live on this kind of island full of vitality. I find it strange. Why are you alone on such a big island? With your strength as a peak-level explorer, how can you resist those sea monsters? It turns out that there are strong masters protecting you." Wen Zhu's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help looking at the void. Han Fei said, "No need to look. He's not here yet." 50,000 kilometers wasn't very far. Han Fei continued to eat barbecue. Suddenly, the void cracked as a silver spear pierced through the void, shining with a dazzling light. Wen Zhu was shocked by the unexpected stab. She quickly shouted, "Long Shi." "No." However, when Wen Zhu shouted, the spear light had already arrived. Han Fei just raised his hand, and without moving his body, a large coiled turtle array appeared around his body. The ripples shook, Long Shi was shaken away by the blow, blood spurting out. And the barbecue grill in front of Han Fei was not messed up at all, with oil still dripping from the barbecue in his hand. The visitor was not a man, but a woman, who was holding a spear, looking rather valiant. This woman was wearing a silver mask that covered half of her face, and a silver armor that emitted a cold glint. At this moment, her eyes turned white after her attack failed. She punched the tail of the spear as if she wanted to break Han Fei's array. Crack. She punched again, and the surrounding dozens of kilometers were crushed to the ground. Except for a gentle force that protected Wen Zhu, all the other plants were reduced to ash. Huh. Han Fei turned his head, only to see a small finger-long crack on the great coiled turtle array. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "It seems that your law enforcement power is related to armor breaking." The woman named Long Shi was shocked. "How strong is this guy?" "Although I didn't use all my strength in the first blow, the second blow can't be underestimated. I used all my strength, but I couldn't even break through an array." Immediately, Long Shi wanted to retreat, but Han Fei flicked his finger and a water blade shot out. Long Shi made a prompt decision, threw away her spear and drew out 2 silver blades. She retreated and fought back, intending to shatter Han Fei's knife. However, Long Shi slashed more than 60 times in a row, and her silver blades were almost broken, but she still failed to shatter the water knife. Bang! While Long Shi was thinking about what to do, the water knife suddenly exploded. Pfft! Long Shi vomited a mouthful of blood. In the next second, she flashed in front of Wenju, grabbed Wenju, and waved her hand. The spear broke through the air and tore the void. It seemed that she was trying to escape. However, the two had just run a kilometer when the distance between their feet shortened and they appeared in front of Han Fei. The great Tao of space? Long Shi exclaimed, and the center of her eyebrows lit up as if she were trying to summon her spiritual beast. However, under the pressure of a ferocious aura, even though she had reached the peak of a junior venerable, she stumbled and her summoning was interrupted. Your strength is not bad, but your weapons are too weak. You can't even resist a water knife. As a junior peak level venerable, you only use 2 mid-quality divine weapons? Doesn't your immortal city even have a refiner? Long Shi was speechless. She knew that even if she summoned her spiritual beast, she would only die. At this moment, she could only grit her teeth and ask, "Who are you?" Han Fei said impatiently, "Why do you keep asking me who I am?" "I am the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei. Now I've told you who I am, but do you know me?" Long Shi and Wenju looked at each other, dumbfounded. They had never heard of this place. Long Shi immediately said, "There is no such island in the entire cage." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Did I say I was from the cage? Why didn't you check if I had any killing intent before you attacked me? Why are you so aggressive?" Han Fei cursed and casually threw out the holy light technique. "A spirit gatherer? Ah." Long Shi didn't have time to finish speaking before she was enshrouded in the holy light and subconsciously made an indescribable sound. Both of them quickly recovered from their internal injuries. Han Fei, however, slightly frowned. "Both of you have your foundation damaged, so your strength is greatly reduced." Han Fei looked at Long Shi. "If your foundation is intact, you should not be weak in your peak state. Why are there only the 2 of you on this island?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's strength had stunned Long Shi and Wenju. Especially Long Shi, she was shocked that Han Fei casually blocked her full strength blow. More importantly, Han Fei was so talented as a spirit gatherer, but he was also a soul warrior? And he was also a very strong soul warrior. However, Long Shi immediately believed that Han Fei was a human. Only humans had the profession of spirit gatherer. Only human spirit gatherers would study complicated arrays. Long Shi immediately cupped her hands and said, "It seems that you are from outside the cage?" Han Fei grinned. "Do you believe what I say?" Long Shi nodded. Wenju might not know, but occasionally some human venerables will come in from the outside. However, it's easy to come in but extremely difficult to leave. The barriers in cages are not eternal. They can repair themselves. Besides, the difficulty of entering and exiting is completely different. So far, no one has successfully left the immortal city. Han Fei thought to himself, "I know the difficulty." When he came in, it also took him a lot of effort. At that time, he used the twin divine technique and an ultra-short distance Tao pattern teleportation array before he came in. Han Fei said, "It doesn't matter if it's difficult or not. I need to know how." strong the humans in this cage are. However, Longshi said, I won't tell you anything about the immortal city. If you can really prove that you are on the human side and are here to help us, you can go to the immortal city. If you have the courage, we can accompany you. Han Fei smiled. I didn't expect you. However, I'm curious why you are here. And why you are both seriously injured. Longshi didn't keep it a secret. We're here to recuperate because we were injured. Although the Immortal City and the Demon Beast Union aren't on good terms now, they won't be hostile to each other. Therefore, this is the safest place. Han Fei didn't ask further, but just smiled. There are quite a few islands nearby. If I've counted correctly, there should be 24 islands of various sizes within these 50,000 miles. There aren't even 50 people living on them. Are there so few people in the Immortal City now? Longshi was shocked. Is this person so terrifying? His perception range is so vast? Han Fei added, or, there are only a few living people, but many undead creatures in the Immortal City? Longshi made an inviting gesture. If you want to ask questions, please go to the Immortal City first. Han Fei grinned. Hee hee. Han Fei was eating barbecue here, only taking a short break. He casually scanned the area with his perception and found that although there were many islands here, there were very few creatures. In addition, Han Fei was thinking about another question. Was there only one island that emerged from the Wall of Death in the Waterwood world? Just now, Han Fei saw that there were not even a few birds on the nearby islands, which were dead silent. Therefore, Han Fei was puzzled. Could it be that there were few people in the Immortal City in the first place? Han Fei went straight towards the Immortal City, and Longshi followed him with Wenju. Originally, Longshi didn't want to take Wenju with her. However, she had other thoughts. If Han Fei wasn't an enemy, she might be able to ask him to cure Wenju. With Longshi following him, Han Fei slowed down. However, the further he went, the more islands Han Fei found. However, these islands were several times smaller than before. The smallest island only had a radius of more than 10 kilometers. On each of these islands, there were usually only 3 or 5 people living. Han Fei discovered that all the people living on these islands were injured. Basically, their foundation had been damaged and they could never continue to grow in this life. Although there were few people on each island, there were still a lot of them added up. However, Han Fei was still surprised. Although these people didn't form an alliance with the demonic beasts, they seemed to trust the demonic beasts. Because these islands were just left unguarded. Han Fei passed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, turned in another direction, and walked nearly 4 million kilometers more. It was full of islands on the way, some concentrated, and some dispersed. He had seen at least tens of thousands of injured people along the way. Counting the places he hadn't been to, there were probably hundreds of thousands of people. During this period, Han Fei also encountered several venerable powerhouses. However, just like Longshi, they were all seriously injured and their foundation was damaged. Therefore, as Han Fei walked, 3 venerables followed him in addition to Longshi and Wenju. Considering this ratio, he had only taken one road, and with Longshi, he had encountered 4 seriously injured venerables. Then, in total, there were at least 20 or 30 seriously injured venerables. Suddenly, Han Fei discovered that there were no more islands where the wounded lived. There were also very few creatures in the ocean. Within 10,000 Kilometers, there were only 100 sea creatures at the explorer level, all of which were ordinary sea demons with poor strength. Even the number of ordinary marine creatures was rapidly decreasing. Han Fei saw that the seabed was full of bones. Along the way, Han Fei was quite puzzled. He never would have thought that after flying for 100,000 kilometers, there would be bones everywhere and death energy rising to the sky. Before entering the sea area and after entering it, even the temperature had changed. Han Fei could often see undying souls crying. Han Fei became solemn. It wasn't until he traveled another 100,000 kilometers that Han Fei saw a vast land. The coverage of that land completely exceeded his perception range. However, Han Fei could clearly see the deathly silence on the huge island. Although this big island was also protected by seals, there were no fresh green plants inside. The remaining plants were mostly dark green, dark purple, and black. The coast here was littered with bones. The color of the seal here was also black and gray. The entire island seemed to be hidden in a thin film in the black fog. Huh. Han Fei landed casually on the shore, followed by 4 peak-level junior venerables and Wen Zhu. One of them said, "Longxi, why did you bring her here? The death aura here is too strong. Wen Zhu is seriously injured. It's not good for her to stay here for long." Longxi didn't answer, but looked at Han Fei. "This is the immortal city you wanted to come to. We're here now. Please." Longxi and the others had always been vigilant to Han Fei, but they weren't worried. Even if Han Fei had reached the level of a half-king, he probably wouldn't be able to shake the immortal city alone. Han Fei put on a smile and strode dozens of kilometers into the island. Han Fei didn't even need to use the vast ocean navigator. He could guess where the immortal city was based on the intensity of the death aura. When Han Fei entered the island, a half-venerable in a black robe was already waiting. The half-venerable hidden under the black robe said, "Guest, please come in. The venerables are already waiting." Han Fei grinned. "You learned of my arrival so quickly. It seems that you have a way to send messages." After all, after staying on the Scattered Stars Island for a long time, Han Fei knew that some special objects could transmit information to each other. That was the function of the Star Waste tag. The black-robed man didn't answer either. Instead, he led the others to walk on this gloomy and dead silent island. Before long, Han Fei saw a plain of bone jars, which were enshrouded by black gas. Han Fei was puzzled. These should be people who had just died. He could even see the inside of some bone jars and find that some people's bodies were still intact. The old turtle said, "These people are indeed fresh dead." However, before they died, they were not hopeless. They just killed themselves and chose to turn into undead creatures. Han Fei frowned. So many bone jars, all of which are transformed into undead creatures? The old turtle said, "No, only certain bone jars that are enshrouded by black aura can be transformed into undead creatures. When living people switch to undead creatures, the benefit is that they can survive and keep their memories. But the bad thing is, once they're killed again, their existence will be completely wiped out. Their souls can't be reincarnated, and their souls will be completely shattered. This is the price of switching to undead creatures." Hearing the old turtle's explanation, Han Fei felt a bit depressed. If it wasn't necessary, who would be willing to switch to an undead creature? Within 100,000 kilometers of the immortal city, white bones littered all over the sea and the island. God knew how many people had died since the wall of death existed. After half an hour after they passed the creepy bone wasteland, Han Fei saw a huge city made of black rocks. At that moment, more than 30 perceptions swept past Han Fei. According to these perceptions and the suppressing pressure that fell on him, Han Fei realized that there should be a half-king among them. If Han Fei hadn't been to the Demon Beast Union and saw more than 30 venerables with more than 100 half-venerable and 1,000 explorers, which were all undead creatures, he might have been shocked. But now, Han Fei had more than 1,000 puppets alone. In terms of the number of venerables, these 30-odd venerables couldn't even hold a single gathering on the 10,000 Beast Island. More than 10 kilometers away from the giant city, Han Fei stopped and sighed. Had the human beings in the cage declined to this point? On the city wall, someone said in a hoarse voice, "It should still be stronger than the outside world, right?" Han Fei smiled and said, "There are no opponents like the Black Blood City in the outside world." Han Fei spoke to a black-robed man on the city wall in the distance, not caring about others. Behind Han Fei, Long Shi and the others looked at Han Fei with complicated expressions. An outsider barging into the immortal city alone required more than a little courage. The black-robed man didn't answer Han Fei, but looked at Han Fei and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come?" Han Fei casually took out his 13-star token and said loudly, "I am the current Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei. I'm here to become stronger. However, after seeing the present immortal city, I've decided to help you solve the threat of the Black Blood City for the time being." A man in a black robe sneered. "Hee, what a big tone. More than one or two Supreme Commanders of the Scattered Stars Island have come, but only one who is still alive and can fight. What makes you think you're special?" Long Shi and the others were stunned. There was really a place called the Scattered Stars Island? Did Han Fei really come from the outside world? Han Fei, on the other hand, said in disdain, "My name is Han Fei. I liberated the Scattered Stars Island, slaughtered all sea demons, and killed more than 20 venerables, including a half-king. Is this battle record enough?" Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Hiss. Hearing that, the few junior venerables behind him all gasped. Killed more than 20 venerables, including a half-king? This person. How terrifying was he? Long Shi and Wen Zhu were a little stunned. Is this person so strong? No wonder. He is so fearless and has been running amok all the way here. At the same time, the outside world also made them fantasize endlessly. The Supreme Commander must be an extraordinary figure. Did such a figure really come to the cage to help humans? However, in the immortal city, an undead creature sneered. You're just an intermediate venerable. How can you kill a half-king? Hearing this, Long Shi and the others were dumbfounded. *CK, he turned out to be only an intermediate venerable? Although he was stronger than them, he said. He could slaughter a half-king? That was simply nonsense. Another undead creature said, Han Fei, since you're here, the immortal city welcomes you. However, your strength alone is too weak. Another undead creature sighed. Living people shall not enter the immortal city, because the death energy here is too intense. You can go to the front line to take a look. A mere intermediate venerables can't change anything. Heh. It seems that the human race in this cage has indeed declined. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. However, I'm here today to tell you that I'm already here. I'll reunite the human race. I'll do what you can't do. I'll do what you dare not do. In short, I'll do what you can and can't do. Brat, who do you think you are? Your realm is not high, but your tone is quite arrogant. Let me test your strength. A black shadow broke through the air, the black fog steamed, and a ghost shadow flew across the sky. In the thick fog, a white bone hand grabbed at Han Fei. Bang! Han Fei stomped on the ground, and the ground caved in. The sacrificing punch rumbled out accompanied by a demonic red glow. In terms of pure strength, Han Fei had already reached the peak of the advanced venerable, and this was before he activated his great Tao. The white bone hand was melted in the blink of an eye. The ghost shadow formed by the person who attacked was blown away. The person was shocked. This Han Fei was only an intermediate venerable. How could he have such powerful strength? He stabbed out 7 white bone spears. However, with continuous bangs, all the white bone spears were shattered. However, the sacrificing punch was still invincible. In the end, when the sacrificing punch was about to hit the undead, a big black hand grabbed the sacrificing punch, letting the terrifying power erupt in midair, leaving a layer of red ripples. Even so, the big black hand didn't shake at all. At this moment, most people were already dumbfounded. Wen Zhu secretly asked, Longxi, what realm is this? Longxi was stunned. How should she answer that? It didn't seem to be at the level of an intermediate venerable. After the punch, an undead creature on the city wall said in a hoarse voice, You are indeed very strong. If you use your full strength, you should be able to defeat peak-level venerables. However, you are still far away from becoming a half-king. You should know what I mean. Even in the immortal city, many people were dumbfounded when they heard that. They turned to look at the undead creature, wondering if this intermediate venerable human was comparable to a peak venerable in strength. If that was true, then this person must be taken seriously. An intermediate venerable might not be able to change the situation. However, a peak-level venerable was another completely different kind of deterrence. There was a difference in the maturity of a peak-level venerable and a half-king. However, in the face of ordinary junior, intermediate, and advanced venerables, they were extremely powerful. Han Fei grinned. I think you must have forgotten that human beings can stand strong not only because of strength, but also wisdom, solidarity, and faith. Now, can we have a good talk? In fact, the immortal city was too short of people. A living person deserved to be cherished more. Therefore, this was why a peak-level explorer like Wen Zhu could be sent to a safe island for recuperation. After being seriously injured, they couldn't even afford to lose such combat power easily. Even if they knew that Wen Zhu's foundation had been greatly damaged and she had no hope of making a breakthrough again, she was still a piece of combat power worth preserving. Therefore, many people were overjoyed that Han Fei, a super powerhouse who could fight a peak-level venerable, appeared in the immortal city. At this moment, they couldn't wait for Han Fei to go to the front line and show the sea demons that human beings still had high combat power. Therefore, no matter how unreasonable and overbearing Han Fei was, these people would not attack him seriously. Most of these venerables didn't know the Scattered Stars Island, let alone where it was. Although most of the powerhouses who came from the outside world had died, the title of the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island was still Intimidating, not to mention that he had killed more than 20 venerables and was commanding millions of human beings. He was definitely not an ordinary person. As the saying went, 1,000 soldiers are easy to buy, but a general is hard to find. They knew Han Fei's weight. Immediately, the black-robed half-king on the city wall said, "You can come. But you'd better activate a protective cover. Otherwise, the death aura will enter your body, which won't be a good thing. Long Shi, you guys retreat from the island for now." "Yes, Master Netherworld." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his foot and stood on the city tower in one step. And he didn't activate a protective cover. As early as when Han Fei came to this island, he had already sensed the death aura. However, the grand desolate body clearly recorded that any energy in the world, in a sense, could be interchanged. That death energy was also a kind of energy, and it was a particularly high-level energy. Its specialness was that it was a great Tao power about death, which was even higher than spiritual energy and demonic energy. Phew. Han Fei took a slight breath of death energy and activated the grand desolate body in his body. The big acupoint in his chest was like a millstone, grinding up the death energy and expelling some of the dark energy out of his body. Seeing that Han Fei was actually swallowing the death energy, and that some impurities could be discharged in the next moment, the undead creatures were all refreshed. Someone asked in surprise, "Why can you absorb death energy?" Han Fei said with a smile, "In this vast universe, between heaven and earth, all things are energy. The strong dare to absorb all the power in the world." The old turtle rolled his eyes at Han Fei's mysterious remark. However, these mysterious words sounded mysterious and awesome to others. Han Fei wasn't nervous among the venerables. Instead, he looked straight at the half-king who had just spoken to him. Netherworld came to Han Fei, paused, and raised his hand to lift the black hood on his head. The next moment, Han Fei saw a pale face. However, unlike the skeleton head that Han Fei thought to be, this person's face was just pale, thinner, and lifeless. Without the thick death energy and pale face, this person was almost no different from a real person. Of course, this was because Han Fei had already seen Patriarch Thug. He knew that although these people looked fine on the surface, they had a big problem in combat. Netherworld said, "The immortal city does lack strong masters. However, you have to know that even if you have the combat power of a peak-level venerable, or even a half-king, you can't change the situation of the entire immortal city alone." But Han Fei looked at Netherworld and said lightly, "Why not ally with the Demon Beast Union? There are many strong masters in the Demon Beast Union. If the two parties form an alliance, at least it can awe the Black Blood City." Netherworld looked at the people around and didn't answer Han Fei's question, but asked, "Do you know how to switch to an undead creature?" Han Fei frowned and then shook his head slightly. Netherworld said, "Since you don't know, don't ask us why we don't ally with the demon beasts. There must be a reason." Han Fei still wanted to wait for the Netherworld's response, but someone next to him said, "To be precise, anyone who switched to an undead creature can no longer be considered a human. There are some things that we can't say, not because we don't want to. There are some things that once we touch them, we will be annihilated." Han Fei frowned. At this time, the old turtle reminded him, "Han Fei, don't pursue this question anymore. Such a secret is indeed not something you can pursue now. Don't ask or mention it." Han Fei was puzzled. Old Yuan, do you know it? The old turtle said, I told you not to ask. Remember what I told you. Some names can't be mentioned, no matter how far away they are. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Han Fei had never thought about what was behind the undead creatures. However, from today on, Han Fei knew that this was probably a taboo that he couldn't touch for the time being, a taboo that even the old turtle, an emperor, was extremely afraid of. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. I won't ask about this matter. Everyone, I came to the wall of death. Well, I mean the cage, not for long. I'll keep my word. Some things really don't just depend on strength. I need some commanding rights of the immortal city. Han Fei went straight to the point. As early as before he came to the immortal city, he had heard that the humans here lived a miserable life. Therefore, from the beginning, he had thought of leading the immortal city. Although Han Fei knew that there must be half-kings, or even a fake king in the immortal city, he could just demand an outrageous price first. He would just get as much power as he could. Therefore, Han Fei immediately heard Netherworld say, impossible. An undead creature sneered. You've only been in the undying city for less than half an hour. Do you think it's possible for us to hand over the immortal city to you? Han Fei grinned and looked back at Long Shi and the others outside the island. Then I want them. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. They? This was out of the expectations of Netherworld and the others. If Han Fei's purpose was to seize power, they would never give it to him. After all, Han Fei's sudden appearance caught them off guard. He was a complete stranger to them. Even if he was confirmed to be a human, how could he ask for subordinates and power the first time they met? They were not fools and certainly wouldn't agree. Before Netherworld spoke, someone had already said, that's impossible. You should have discovered that their foundation is damaged and their strength has been greatly weakened. They can't even use 70% of their strength. Besides, you can't use them. They are the seeds of mankind. Han Fei immediately interrupted him, don't be in such a rush to refuse. I said I wanted them, which means that I wanted them who have returned to their peak state. Huh? The undead were all puzzled. Someone said in a low voice, are you a spirit gatherer? But even if you are an extremely excellent spirit gatherer, you should know that the foundation damage is not something that can be recovered by ordinary healing techniques. Even if you are a spirit gatherer, our immortal city doesn't lack spirit gatherers. Han Fei grinned. Let me ask you, if I make them return to their peak state, will you give them to me? To put it bluntly, I used to command millions of people, and I have my own style of doing things. However, as the commander, I must have soldiers. Han Fei could feel that these people were all staring at him. However, Han Fei's offer was too tempting. If Han Fei really had the ability to cure all of them, it meant that the combat power of the undying city could increase a lot. Of course, since Han Fei had asked this question, Netherworld believed that he would definitely cure some people. It might be dozens or hundreds, but no matter how many. As long as Han Fei's actions were still controllable, why not agree? Blue flames burst out of the robe of Netherworld, and a hoarse voice echoed. Okay, but don't abuse them even if you cure them. There are not so many human beings in the cage. Sacrifices are not allowed. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Of course, I'll use my people well. Please summon all the injured people on the battlefield in the Rear. Puff. Immediately, weird blue and green flames spewed out of the immortal city. These undead people thought Han Fei was crazy. Do you know how many they were? Netherworld immediately said, Han Fei, do you know what you're talking about? Call them all over? Even if you are a real king, can you cure hundreds of thousands of people at once? Han Fei grinned and said, who said I was going to cure hundreds of thousands of people at once? If my guess is correct, there should be many islands at the front line of the immortal city, right? On the front line, pick an island for me. No. Do you really think you're here to lead the immortal city? Han Fei, don't go too far. As soon as Han Fei said so, two people roared. However, a ferocious aura burst out of Han Fei's body and his voice resounded. Why not? You are the weakest of the four forces in the cage. Is it because the human race is incompetent, or is it because you are incompetent? If you can't do it, I'll do it. Why can't I? Han Fei's ferocious aura was really intimidating. Different approaches were needed to deal with different races. Han Fei had stayed in the Grand Myriad Mountains and knew the personalities of demonic beasts. However, Han Fei was more familiar with humans because humans were too smart. They had too many things to consider. However, the more they thought, the more restrained they would be. Before he came, Han Fei didn't intend to spend much time here. If he had to wait until he was fully integrated into them before he could command a group of people, that would be a waste of time. How could he have so much time to play with them? Therefore, Han Fei had to be very domineering at this moment. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, give me an island. Once I cure a person, this person will belong to me. I came to the cage to seek opportunities for growth. So killing venerables is inevitable. I don't have so much time to waste on blending into you. Someone scolded, how arrogant. You speak as if the immortal city is a place you can come and go as you please. Do you think you are invincible just because you have the combat power of a peak-level venerable? Someone sneered. Even if you really reach the peak of the venerable level, do you think you can shake a city alone? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and said, what? The immortal city is already in this state, and you're still afraid that I'll seize your power? Do you think I care about the power of your insignificant immortal city? What I want is the entire human world. I am going to be the human king. When Han Fei said the last few words, his voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in the sky. Buzz. Long Shi and the others retreated outside the immortal city and waited. Han Fei could go into the immortal city, but they couldn't. Even if they had already become venerables, their foundation had been damaged. If they were with the undead, once they were contaminated by the death aura, they would be in big trouble. Someone said, Long Shi, where is Han Fei from and where is the scattered stars island? He is so arrogant. Another person also said, that's right, Long Shi. This man is so arrogant and overbearing. How dare he challenge Grand Venerable Netherworld in the immortal city? And he even fought the undead? Is he ferocious or stupid? Long Shi had been frowning too. Do you think a fool dares to break into the immortal city alone? The other two junior venerables shook their heads. Nobody dared to come to the immortal city alone. There was not even a fish in the hundreds of thousands of kilometers within the immortal city. Roar. All of a sudden, the four of them saw the people began to quarrel in the immortal city. Wen Zhu asked in surprise, Long Shi, is that person going to fight Grand Monarch Netherworld and the others? All of a sudden, 4 holy white pillars of light appeared in the sky that had been shrouded in darkness all year round. The 4 rays of light fell and enshrouded the 4 of them. Ah! At that moment, Long Shi, Wen Zhu, and the other 2 junior venerables couldn't help stretching their bodies and exclaiming comfortably. At that moment, they felt that their foundation was recovering at an unbelievable speed. They had been recuperating for a few years, but they had only recovered 1 or 2%. However, under this pillar of light, their foundations were restored in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the 4 of them, except feeling extremely comfortable, could only hear a few words echoing in the sky. I am going to be the human king. Heh, what a domineering remark. Hearing Han Fei's words, not just Long Shi and the others, even Netherworld was shocked. Just now, when Han Fei said that, he burst out with an awe-inspiring momentum, which horrified him. When the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated, Netherworld and the others immediately stayed away from Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei exuded a holy brilliance, which made them unconsciously feel the pain of burning. However, in the next moment, no one cared about Han Fei's rudeness, because they saw the pillars of light and the auras of the 4 of Long Shi getting stronger and stronger. After only several seconds, Wen Zhu exclaimed, Long Shi, my foundation. Has my foundation been restored? Long Shi and the other 2 junior venerables were also so surprised that their eyes almost popped out. Long Shi looked at the gate tower of the immortal city and swallowed. My foundation has been restored too. The other 2 looked up at the fading brilliance and murmured, who is he? Exactly? On the gate tower of the immortal city. Someone murmured, Heaven Enlightenment. The legendary Heaven Enlightenment. Divine technique? In the eyes of Netherworld, green flames burned. Han Fei knew that he was looking at him. After a while, Netherworld said, okay. I agree. Netherworld shouted, Long Shi, Hua Meng, Chen Yu. From today on, you will be under Han Fei's command. Summon all the wounded to the Death Island closest to the immortal city. Long Shi and the others were stunned for a moment and looked at the man on the gate tower with complicated expressions. Taking a deep breath, they bowed and said, yes, sir. Long Shi looked at Wen Zhu. You stay here. We'll go notify the wounded. Wen Zhu was dumbfounded. Who knew what had happened? For some reason, she intercepted a suspicious person from the demon beast Union. Then, when she found that she couldn't beat him, she asked Long Shi for help. However, even Long Shi couldn't beat him. In the end, this man broke into the immortal city and even became her boss? On the gate tower of the immortal city, Han Fei bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. I may not stay in the immortal city long, but within 100 years, I will try my best to take you out of the cage. The day you leave the cage will be the day the Black Blood City is destroyed. This time, no one retorted what Han Fei said, because there was no way to refute it. Who knew what would happen 100 years from now? If that happened, it would be great. At this time, Netherworld still said with a hoarse voice, it's indeed said that the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique is the human king's technique, which has never appeared in history. However, the Black Blood City isn't so easy to conquer. 100 years is too short. Han Fei grinned. Let's wait and see. Then, Han Fei took a deep look at the immortal city. This was simply a dark, ancient castle full of decaying air. The death energy inside was too strong. Trusting the old turtle, Han Fei stopped seeking the secrets of the undead. Han Fei appeared beside Wen Zhu in a step. After that, Han Fei looked back and said, "If you are still worried, you can come to my island to take a look in the future. My people won't easily die." After that, Han Fei looked at Wen Zhu and chuckled. "Okay, now, take me to Death Island." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The Death Island was about 300,000 kilometers away from the island where the Immortal City was located. When Han Fei arrived here, he found thousands of human corpses in a certain area here. Wen Zhu secretly looked at Han Fei and explained, "They must have died this year. Their bodies are intact, so they were taken back. They have to wait for a while before they are taken to the Immortal City to be corrupted by the Death Aura. Then, they will be taken to the Death Valley." Death Valley? Han Fei had heard this name before. He had even seen it with his own eyes. It was also the place where the Death Bone Sun came from, which was the place protected by the Jade Girl. Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Now, do you believe that I am a human being?" Wen Zhu blushed and said in a low voice, "Before that, you were suspicious." "Indeed?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Tell me about the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl, as well as the island where they are. If I'm not wrong, that island should have disappeared more than 5 years ago, right?" Wen Zhu looked at Han Fei in surprise. "How do you know that?" Han Fei casually grabbed the Death Bone Sun and played with it. He said leisurely, "Otherwise, where do you think I got this thing?" Wen Zhu's expression was complicated. Then it made sense. Han Fei had obtained the Death Bone Sun outside, so he didn't have to go in the direction of the Black Blood City and the Demon Beast Union. Wen Zhu said, "I don't know about Lord Golden Boy and Lord Jade Girl, but that island is called the Forbidden Island. It's an absolute restricted area for human beings. Except for the undead, ordinary people are not allowed to approach it." "Oh? Forbidden Island?" Han Fei couldn't help being interested. Many people went to the island with him back then. Han Fei asked, "Why is it called Forbidden Island?" Wen Zhu said, "It's said that blood and qi often fill the sky on that island. And there are great ferocious creatures on it. On that island, there are also strange demon plants that hunt indiscriminately. On that island, there is a grassland that will disappear when you step on it. And, as you know, there is the legendary Death Island on that island, which is the place to transform undead creatures. On that island." Wen Zhu rambled on. In the end, Wen Zhu said, "Most of us have never been to that island. You, Grand Venerable Han Fei, haven't you been there?" Han Fei turned his head and glanced at Wen Zhu. "Call me Han Fei or Marshal." Han. Han Fei thought for a moment and didn't pursue the matter further. He found a random open space and sat on a rock. Then he set up a big pot and picked up a scattered crystal dragon ball, which was in the advanced explorer realm. Then he cut its shell and took its meat. His series of actions were as smooth as flowing water. Gulp. Wen Zhu swallowed. Instead of looking at the lobster meat, she looked at the shell of the scattered crystal dragon ball and said carefully, "Grand Venerable Han Fei. Marshal Han, isn't it a pity to break the shell like this?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then remembered that what long she was using now were all intermediate divine weapons, which seemed to be only the level of this lobster shell. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Wen Zhu. "Do you lack weapons?" Wen Zhu nodded. Actually, there is no shortage of weapons, but advanced weapons are lacking. For example, Longxi originally had an advanced divine weapon. However, after she was seriously injured, she gave the weapon to others. Han Fei. Han Fei was lost for words. So, you're short of weapons? Han Fei shook his head slightly, glanced at the lobster shell, and curled his lips. Whoosh. While making a hot pot, Han Fei raised his left hand and grabbed the lobster shell. With a whoosh, the spiritual fire boiled. After more than 50 seconds, Han Fei casually threw out a few materials. The hot pot was still boiling. Han Fei freed his right hand and picked up a sledgehammer. In an instant, he appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Clang! 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 When Zhu saw that in the sky, figures flashed and sledgehammer struck horizontally. The void vibrated and ripples shot out like knives, splitting the sky and earth, but none of them fell into the hot pot. After another 50 seconds, Han Fei appeared in front of the hot pot with a swish. He casually threw a long snake-shaped whip at her. You're a manipulator. It's better to use a whip. When Zhu subconsciously took the long whip and felt the gravity of a mountain. The shining light and the tough feeling showed that the whip was better than all the weapons she had touched. Wen Zhu looked at Han Fei in shock. Is this a high-quality divine weapon? Han Fei curled his lips. To be honest, ultra-quality divine weapons are indeed rare and require a lot of materials. The corpse of a venerable level demon can only be refined into 1 or 5 ultra-quality divine weapons, depending on their realm. Well, let's find a chance to hunt a few venerable level demons first before I can make better weapons. Gulp. Wen Zhu immediately swallowed. Hunting venerables? Just to make weapons? Were all the humans outside so ferocious? She couldn't help but remember that Han Fei said that he had killed more than 20 venerables, even including a half-king. Wen Zhu thought to herself, a venerable is just a weapon in the eyes of a person like Han Fei? Gurgle, gurgle. After a while, the hot pot was ready. Han Fei picked up a large piece of lobster meat and began to eat it. When he finished the 2 or 3 caddies of meat in his hand, he suddenly remembered that there was another person next to him. He immediately said to Wen Zhu, sit down and have some. It will take at least half a day for them to come over. Wen Zhu already wanted to eat it when Han Fei was grilling food earlier. At this moment, she had confirmed that Han Fei was human, and Han Fei had become her leader. She should be fine with a few bites. When Wen Zhu picked up a piece of shrimp meat and stuffed it into her mouth, she was so fascinated that she even froze. She looked at Han Fei in shock, wondering how it could be so delicious. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to Wen Zhu. Instead, he looked at a corner of the void casually and said, would you like to have a bite? Wen Zhu quickly looked around and found nothing. However, a voice came from the void, the undead has no sense of taste. This is one of the prices. Han Fei shrugged. What a pity. By the way, can you ask someone to send a message to the 10,000 Beast Island for me? Buzz. An undead appeared beside Han Fei and said casually, are you from the 10,000 Beast Island? Han Fei smiled and said, the problem is not where I come from. Ask someone to go to the 10,000 Beast Island and tell Sheep Shinji to put some pressure on the life and death gorge in the next few years. The black-robed undead asked, can you influence the demon beast unions? Decision? Han Fei raised his head and smiled at him. In this cage, demonic beasts are the natural allies of the human race. Since I'm here, I won't come for nothing. As a general, no matter how strong I am, in the face of a battle with a huge gap in strength, I won't fight alone. Black Robe pondered for a moment. Okay. However, Han Fei suddenly said, forget it. I'll use my own people later. The black-robed undead. Han Fei overestimated the speed of Long Shi and the others. Maybe the distance of millions of kilometers was too long for them. Therefore, after a full day, a large group of people flew over. Swish. 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 A large number of strong masters descended from the sky like pudding dumplings in boiling water. These people were all explorers, none of them below the explorer realm. Han Fei also discovered that there were no children here. Then, logically speaking, the level below explorer and children should be on the other side of the immortal city, in the direction of the battlefield. Han Fei was having breakfast. He made himself a pot of crab roe soup. At this moment, Hua Meng suddenly landed on the ground. The brawny bald man said respectfully, Master Han Fei, everyone has been notified. Because we used a lot of manpower, we came a little late. Behind Hua Meng, in the open space, groups of people landed. These people all looked at Han Fei, who was sitting in the front, drinking soup. Shilio, okay. Without raising his head, Han Fei said casually, when everyone is here. Another hour passed. Figures kept appearing in the sky. Then, Qin Yu and Long Shi landed. When all three of them arrived, Han Fei knew that they were all here. At this moment, he had already drunk half a pot of soup. Han Fei raised his head and glanced at these people. There were 18 junior venerables, 5 intermediate venerables, and 1 advanced venerable. Han Fei glanced at the advanced venerable and thought, since the advanced venerable was sent to the rear, he must be seriously injured. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he could use the great Tao of heaven enlightenment now. Furthermore, his strength had already reached the intermediate venerable realm. Otherwise, it was impossible to cure these people. Even now, with his vitality, it was impossible for him to cure all these people. However, he could spend some time hunting sea demons and swallowing some vitality. After all, he had upgraded the void lines and more vitalities could be obtained. While Han Fei was sizing these people up, these people were also sizing up Han Fei. In their opinion, since Han Fei could treat Long Shi, Hua Meng, and Chen Yu, then the others were definitely not a problem. Han Fei waved his hand and put away the pot in front of him. He didn't get up, but said leisurely, I think you already know that from today on, you are my subordinates. You can call me Marshal Han in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. It doesn't matter if you think I'm an outsider. It doesn't matter if you don't trust me, but Han Fei's face changed, the murderous aura on his body was intense, and his voice was cold. However, you need to obey my orders unconditionally. Although I won't let you die, no one shall disobey me even if I tell you to die. Do you hear me? Han Fei rose suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and like a giant, he slowly stood up. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Unlike when he stayed in the Demon-Beast Union, in the territory of the human race, Han Fei was very domineering. Han Fei firmly believed that he was going to become a king. To become a king of the human race, he had to show the majesty of a king. If a newcomer wanted to control the overall situation in a direct and effective way, he had to be intimidating enough to suppress everybody. Of course, when there was oppression, there would be resistance. Especially a person like Han Fei, who popped up from nowhere. No one knew him before. They didn't even know where he came from. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei shouted, a venerable said, "If you want us to become your subordinates, firstly, you need to heal us, secondly, you have to tell us your background, right?" Han Fei glanced at the venerable and smiled coldly. "Advanced venerable, you should be Lu Yuntian, right? Why? If I don't tell you my background, you won't follow me, right?" When Han Fei was waiting for them on Death Island, Wen Zhu had basically told him everything he needed to know. Lu Yuntian was the only advanced venerable behind. Because his injuries were too serious and his realm almost dropped, he had to leave the battlefield. Lu Yuntian narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was very extraordinary. When Longxi explained the situation to him, he knew that Han Fei was definitely very extraordinary. How could an intermediate venerable with peak combat power be ordinary? Han Fei grinned and said frankly, "Of course I can tell you my background, but not now." Fuse. Han Fei's eyes turned black and white. As soon as he activated the yin-yang divine eyes, his expression became extremely cold, and he looked as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Han Fei glanced at the crowd. There were a total of 326,204 people, much fewer than he expected. However, these people were at least explorers. In this case, they were exceptionally powerful. More than 300,000 explorers. How terrifying was their combat power? But Han Fei wouldn't be shocked by this number. This was because he knew that these people had no more chance to make a breakthrough. Some people stopped at the junior explorer level, and some at the intermediate explorer level. There wasn't even 1,000th of them who had a chance to become a venerable. Even if he cured these people, there were probably very few among them who could really become venerables. However, even in such a group, there were still people lurking. As early as when he was in the level 3 fishery, Han Fei had known that it was possible for sea demons to transform into humans and hide among them, cultivating completely with the human race's techniques. Especially the sea demons above level 7 spiritual heritages, they were qualified to come into contact with the top-level human transformation technique. What was even more terrifying than the human transformation technique was the children of sea demons and humans. This kind of thing couldn't be forbidden. It was the same case for the Scattered Stars Island in the past. It was infiltrated by sea demons and they couldn't be easily detected. Originally, Han Fei didn't think that there would be any sea demons pretending to be humans in this group of people, because the immortal city had a half-king after all. However, after only a quick glance, Han Fei immediately found a few guys who were not right. Swish. Han Fei instantly disappeared. In the next second, when Han Fei reappeared, there were 4 more people around him. The 4 of them were stunned and didn't know when they were captured. All in all, their minds suddenly went blank, and they appeared in the open space before the crowd. Han Fei released the suppressing power, and the 4 people all fell to their knees. Immediately, someone shouted, "Bao Shan! Master Han Fei, why did you attack them?" Someone frowned. "My lord, what's the meaning of this?" Immediately, the audience was in an uproar. Someone shouted, "Master Han Fei, why did you suddenly attack them? If you Don't give us a proper explanation, we won't accept it. One of the people controlled by Han Fei shouted, you bully the weak as you. Please. Although you are a human venerable, we are not convinced. Another person echoed, that's right, fellow compatriots, this person has never appeared in the immortal city before, nor have we seen him on the battlefield. It can be said that this person doesn't exist in the immortal city at all. Judging this person's attitude, we must not follow him. The other two also shouted angrily, we can't accept this. Han Fei grinned. Are you not convinced? Pfft. Han Fei carried a knife in his hand and slowly, inch by inch, cut into a person's body. Amidst the cries, the man's body changed. His limbs were deformed, and his lower body was changing. Soon, he turned into a merman. Hiss. Everybody fell quiet. Buzz. In the void, a black-robed man appeared. This person reached out and grabbed this merman, pressing him down and searching his body up and down. Then the undead in black said hoarsely, "See demon." At this moment, the bodies of the other three trembled at the same time. Their souls seemed to be controlled as they began to transform uncontrollably. Soon, they became three mermen. At this moment, Han Fei loosened the void lines and let go of the three of them. Then, he smiled and said, "Are you convinced now?" The three of them were horrified. Who was this person? They had hidden themselves perfectly. How could they be discovered so easily? However, the moment Han Fei retracted the void lines, the first thing the three of them were about to do was to blow themselves up. The black-robed man clearly wanted to attack, but then he noticed that Han Fei's expression was calm and tranquil. He clearly had a solution. Therefore, he didn't move, waiting to see what Han Fei was going to do. However, Han Fei didn't stop them from detonating themselves at all. These three people were all half-venerables. Seeing that they were about to self-destruct, but Han Fei didn't stop them, everyone couldn't help but panic. Some people had even taken out their armor boxes, and many people were already prepared for defense. Bang! 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 However, when the three of them exploded, spiritual energy burst out from the ground within 100 meters. While many people exclaimed and even began to dodge, a green array instantly enveloped the three of them. The terrifying power of the explosion failed to shake the outside world at all. In front of hundreds of thousands of people, no one saw when Han Fei set up the array. Seeing this array formation technique, many spirit gatherers present gasped. Lu Yuntian and the other venerables frowned. Only Longxi, Hua Meng, and Chen Yu were unmoved. They thought to themselves, "You haven't seen his crazier side yet. He dared to attack Lord Netherworld in the immortal city. This man is crazy." Han Fei smiled and said, "Look, everything I tell you may be quickly revealed by these undercover agents after you go to the battlefield. However, I'll still tell you the truth. My name is Han Fei, and I come from outside the cage. You can call me Marshal Han. I'll take you to slaughter 10 sea demon venerables in a year. If I can't do that, I'll resign and treat your wounds for free. You won't suffer a loss, okay?" Hua. The audience was in an uproar. Kill 10 venerables in a year? Wasn't this a joke? The immortal city was weaker than the Black Blood city in the first place. All this time it had been passive defending itself. If it weren't for the demon-beast union, with the strength of the Black Blood city, they would have long conquered the immortal city. No one had slaughtered 10 sea demons in nearly 10,000 years. Even if Han Fei could do it, how many venerables would the humans lose? Lu Yuntian frowned. Do you know what you are talking about? Han Fei glared at him and said coldly, I don't need you to doubt me. This is the first time. If it happens again, I don't care who you are and you'll have to get lost. Lu Yuntian's face immediately flushed. In any case, he was an advanced venerable. Even if he was seriously injured, he was still an advanced venerable. At this moment, he was scolded by an intermediate venerable and couldn't argue. At this moment, Lu Yuntian really wanted to kill Han Fei. However, while Lu Yuntian was extremely angry, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. From now on, you must create conflicts with me. On the surface, you must obey me, but behind my back, you must hate me. Suddenly, Lu Yuntian stared at Han Fei, wondering what he meant. Han Fei secretly said via voice transmission, make yourself look angry. There's a traitor among the venerables. Do you want to be seen through? Lu Yuntian's heart tightened. There was a traitor among the venerables? How could it be? The humans didn't have many venerables. There were traitors. Even among the venerables? He couldn't help being horrified. So, Han Fei wanted to put on an act with him? Before Lu Yuntian could think further, Han Fei said, all venerables, come 100 meters before me except for Long Shi, Hua Meng and Chen Yu. Since I'm going to lead you, I'll heal your wounds first. Let me show you if I'm qualified to lead you. Many people were looking at Lu Yuntian. After all, Han Fei was too domineering, and Lu Yuntian was the strongest among them. Besides, he had a conflict with Han Fei just now. Humph. Lu Yuntian shouted, okay, I'd like to see how you can cure more than 300,000 of us by yourself. With that, Lu Yuntian came 100 meters in front of Han Fei. The others watched quietly and followed Lu Yuntian, also wanting to see Han Fei's abilities. Han Fei smiled. There were 18 junior venerables, 5 intermediate venerables, and 1 advanced venerable in total. Apart from the Longxi trio, there were a total of 21 venerables who needed treatment. This was not a simple vitality injection. The Longxi trio alone, plus Wenju, whose foundation was damaged, had cost Han Fei nearly 80 years of vitalities. Among the remaining venerables, there was still an advanced venerable like Lu Yuntian. It would take him 700 or 800 years of vitalities to heal them. However, Han Fei dared to bet that as long as he killed enough enemies, his vitality could be restored. Han Fei had no doubt about his ability to kill his enemies. Therefore, Han Fei raised his arms and mumbled, have an enlightenment. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei raised his arms, the black-robed undead next to Han Fei had already disappeared. The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was really not good for undead creatures. At that moment, everyone looked up at the sky. A milky halo fell from the sky, and the pillar of light enveloped the 21 venerables. Ah! Many people subconsciously exclaimed comfortably. The pillar of light lasted for several minutes. The ones who recovered first were naturally the junior venerables. When the pillar of light disappeared, they were all shocked. Someone murmured, it's a miracle. My foundation has actually been completely repaired. Someone exclaimed, not only has the damage to my foundation been restored, but the countless hidden injuries left on the battlefield have also recovered. Countless people saw the surprised looks on the faces of these venerables. Even the half-king couldn't heal their wounds, because their foundations were damaged. If Han Fei could even treat this, wouldn't it be easier for him to treat those below the venerable level? After another 10 seconds, the 5 intermediate venerables recovered and looked equally shocked. However, one of them wasn't glad at all, although he looked excited. Someone had come from the outside world, and it was such a terrifying figure. If this person could even repair the damage to a venerable, the strength of the venerables in the immortal city would increase by at least 30%. With this big shot here, human venerables could almost court death crazily. Wang He, how are you? Has your foundation been repaired? A venerable beside him asked him with joy. Wang He immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I've completely recovered. Even my hidden injuries were healed. I'm just shocked." The venerable smiled. Me too. Finally, it was Lu Yuntian. Advanced venerables and intermediate venerables were different after all. It took Han Fei nearly 100 years of vitality to repair all the hidden wounds in this guy's body. Han Fei cursed in his heart, how can these ** stars be so injured? Fortunately, there are only 20 of them. If there are 100 of them, I'm afraid my vitality will be exhausted. To be honest, Han Fei was certainly unhappy that Lu Yuntian went against him just now. However, on one hand, he was injured when he fought the sea demons, which could be counted as a contribution to the human side. On the other hand, Han Fei really wanted to put on a show. Therefore, it was good that Lu Yuntian could cooperate with him. If he couldn't, Han Fei wouldn't care about his life in the future. Just now, after this round of treatment, Han Fei consumed about 650 years of vitality in total, which was slightly less than he had expected. Fortunately, he took the great Tao of Heaven enlightenment now. If it were before, he could only forcibly use the Heaven enlightenment divine technique, which would consume at least twice as much vitality as now. It would have cost him at least 1,500 years of vitality to save these people. After rescuing these people, Han Fei was a little tired. After all, he was only an intermediate venerable now, so his abilities were limited. However, the show was not over yet. Han Fei said, "Now, tell me and the 320,000 people here whether your foundation has been restored?" At this time, the venerables were naturally happy. These people all turned their heads and said to the crowd, "This technique is magical. It can indeed repair the damage to the foundation." Someone said, "Although it's Marshal Han's first time here, he must have consumed a lot of energy to use this miraculous healing technique." Lu Yuntian crossed his hands. From the perspective of the entire human race in the immortal city, thank you. Humph. Han Fei didn't even look at Lu Yuntian, who blushed again. This time, many venerables frowned, thinking, Lu Yuntian took the initiative to be friendly, but Han Fei didn't like him. However, Han Fei did have the right to be arrogant. Besides, it was said that Han Fei was only an intermediate venerable. With an advanced venerable above him, it was only natural that he felt uncomfortable. Some people frowned. He saved us, but he was so arrogant to us. This wasn't what a commander should do. Lu Yuntian must be angry. However, Han Fei's healing technique was indeed amazing. This shocked hundreds of thousands of people present. Even so, many people still doubted Han Fei's ability. With the strength of an intermediate venerable, he could kill 10 venerables in a year. Was it possible? Of course, at this moment, most people were not paying attention to this. Everyone hoped that Han Fei could heal them immediately. As for Han Fei, his voice echoed, "My fellow human beings, I'll treat your injuries as far as I can, but I won't immediately help you repair your foundation. To be honest, repairing the foundation of the more than 20 venerables has consumed me nearly 1,000 years of vitality. Hiss. Many people gasped. A single treatment cost 1,000 years of vitality in only 1 minute? That's unbelievable. However, since these people could become explorers, they were certainly not fools. After calculating, they knew what Han Fei said was probably true. First of all, among all the venerables in the immortal city, no one could directly restore vitality. Even if there were strong masters who had great means to repair others' foundations, it could only be used on 1 or 2 people. Besides, the strong master would have to pay a heavy price every time he used the great means. There was really no one like Han Fei. Secondly, no one was a fool. No matter how strong a spirit gatherer's great Tao was, how could it reach such a terrifying level without paying anything? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Looking at the chattering crowd, Han Fei said leisurely, however, don't panic. It's just some vitality. When I go to the front line to slaughter some sea demons, I'll have a way to extract some vitality and replenish my vitality. So, you don't have to wait long. I can restore you to your peak state. Now, everyone, stay where you are. At the next moment, Han Fei appeared in the crowd. Chi La. The holy light chains descended and dispersed like an electric net, covering hundreds of people at once. Who had ever seen such a healing technique? In the end, being a spirit gatherer was just taking a Tao. This Tao could make people's self-recovery abilities stronger, so they would become tougher. At the same time, it could also be greatly beneficial in a raise and spiritual energy absorption. However, they had never seen a spirit gatherer who had such terrifying group healing ability. Therefore, when the spider web-like holy light chains enveloped a large crowd, the surrounding venerables, the undead venerables hidden in the dark, and the more than 300,000 explorers present were all stunned. Longshi murmured, he alone saved half of our venerables. If the immortal city had had such a figure earlier, how would our human race decline to this point? There were too many people who had the same thoughts as Longshi. These people were all shocked by Han Fei's magical healing technique. However, although the holy light technique didn't need to overdraw vitality, it needed a large amount of spiritual energy and spiritual power to support it. Han Fei didn't lack spiritual energy, but if his spiritual power was consumed too much, it would make him tired. Therefore, Han Fei was exhausted after only treating about 50,000 people. Han Fei closed his eyes and visualized the god-scaring painting for a moment. Before he took a slight breath of relief, Han Fei shouted, "Okay. After all, I'm not strong enough to treat all of you at once. However, war requires speed. My hunting plan has been decided. If you want to join me, follow me to the front line. I won't force you. If you don't want to go, stay. Those who want to follow me to slaughter sea demon venerables, follow me." Han Fei looked at a corner of the void, nodded slightly, and then looked at Longshi. "Let's go. Lead the way." Han Fei said that those who didn't want to go could stay, but who would really stay? Han Fei had already proved the effect of his powerful healing technique. This meant that their foundation could be repaired. Besides, the strength that Han Fei had shown so far was very powerful. He could easily identify the undercover sea demons at a glance, which was something that even the half-king couldn't do. She thought that she and Wen Zhu just happened to meet Han Fei first. Above her were 5 intermediate venerables and Lu Yuntian, an advanced venerable. Han Fei actually asked her to lead the way? This was clearly not giving Lu Yuntian any face. Lu Yuntian clenched his fists. However, now that he had benefited from Han Fei, he couldn't flare up. Immediately, a few people cast sympathetic glances at Lu Yuntian. 2 venerables even walked up to Lu Yuntian. One of them said, "Old Lu." The other person patted Lu Yuntian's shoulder and didn't speak. Han Fei had already taken the lead and flew out behind Long Shi. There were a large number of explorers behind him. These explorers didn't have the ability to withstand the void cracks that appeared every short distance. Therefore, these more than 300,000 people only took the normal route and didn't travel through the void. Long Shi said via voice transmission, "Han. Marshal Han, since there are undercover sea demons even on the island far away from the battlefield, isn't it inappropriate for us to set off with such a high profile? The undercover sea demons are not easy to be caught. They may leak information." Han Fei sensed that there were more than one perceptions scattered around him. Han Fei said frankly, "It doesn't matter. I just can't tolerate traitors among my subordinates. But in fact, this kind of thing is very difficult to avoid. If so many of us go out, we'll be discovered sooner or later. Then why not tell them openly? If traitors are useful, your immortal city would have long been wiped out." In fact, the immortal city had always prioritized defense. Because of the problem of manpower, they rarely took the initiative to attack. Therefore, the existence of these undercover sea demons was actually not very useful. It was like a city that was heavily guarded. Although there were undercover agents in the city, they were not strong enough and had to worry about being discovered all the time. That wouldn't do any good. He was just afraid that they would leak some important information. In fact, such a march of hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be discovered sooner or later. This was not important intelligence. As long as the undercover agents couldn't get some important intelligence, they would be useless. Perhaps some sea demon undercover agents would convey some wrong information, which would be used by Han Fei. Han Fei flew all the way. When he was 800,000 kilometers away from the immortal city, a large number of islands appeared here. Han Fei scanned with his perception, and the population on these islands became denser. In the rear area of the immortal city, there were only a few people on an island. In the direction from the immortal city to the battlefield, however, the islands were full of people. On these islands, there were explorers, law enforcers, hidden fishers, and even cultivators below the realm of hidden fishers. There were almost people in every realm here. Sweeping his perception across, Han Fei found that there were no powerful marine creatures in these waters at all. However, there were many ordinary sea demons. This must have been deliberately left by humans for their juniors to gain experience. In fact, most of these ordinary sea demons were not from the Black Blood Royal City. Only those who had reached a certain level could be accepted by the Royal City. Han Fei looked at Long Shi and asked, "How many people usually live on an island spanning less than 1,000 kilometers?" Long Shi said, "Usually, there won't be many people stationed on the islands spanning within 1,000 miles. There are only about 500,000 people. There are enough coastlines for them to gain experience." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei certainly understood. When he first came to the Scattered Stars Island, had a coverage of about 1,800 kilometers, and the regular residents ranged from 5 to 6 million. In fact, when the battle between the Scattered Stars Island and the Sea Demons was relatively quiet, there were not many soldiers stationed at the front line. Most of the people stayed at the center of the island. In fact, most of the people in the city were at higher levels, and the soldiers stationed at the front line needed to gain experience the most. Compared with the Scattered Stars Island, the islands outside the Immortal City were actually much safer. Therefore, only less than 500,000 residents were needed. Flying all the way, Han Fei saw 40 or 50 such islands. Han Fei thought it seemed that the total population of the Immortal City would definitely exceed 100 million. However, even so, it was still too little. Therefore, it could only be forced to a corner by the Black Blood City. Han Fei led an army of 300,000 soldiers to sweep across the sky, only communicating with Longxi from time to time the whole time. After flying more than 3 million kilometers, Han Fei looked at Longxi again. "Where is the Forbidden Island?" Longxi was stunned for a moment. "The Forbidden Island? It's near the front line battlefield, about 500,000 kilometers away. Marshal Han, we can't camp on the Forbidden Island. There will be problems if we live there. There are too many threats on the island. As long as we go to the island, there will be crises." Han Fei asked, "Are there islands around?" Longxi immediately said, "Yes. There are 5 large islands within 300,000 kilometers of the Forbidden Island. If we go to the front line, it's best to camp on the islands 100,000 kilometers in the front line or directly on the front line islands. Only then can we effectively seize the opportunity to take action." Han Fei shook his head. "No. Take me to the island of Taboo. I want one of the nearby islands." Han Fei came with the permission of Netherworld. He wanted an island unconditionally. According to Netherworld's plan, Han Fei would prefer the islands on the front line of the battlefield. With Han Fei's peak-level combat power, he would definitely be able to defend a territory. Longxi and the others were stunned. Han Fei demanded so much power from Lord Netherworld, but when he came to the front-line battlefield, he asked for an island 500,000 kilometers away from the front line? Han Fei didn't hide what he said. Therefore, Lu Yuntian and all the venerables could hear him. At this moment, these people were a little puzzled. Didn't they say that speed was of paramount importance? Was this a battle strategy? It was naturally slow for large troops to travel. The front line had already received news from the Immortal City. Therefore, when Han Fei's army flew only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the front line, the major human islands had already begun to transmit orders. When they were only 500,000 kilometers away from the front line, Han Fei found that someone was already waiting in his way. Han Fei shouted, "All soldiers, stop!" Han Fei stepped into the air and strode to those people. Behind Han Fei, only Longxi was following him. Waiting for Han Fei were 2 peak-level venerables, 1 undead creature, and 1 human female. The woman looked cold, but she had the demeanor of a strong master. Her hair and robe fluttered in the wind, she wore green armor, and her fists were clenched. She wasn't the beautiful kind, but her slightly square face suited her temperament. The woman looked at Han Fei. "Are you Han Fei?" Han Fei smiled. "Who are you?" The woman raised her head slightly. "The 726th Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei grinned. Oh. Are you testing my memory? The history of the scattered Stars Island doesn't extend to the Age of Doom, but begins more than 25,000 years ago. Now, I'm the 886th. The 726th, which was 3,800 years ago. Female. Supreme Commander. Are you Qin Xiang? In the history of the scattered Stars Island, many women had come to power. Among the more than 800 Supreme Commanders, if Han Fei remembered correctly, there were 269 female Supreme Commanders. When Han Fei was investigating Tang Yan's information, he had read this part of history and remembered who Qin Xiang was. It could be said that every generation's Supreme Commander was a formidable person. Qin Xiang was famous not for her time in office, but for her last battle. It was said that in a battle between strong masters, she was besieged. At that time, she was only a junior venerable, but she struck 5 sea demon venerables with her saber. In the end, 3 cracks appeared in the sky, and a rain of blood fell. And then Qin Xiang never appeared again. Everybody thought that Qin Xiang was dead, but she had already made great contributions. After all, she fought 5 venerables alone and had killed 3 venerables, which greatly overwhelmed the sea demons. But now it seemed that the rumor wasn't true. This woman turned out to escape into the wall of death after killing 3 venerables in a row. That was more than 3,800 years ago. At that time, there were still many venerables. Han Fei recalled all this and smiled. I know you. Unfortunately, your battle record is not as good as mine. Han Fei was as domineering as ever when facing Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang's eyes had already lit up when Han Fei called her name. However, was Han Fei really suitable to be the Supreme Commander? Qin Xiang said, I heard that you freed the scattered Stars Island. Do you mean that the sea demons outside the scattered Stars Island were all killed? That's tens of millions of sea demons. Han Fei sneered. I'm talking about venerables. Once the sea demon venerables die, which ordinary sea demon dares to mess around? They are just stepping stones for human beings to gain experience. Qin Xiang frowned. There are many venerables in the outside world? I don't think so. How many venerables can be born in a mere 3,800 years? Everyone looked at Han Fei, waiting for his answer. After all, they were the 2 supreme commanders of the scattered Stars Island. They should know the scattered Stars Island well. Han Fei said, the 3 half-king projections of the Black Evil Conch King arrived, as well as Chao Xian, Zi Yuchuan, Mo Lin, and so on. There were more than 10 venerables in total, but I killed them all. Why, are you interrogating me? Qin Xiang narrowed her eyes slightly. She had naturally heard the news from the undead. Not to mention how the people from the Black Blood City got out. Even with the names of people like Chao Xian and Zi Yuchuan, what could they do? Qin Xiang was worried that the sea demons had the means to turn into human beings, and Han Fei's appearance was too sudden. As soon as he came, he demanded men and power and claimed that he would kill 10 sea demon venerables. He even brought over all the wounded people of the immortal city. If anything happened, the price would be painful, which the immortal city couldn't afford. Seeing the look on Qin Xiang's face, Han Fei smiled. Oh. It seems that you don't believe me? Qin Xiang said, if you want me to believe you, give me a convincing reason. Since you can say my name, I admit that you must have something to do with the scattered Stars Island. But that's not enough. How can I know if the scattered Stars Island has been destroyed? How can I know if you are a royal merman? Han Fei's heart stirred. Did Qin Xiang know about the royal family of mermen? It seemed that mermen could transform into humans perfectly. Just like Xia Xiaochan, she looked exactly like a human and could even learn the 5 major professions. Han Fei tilted his head and asked, "Then what makes you believe me?" Qin Xiang said, "It depends on what other proof you can show." Han Fei sneered. "Do you think I have to ask for your permission?" Qin Xiang said, "This matter concerns the hundreds of thousands of human beings in the immortal city. Since you are the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, it's only natural for you to prove your identity." Han Fei said indifferently, "Then I have to see how much you know about the Scattered Stars Island. First of all, do you know about the Yinyang world?" Qin Xiang frowned slightly. "Where?" Han Fei sneered. "Above the Thousand-Star City, the place the central holy city leads to." Qin Xiang frowned even more. "Are you talking about the central holy city that no one has ever entered?" Han Fei said indifferently, "You don't know the Yinyang world. Do you know the Thug Academy?" Qin Xiang nodded. "Yes. The leader of the 8 academies, Li Daxian, crushed the Thousand-Star City alone." Han Fei thought to himself, "Old Li has lived quite long. He had already surpassed the Thousand-Star City alone 3,800 years ago? Not bad." Han Fei shrugged. "Well, I'm from the Thug Academy." Qin Xiang asked, "How do you prove it?" Han Fei almost burst into fury. His eyelids twitched, and he suddenly asked, "How can you prove that you are Qin Xiang?" Qin Xiang. Han Fei curled his lips. "Why should I believe you're the 726th Supreme Commander?" Next to him, the undead said, "Qin Xiang has been in the immortal city for 3,800 years and has killed 10 venerables. This can prove her identity." Han Fei sneered. "The Black Evil Conch King can prove my identity, but I don't know if you can believe it or not. I once killed his projections with my own hands. Why don't you ask him and see how he reacts? If you continue to mess around with me, don't blame me for being rude. Get out of the way." Qin Xiang and the undead didn't move though. However, in Han Fei's team, Wang He's heart stirred and silently remembered this. Qin Xiang said, "Okay, you said that you once killed the projections of the Black Evil Conch King? Then let's fight. I'd like to see how you, an intermediate venerable, can kill a half-king." F***ck. Han Fei was speechless. He didn't expect that even the undead believed him, but the former supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island didn't. More than 3,800 years had passed, and the world had changed. She hadn't experienced the era of mass killing caused by Tang Yen, and she didn't know about the destruction of the Thug Academy. Even if she knew, as long as she didn't believe it, she could still find countless reasons. Han Fei's aura soared crazily. Long Shi and the others were all horrified, feeling that their bodies were trembling slightly, and killing intent was boiling in Han Fei. "Come on." Han Fei walked thousands of miles with one step and reached out to the void with one hand. The 300-mile floating cloud was held in Han Fei's hand, and thousands of knife shadows gathered into one sword. At that moment, the world turned dark. All the venerables who were watching the battle were shocked. "Is this guy an intermediate venerable? Are you kidding me?" Long Shi and the others were dumbfounded. Someone was stunned. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Oh my God. Lu Yintian's eyes widened. How could he take this blow? Qin Xiang was also shocked. Han Fei's attack was so terrifying that it even sucked the tremendous power around him. She shouted, "Are you crazy? How can you fight here?" Han Fei shouted, "The immortal city is already so useless. Why can't we fight here?" Qin Xiang activated her great Tao, and the invisible air around her surged. It turned out that the great Tao of Qin Xiang was to control the power of air between the heavens and earth. And this power was nothing more than the use of pressure. The void exploded crazily. Qin Xiang fully unleashed her power. After 7 consecutive explosions, she finally shattered Han Fei's blow. Swish! However, at the next moment, all laws were forbidden in this space. A big rod appeared in the air and Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate. The rod ignored space and time and traversed hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Qin Xiang couldn't react in time. Her laws were all forbidden. Half of her body was blown off in an instant, leaving only half her head and a complete golden arm. Seeing this, Han Fei sneered. "Golden body? How dare you keep provoking me? With such a weak golden body? Stop. Han Fei, hold back. Han Fei, are you crazy? Do you want to kill your own kind?" Although the two were at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the terrifying power shook the world as countless venerables rushed over. A half-king crossed the void and stood in front of Han Fei. In the past few days, Lu Yuntian had been trying his best to resist the void storm. But this B** could crush any of them into pieces with a single blow. Humph! Han Fei snorted coldly. "Prove this, prove that. In the end, it's all about fists. Next time you talk to me, watch your words. Everyone." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. A mid-level venerable had crushed a peak-level venerable with one punch and one attack. This kind of fantasy actually appeared in front of everyone today. Everybody fell silent. Long, Shi, Lu Yuntian, and the others were shocked. Han Fei was like a god of death. He could easily crush a peak-level venerable? Then what about an ordinary venerable? Long, she couldn't help but think of how she attacked Han Fei. From the beginning to the end, Han Fei just curled his finger and snapped it. As for the explorers like Wen Zhu, they were already dumbfounded. Their commander was such a tough guy. They didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. In the void, Qin Xiang's body regathered. When she recovered, her face was full of shock. This person was so powerful. The connection between the combat skills was almost flawless. He could even seal the void and block her great Tao. What kind of great Tao was this? No one would have believed that Han Fei, an intermediate venerable, could kill a half-king. However, it seemed that it was not impossible. Qin Xiang was already a peak-level venerable, but she couldn't even resist 2 blows of Han Fei. If it weren't for her golden bones, she would have been reduced to dust. Even if Han Fei saw an undead half-king blocking in front of him, his voice was still fierce. Han Fei's cold voice echoed between the sky and the earth. "From now on, no one shall mess around with me anymore. Think it over before you come to question me. Not everyone is qualified to doubt me." Han Fei was strong, powerful, domineering, and ferocious. Qin Xiang's face darkened. This person was indeed strong, but according to the normal selection criteria of the Scattered Stars Island, this kind of person shouldn't be qualified as the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, right? Did something really happen outside? The undead half-king said, "You went too far. You two came from the same place. There's no need to fight." Han Fei chuckled. "Yes, but even the people born in the same place are different. I won't pursue what happened today anymore. Now, I want an island. Near the Forbidden Island. I want to choose it myself." The half-king had also witnessed Han Fei's strength. To be honest, he wasn't confident of taking Han Fei down. After all, Han Fei's strength was obvious to everyone. Even if he beat such a strong master, what if he ran away? How many people here could catch him? Besides, Han Fei's great Tao restrained the undead like them. The half-king was quite decisive. Han Fei's words were too blunt, and no one knew what he was capable of. However, Han Fei claimed that he would kill 10 sea demon venerables in a year. There was no need to stop him. After all, it was just a year, and they just needed to wait. Giving a cold stare to Chen Xiang, Han Fei turned around and glanced at the others. "Let's go." This time, Han Fei had demonstrated his unparalleled strength. Who dared to refute him? Besides, Han Fei's style of doing things was completely different from when Wen Zhu and the others met him for the first time. He was not gentle at all. However, this kind of domineering style made people dare not resist him. After Han Fei led the crowd away, many venerables flew over. Someone frowned. "Grand Venerable Chen Xiang, have you been injured?" Chen Xiang shook her head. "This person is indeed terrifyingly strong. Especially in terms of strength. He's definitely at the half-king level." Someone said, "When Han Fei saw your golden bones, he looked disdainful." Does this mean he has also embarked on this path? And he has walked quite far? Many people were tempted. This possibility was very high. The half-king said, "Don't mind this Han Fei." He declared that he would slaughter 10 sea demon venerables in a year. Let's just wait and see. Besides, he's not weak. In this way, the front line of the battlefield is equivalent to 4 half-kings guarding it. It can be said that our strength has indeed increased greatly. Someone else said, "Sister Xiang, don't hold it against him now." I heard that this person's healing technique is unparalleled in the world and he uses the legendary Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Let's deal with him after he heals all the wounded. Chen Xiang snorted. "I'm not that petty. What I'm thinking is that this man is too domineering. Will he be too self-opinionated? Will he be a qualified commander?" Someone was puzzled. "Doesn't he look like a commander?" "He does look like one." Chen Xiang shook her head. "No. He's too aggressive. A commander needs to consider the lives of millions of people. There are too many things for him to consider. Theoretically, he shouldn't be the supreme commander. This is why I'm suspicious." While Chen Xiang and the others were discussing Han Fei had already led the crowd to fly around the island. There were 5 islands close to the Forbidden Islands here. Because they were a certain distance from the front line, there was only a peak-level venerable level undead creature guarding these 5 islands. The others were all explorers and law enforcers. There weren't many of them in total. Among them, there were only tens of thousands of explorers and hundreds of thousands of law enforcers. At least, the group of people led by Han Fei could easily sweep these 5 islands. It could be seen that Han Fei was lucky to come to the Immortal City from the direction of the 10,000 Beast Island. He happened to come to the rear of human beings, and happened to meet these injured humans who were definitely not weak. Now, these people were all under his command. Although Han Fei's leadership style was too tough, as long as they were under his command, Han Fei had a way to win their trust. When Han Fei and the others arrived, an undead creature who was a peak level venerable appeared beside Han Fei and said, "My name is Yi Qian. I was ordered by Master Netherworld to assist you." Han Fei nodded slightly. It was only natural. No matter what, he was new here, so they couldn't really give him power all at once. If he wanted to take these people to the front-line battlefield, there would definitely be other strong masters following him. After all, the people he led were extremely important. Even if their foundation was damaged, they could still reproduce and teach their children experience, right? Han Fei said, "Got it." After circling around, Han Fei finally chose an island only 120,000 kilometers away from the Forbidden Island. There was a green haze on this island. What puzzled him was that this island was not the best of the 5 islands, but the worst of the 5. The barriers on the island were usually invisible. After being affected by the immortal city for tens of thousands of years, the barriers on the island were basically perfect on the safe islands. However, this island only had a radius of 800 kilometers. The mountains and forests were dilapidated, some of the beaches had been eroded. And there were still volcanoes on the island. There were some floating particles in the air. The environment was very poor. Han Fei immediately asked, "What's the name of this island?" Yi Qian said, "This is the Fiery Stone Island, which is famous for producing useless fiery stones. There are few strong masters who come near the Forbidden Island, so there are many marine creatures around. The closer to the Forbidden Island, the more marine creatures there are. Therefore, some places are already dilapidated." Han Fei nodded and said, "Okay. We'll take this island. Everybody, camp on Firestone Island and clear the area." When Han Fei chose this island, many people were puzzled. After all, Han Fei's goal was more like the Forbidden Island. Did Han Fei choose this place to go to the Forbidden Island? Among the crowd, only Wen Zhu knew that Han Fei had already been to the Forbidden Island once. Last time the Forbidden Island disappeared, Han Fei had been to the island in the outside world. Because of Han Fei's domineering personality, he didn't explain to these people, and it seemed that he didn't bother to explain. Han Fei shouted, "All those whose foundation hasn't been restored, set up camp. For the time being, no one shall leave the island." Long Shi, Chen Yu. Long Shi and Chen Yu bowed. "Marshal Han." Han Fei said, "Let no one leave the island when I'm not around, or you too will be punished." Han Fei said, "Hua Meng." The bald man cupped his hands. "Marshal Han." Han Fei said, "Stay. I have something for you to do later." Hua Meng was stunned for a moment, but he accepted the order without hesitation. After all, he believed that Han Fei was a real human powerhouse. And he had been awed by the power of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. The picture of Han Fei blowing up Chen Xiang was still etched in his head. But Hua Meng didn't know that Han Fei chose him because of the vast ocean navigator, not because of his own choice. After Han Fei gave the order, he looked at everyone else. "Everyone else, move freely on the island and wait for my return." After that, Han Fei looked at Yi Qian. "Come with me later. I want to know the environment and the situation of the front line first." After making all the arrangements, Han Fei took Hua Meng to the side and said, Go to the 10,000 Beast Island. Han Fei and Yi Qian went straight to the front line. Yi Qian said, "Are you going to hunt venerables?" Han Fei smiled. "I just want to see the battlefield." Yi Qian frowned and thought to himself, what's the use of just looking at the battlefield? Or rather, the thinking of a commander is different from ordinary people. Thinking that Han Fei might want to observe something useful, Yi Qian didn't ask anything. Anyway, he had to keep an eye on Han Fei all the time. After a while, when Han Fei came to the front line of the so-called immortal city, he found that this battlefield was very different from the Life and Death Gorge. There were only more than 200,000 kilometers of battle lines in the Life and Death Gorge. However, after Han Fei asked, he learned that the human battle lines here were more than 800,000 kilometers wide. In the 800,000 kilometer front line, there were only 7 islands. However, these 7 islands were clearly man-made. On each island, there were at least 1 or 2 peak-level venerables guarding it. Yi Qian said, "There are a total of 3 half-kings here. They are on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th islands, respectively." According to Yi Qian's explanation, humans used 7 islands to block the territory between humans and sea demons and built the so-called land. Between the islands, the seabed was very shallow. Obviously, these islands were specially set up, using some special terrain to separate each other. After all, humans still liked land. Humans were best at fighting on land. Han Fei estimated that if the terrain allowed it, humans would definitely build this 800,000-mile battle line into a complete island. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei really stood at the front of the front line of the immortal city, he found that there were actually not many battles here. It was just some people below the explorer realm fighting each other. Besides, many of these people were undead. Seeing this situation, Han Fei immediately understood what was going on. After all, the war in the cage had been going on for tens of thousands of years. If they really killed, the human beings would have all died. Even the Black Blood City couldn't survive. Therefore, the two parties were only confronting and on a standoff. Without absolute confidence, they wouldn't launch a destructive war. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the Black Blood Royal City wanted to break out of the cage. Therefore, in the recent hundreds of years, they didn't deliberately start a large-scale war. At this time, although the front line in front of Han Fei was longer, the fighting sounds were much smaller than those in the Life and Death Gorge. In the Life and Death Gorge, there was a special battlefield. Usually, a few explorers could fight for a day there. Of course, there were usually not many people who died. Sometimes, no one died for days. On the human side, there were mostly hidden fishers and law enforcers fighting sea creatures. This situation was a bit similar to the Scattered Stars Island. The entire island was on the front line, and the strong masters were only guarding to prevent any accidents. However, unlike the Scattered Stars Island, there were almost no low-level sea creatures here. There were very few dangling fishers and hanging fishers. Even if there were some, they were probably out for fun. Of course, this was also because the environment outside was very harsh. Those low-level creatures usually hid in the seal. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was lost for words. In this case, how could he put on a show and slaughter 10 venerables? As if knowing Han Fei's thoughts, Yi Qian said, "Don't be tricked by the scene in front of you. Battles can't be carried out every day. There are battles, But it's impossible for hundreds of thousands of people to fight at the same time. The cage is not like the outside world. If a large-scale war is really launched and the Black Blood City wants to eat the Immortal City, it will suffer a great loss. They dare not do this. They also have to consider their own rear. Han Fei asked, when will there be a slightly larger battle? Yi Qian said, there will be a venerable level battle once a month on average. A large-scale venerable battle happens once a year. In the past, not one venerable would die in a year. Recently, more venerables died. Battles between explorers happen every day. Although there aren't many venerables in our human race, our combat style is fierce. Therefore, the injured you see in the rear are all seriously injured in this kind of battle. At this moment, Han Fei and Yi Qian came to the second island. There were half-king undead here. The person looked at Han Fei from a distance, and Han Fei also looked at him without saying a word. In addition to this half-king, Han Fei also sensed 7 or 8 venerables, who were also undead creatures. Some were strong and some were weak, but there were no peak venerables. In Han Fei's perception, the second island was basically full of undead creatures. Han Fei asked, how many venerables are on the front line? Yi Qian said, including the venerables you brought back, there are almost 100 of them. However, in Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said bluntly, that's bulls it. Including the ones you brought over, there are only 86 of them. The corner of Han Fei's mouth curled slightly. What the old turtle said sounded more true. There were about 30 venerables in the Immortal City, and the total number of venerables was about 120. The number of venerables here even exceeded the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, this was not the Waterwood world after all. The enemies here were not the White Shell Royal City or the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. The Black Blood City had a fake king. The Black Blood City had nearly 300 venerables, which was more than twice that in the Immortal City. After observing all the way to the fourth island, Han Fei didn't want to continue. This was the most special island in Han Fei's opinion. The undead lived on this island with humans. At this moment, outside the battlefield, 2 explorers were fighting. When Han Fei saw it, the human explorer was trading lives with the half-merman with his sword. Yes, what Han Fei saw was life exchange. The human expert only had half of his long sword left, and one of his arms was dangling. The half-merman on the opposite side was not in a good state either. Its chest had been stabbed through. At this moment, both parties were staking their lives on this one bet. However, at the last moment, the crippled arm of the human expert suddenly shook, and the hand actually left his body, turned into a long sword, and condensed another sword light. Pfft! The half-merman expert was cut in half. As for the human expert, he had lost an arm and his chest was pierced through. But his face was full of a crazy smile. Great. Good job. Uncle Det is awesome. Sea demon thieves, let's see if you can still be arrogant. On the human side, many observers were cheering. Seeing this scene, Yi Qian immediately said, do you want to save him? With your means, it shouldn't be a problem for you to save him. Han Fei said with a smile, it's not troublesome, but it's relative. I need to consume my vitality to save people. You can organize them, or let the injured take life-type spiritual fruits or alive explorer-level sea demons to the Fiery Stone Island. I can heal them together. Otherwise, do I have to run across the 800,000-kilometer coastline? I'm not here to save people. I'm here to slaughter demons. Yi Qian's eyes lit up. Really? Han Fei said, of course. You can inform them now. Yi Qian immediately transmitted his voice to everyone. After only a minute. With a swish, a half-king appeared beside Han Fei. Yi Qian said, Han Fei, this is Grand Venerable Ganfeng, a half-king. Ganfeng casually threw out more than 500 spiritual fruits and said, how many people can this save? Han Fei saw that this person was very meticulous and came to him only to talk about serious matters, so he would just do what he was supposed to do too. Huff. Bam. 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 More than 500 spiritual fruits were instantly shattered, turned into energy, and were swallowed by Han Fei. After swallowing them, Han Fei didn't expect much. However, a moment later, he felt that his vitality had recovered by about 300 years. Han Fei's eyes glittered. These spiritual fruits? Ganfeng said, the immortal city, after all, covers tens of millions of kilometers of sea. It doesn't produce spiritual fruits, but you know the harsh conditions in the cage. Spiritual fruits that can be produced under such harsh circumstances have strong vitality. Han Fei said bluntly, with these spiritual fruits, I can save 3 junior venerables, 2 intermediate venerables, or 1 advanced venerable. If they are explorers, I can save 30 half-venerables, or 50 below half-venerable realm. Of course, it depends on how badly damaged they are. At that moment, Ganfeng's eyelids twitched. A mere 500 life-type spiritual fruits were so effective for Han Fei? It must be noted that this kind of spiritual fruit could only keep a dying person alive. If an explorer's foundation was damaged, he might not be able to recover even if he ate 100 or so of the spiritual fruits. However, Han Fei said he would treat 50 explorers with these spiritual fruits. Ganfeng said, in 3 days, I'll personally take people to the Fiery Stone Island with life-type spiritual fruits. Han Fei smiled. Don't you need me to save some people today? Ganfeng replied, in 3 days. Han Fei smiled and said, okay. Has the venerable battle this month been fought? Ganfeng and Yi Qian both looked at Han Fei, and then Ganfeng shook his head. Not yet. Are you going to join it? Han Fei said indifferently, I have to fulfill my promise. However, I won't do anything today. Remember to inform me when the other party asks for a venerable battle. It's best if you can arrange for a peak-level intermediate venerable to fight me. Huh? Seeing that Ganfeng was confused, Han Fei smiled and said, it's not my style to kill only 1 venerable at a time. Ganfeng and Yi Qian looked at each other, thinking that Han Fei was really arrogant. It seemed that he was going to kill 2 venerables at once. Han Fei's perception swept 30,000 kilometers around. Because he didn't conceal his perception, many people cast puzzled looks at Han Fei in an instant. Han Fei said via voice transmission, I'm just saying hello. In fact, because he hadn't seen these people face to face, Han Fei couldn't be sure if there were any undercover agents among these people. Just now, the vast ocean navigator revolved for a moment, but it didn't find any undercover agents among these venerable experts, which made Han Fei heave a sigh of relief. It was good there were no undercover agents. Han Fei had always suspected that there would also be undercover agents on this island. This was because he was sure that among his subordinates, there was something wrong with the guy called Wang He. Since he was an undercover agent, he must have a way to deliver information or have a partner. Han Fei casually greeted these venerables. Today, the Black Blood City lost a high-level explorer. After the battle, neither side challenged the other, but gradually quieted down. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, it was already very difficult to kill an advanced explorer in one day. However, in Han Fei's view, with such a fighting style, the war wouldn't end even in another 10,000 years. It was very likely that this was a scheme of the Black Blood Royal City. Otherwise, if they really wanted to fight, would the Black Blood Royal City only send these people over? After watching this battle, Han Fei suddenly said, "Do you mind if I enter the sea and hunt some explorer-level sea demons to replenish my vitality?" Gan Feng frowned. "Are you going deep into the Black Blood City?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Why go deep into the Black Blood City? I just need to hunt 100 explorers. 2 hours will be enough." Yi Qian looked at Gan Feng, and Gan Feng thought for a moment. It wasn't easy for Han Fei to get people from the Immortal City, come to the front line, and even fight Chen Xiang to prove his strength. He couldn't do all these just for going to sea, could he? Even if Han Fei went to sea, even if he was an undercover agent, what could he do if he contacted the venerables of the Black Blood City? However, neither Gan Feng nor Chen Xiang dared to take the risk. Gan Feng said, "Sorry, it's your first time here, so we dare not let you go to sea alone. We all have someone to monitors, so we can't go with you, but I can help you get vitality and explorer-level sea demons." Han Fei nodded slightly. Indeed, if he asked to go to sea now and explore the territory of the Black Blood City, it would definitely upset many people. Han Fei, okay. There's still a long time to come. I'm not in a hurry. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Seeing that there was no chance to fight in the front line, Han Fei returned to the Fiery Stone Island. For 3 consecutive days, Han Fei had been healing these people. Yes, he could only use the holy light chains. If he used the heaven enlightenment divine technique on a large scale, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. 3 days later, in front of Han Fei stood 50 explorers. Han Fei respectively treated cultivators in 5 realms from junior explorers to half-venerables. Each time, he would treat 10. At this moment, 10 junior explorers stood in front of him. 10 pillars of light descended, and in only 5 seconds, these holy pillars of light disappeared. Huh? It didn't consume any vitality? After entering the Wall of Death, this was the first time Han Fei had used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on a small scale. Previously, the people he treated with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique were all venerables and a massive number of explorers. Therefore, he had a lot of vitality lost. Before he advanced to the venerable realm, Han Fei had always thought that it would consume his vitality to use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. However, at this moment, when he used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on junior explorers, not only did they recover extremely fast, but it didn't even need to consume his vitality. This was undoubtedly great news. Among these 320,000 people, 130,000 were junior explorers. At first, Han Fei was worried. The war at the front line was not fierce, so he could only rely on the life-type spiritual fruits given by Gan Feng. Or maybe, he could only go to the spiritual fruit garden on the Forbidden Island. However, what in the spiritual fruit garden wasn't just spiritual fruits? Many fruits there were special creatures. Besides, he placed his base on the Fiery Stone Island not because of the spiritual fruit garden, but the grassland. Han Fei had always felt that perhaps many people were wrong. It wasn't that there was no king in the cage, but that no one could find the king. Back then, he had encountered that desolate tomb in the grassland. Upon entering it, Han Fei saw a terrifying figure. At that time, Han Fei wondered what realm this person was in. After all, when the three kings were observing outside, they didn't discover the secrets of this desolate tomb at all. Even the old turtle couldn't describe the realm of the figure. He couldn't even tell if he was in the tomb or outside. Now that he could heal junior explorers without consuming his vitality, things were much easier. Han Fei beckoned expressionlessly. Intermediate explorers, come over. When the second batch of 10 intermediate explorers walked in front of Han Fei, they were still a little nervous. Holy light surged from Han Fei's body, and then the heaven enlightenment followed. This time, Han Fei was surprised to find that the vitality consumed to treat 10 intermediate explorers was less than 2 years. To be precise, it was about 1.5 years. This consumption was not high either. However, it was actually not a small number. In this case, to cure 10,000 intermediate explorers, it would consume about 1,500 years of vitality. He couldn't afford this consumption either. Therefore, he still needed Gonfeng to provide him with enough life-type spiritual fruits. After a while, Han Fei tried them one by one. After the test, the vitality consumed for healing those above the intermediate explorer realm began to soar. 10 advanced explorers consumed 5 years of vitality, 10 peak level explorers needed 12 years of vitality, and 10 half-venerables needed 20 years of vitality. This meant that it would take about 2 years of vitality to restore the foundation of a half-venerable with the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. In such a case, he healed 50 explorers today, which only cost him 38 years of vitality. This was the difference between an explorer and a venerable. 38 years of vitality was probably just the cost to repair the foundation of an intermediate venerable. The explorers who had been healed felt that they had returned to their peak state. It was really as magic as the Grand Venerables said. The explorers who had been cured by Han Fei looked at Han Fei in a different way. Before, Han Fei was tough in their mind. Everybody was scared of him. But now, in the past few days when Han Fei was healing them, he didn't seem ferocious at all. Therefore, everyone was guessing and discussing secretly. Perhaps Han Fei would only be so tough and domineering when he was fighting as the supreme commander. He even looked a bit sunny on ordinary days. Thank you for healing us, Marshal Han. The 40 or 50 explorers bowed. Then, one of them took out a sea-swallowing seashell. Well, Marshal Han, we know that you need to consume your vitality to heal our foundations. We heard that life-type spiritual fruits can help you recover your vitality. I only gathered a little bit here, only about 30 pieces. This may be a little less. But we didn't quite save spiritual fruits before because we just thought it was a one-time use item. Therefore, when we didn't have enough spiritual energy in battle, we just used them. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. Thanks. The 30 spiritual fruits floated in the air. In the next moment, they shattered. Han Fei opened his mouth and finished them in one gulp. The explorers looked at each other in bewilderment. Han Fei sensed that he had recovered about 19 years of vitality, which was better than nothing. It was equivalent to him using 19 years of vitality to heal 50 people. This price was worth it. When he mentioned it to Ganfeng earlier, it was just a rough estimate. He certainly wanted to deduct some commission. He couldn't just tell Ganfeng that I could heal more than 100 people if you gave me 300 years of vitality. If that was the case, how could he save the people on his side? Now, it had been proven in practice that even if he saved 50 half-venerables, it would only take him 100 years of vitality. For those below the half-venerable realm, the consumption would be even less. Suddenly, the old turtle said, Han Fei, I have a feeling that since you can use the combat power of a peak-level venerable, why can't you upgrade your Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to a higher level? If you use it with the strength of a peak-level venerable, will the effect be better? Or is your great Tao only able to increase your strength? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, he had never thought of using the great Tao on the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. He didn't even intend to cultivate the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. After all, he didn't know if it was a conspiracy of some powerhouse. Maybe someone was waiting to harvest him, including the 5 major professions of human beings. Obviously, behind these professions, there were great powers waiting to harvest. However, he could switch his great Tao and completely ignore this. Therefore, Han Fei was at ease. However, although he wasn't afraid of being reaped by some powerhouse, he couldn't deduce the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment, but could only rely on epiphany. After the old turtle reminded him, Han Fei recalled the third effect of the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. Those who enter this path can have their lifespan doubled. The effect of overdrawing their life gradually decreases as their strength grows. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a venerable would begin to decline after 5,000 years. To live 10,000 years? It would be very difficult. However, if he embarked on the path of the Heaven Enlightenment, he would have a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. Besides, the effect of the technique was twice as good as before. According to the growth of his strength, the consumption of each use would only decrease. Then, he could indeed try to use the effect of his green jade stone bridge on the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. With this in mind, Han Fei scanned with his perception and entered his mansion. In fact, it was just a random wooden house with layers of seals around it. With a thought from Han Fei, the green jade stone bridge appeared. Then, Han Fei walked up. This time, Han Fei thought to himself, the effect of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique is 3 times stronger. As it was the first time he used this effect, he had to walk on the green jade stone bridge. However, it was easy to climb the bridge. When he went down to the 5th floor, besides pressure, there was a circle of milky halo floating in front of his eyes. Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that this was a Tao rune, an unknown Tao rune, which belonged to the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Han Fei immediately wanted to try absorbing these Tao runes. However, they were not of his use at all. He failed to increase the effect of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique by 3 times in the end. Being able to increase his combat power by 3 times didn't mean that he could do the same to the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Han Fei failed. However, there were 8 steps in total, and he had already descended 5 levels. There was no need to walk to the 6th level at all. With a thought from Han Fei, he began again. The second time, it was 2.5 times. He couldn't go further after reaching the 8th level. In the end, Han Fei got 2.3 times the effect. But even so, Han Fei was already very happy. This meant that he only needed to consume 38 years of vitality to save 115 people. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that someone was coming. Buzz. The array was activated, and Han Fei walked out of the mansion, only to see that Yi Qian and Gan Feng had arrived. When he saw Gan Feng, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that more than 30,000 people had come from hundreds of kilometers away. Gan Feng said, "The ones I brought with me all suffered a little foundation damage, which is not very serious. They are all in the explorer realm. There may be too many of them, but I've collected 31,820 spiritual fruits in total. Perhaps it's not enough, but please just heal as many people as you can." Han Fei said casually, "Let me check their degree of damage." Han Fei reached out and took Gan Feng's Sunmoon shell. In a single step, he arrived in front of the explorers. Gan Feng and Yi Qian arrived almost at the same time as Han Fei. After all, this distance was too close. Han Fei glanced at them. Among these people, 50% were junior explorers, 30% were intermediate explorers, 10% were advanced and peak-level explorers, and there were only 282 half-venerables. Han Fei glanced at Gan Feng and said, "A little damage and a great loss of foundation are two different things. Let me check it first." Gan Feng nodded, and Han Fei shouted, "From the junior venerable realm to the half-venerable realm. Those close to me, 20 people come to me in each realm." These explorers knew that they were here to receive treatment. However, there were still some people who were suspicious. Even the venerables couldn't treat the damage to their foundation. Even the spirit gatherer venerables could only treat them one by one and couldn't guarantee a complete recovery. Could Han Fei do it? Many people didn't even know Han Fei. After all, this venerable was extremely unfamiliar to them. Some people thought, "Is there a hidden venerable in the rear?" Soon, 100 people were gathered. A milky halo surged around Han Fei. In the next moment, more than 100 holy beams of light descended from the sky. Buzz. The momentum of these people was recovering quickly. Even for the slowest one. It only took 12 seconds before the pillar of light on his body disappeared, and the damage to their foundation had been completely recovered. It was the first time that Gan Feng had seen Han Fei use the heaven enlightenment divine technique. He was surprised and overjoyed. With this person here, the combat power of the human race would increase by at least 30%. Han Fei discovered that the foundation damage of these people was indeed not high, and it was easier to repair their foundation. He had thought that after the effect of the heaven enlightenment divine technique doubled, he would still need to consume about 35 years of vitality. But as it turned out, he only used 20 years of vitality, which was much better than he expected. Besides, there were 20 half-venerables among the people healed by him just now. In fact, there were only less than 3,000 advanced explorers, peak level explorers, and half-venerables in total. In such a case, he only needed to consume about 2,500 years of vitality to heal all these people. And the 31,820 spiritual fruits Gan Feng gave him, if they were all of the quality of the previous day, could provide him with at least 18,000 years of vitality. In this case, he could make a fortune. Han Fei immediately said, "Their injuries are not severe." 100 people consumed more than 60 years of vitality. Once those in the half-venerable realm are cured, the rest is even easier to heal. So I think they can all return to the battlefield in 3 days. Buzz. Gan Feng's aura surged, and he immediately widened his eyes and looked at Han Fei. Really? Han Fei said, of course, but I won't return the remaining spiritual fruits. I still have many subordinates to treat. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei said teasingly. After all, a half-king naturally knew the benefits of the spiritual fruits he brought. After hearing Han Fei's teasing, Gan Feng let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I've calculated it too. Even if Han Fei has reserved some of the spiritual fruits, there can't be more than 5,000 spiritual fruits left. Even so, Han Fei was already too monstrous. Treating more than 30,000 people was nothing to him. Could it be, this was the legendary human King Dao? Or could it be that Han Fei was really the reincarnation of the human king? At this moment, Gan Feng wasn't sure. He had brought 30,000 people with him, and there were as many as 320,000 people on Han Fei's side whose foundations were damaged. In short, they were all on human side. Of course, he would provide as many spiritual fruits as possible. Gan Feng said in a relaxed mood, of course. In another 3 days, I'll send another 20,000 spiritual fruits over. Thank you for your trouble. Han Fei looked at Gan Feng. I think some of these people have problems. What do you think? Gan Feng smiled casually. It doesn't matter. I have my own plans. Hearing Gan Feng's words, Han Fei didn't ask any more. There were undercover agents among these people, and Gan Feng obviously knew who they were. To Han Fei's surprise, there were quite a few undercover agents in the cage. Perhaps the mermen in the Black Blood City didn't have the ability to become beasts, but they were very good at turning into humans. This might be related to the cultivation technique they cultivated. After Gan Feng left, Han Fei completely became a doctor. On the first day, tens of thousands of holy light beams descended, shocking everyone on the island. Many people came to watch, hoping to see Han Fei's amazing healing technique. During this period, Han Fei found that a few undercover agents were whispering to each other, but Wang He didn't even look at them and had no intention of contacting other undercover agents. Wang He was actually not stupid. Since Han Fei could easily identify the undercover agents of the Explorer realm back on Death Island, none of these undercover agents could escape his eyes. These people must have already been found out by Han Fei, but he just didn't expose them. As for why he didn't expose them, it was easy to understand. After all, these people were all Gan Feng's subordinates. He just needed to tell Gan Feng, and then the latter could make use of these undercover agents. This kind of thing had happened more than once in the battles between the Black Blood City and the Immortal City. Therefore, Wang He would definitely not expose himself in this situation. He could heal tens of thousands of people in one day. This horrible healing ability had already made Han Fei a legend. In the history of the cage, there had never been a spirit gatherer who had 1% of Han Fei's magical abilities. Those who had been rescued by Han Fei had completely changed their mentality. After being cured, they looked at Han Fei as if they were looking at their idol. Therefore, on this day, Han Fei sensed that the power of faith was growing. Although there were few of them, these people were very strong, so even if there were not many of them, they could still make Han Fei feel the power of faith. This was extremely needed for Han Fei. In fact, the power of faith was secondary. It would be used up sooner or later. The key was to win their support. This was what Han Fei needed. The next day, like the previous day, it only took less than an hour for Han Fei to treat tens of thousands of people. The third day was the same. 3 days later, as Gan Feng promised, he gave him 20,000 more spiritual fruits. In addition to the spiritual fruits, he also gave Han Fei 39 explorer-level marine creatures. Starting from the fourth day, Han Fei began to treat the people he brought to the fiery stone island. These people also knew that Han Fei's treatment required vitality, so under the organization of Long Shi and the others, they gathered up about 3,000 life-type spiritual fruits and gave them to Han Fei. Although they knew that more than 3,000 spiritual fruits were a drop in the bucket, this was already the limit of their ability. After all, these were all they had got. Some people felt it was useless to eat spiritual fruits, so they simply didn't eat them. Some people kept them to replenish spiritual energy. Since Han Fei had such a magical healing technique now, there was no need to keep these spiritual fruits. 7 days later, people on Gan Feng's side sent spiritual fruits to Han Fei from time to time, as well as some sea demons at the explorer level. These were all voluntary gifts. It could be seen that Han Fei's healing technique helped him win these people's hearts. On Han Fei's side, 50,000 people were treated one after another. Although only part of the people were cured, which was still far away from Han Fei's promise, this had already shocked countless people. Because of Han Fei's terrifying healing technique, many people who had been cured were clamoring to go out to fight, hunt sea monsters, or look for spiritual fruits, but were all refused by Han Fei. On this day, more than 50,000 people were praying outside Han Fei's mansion. They knew that Han Fei probably had no resources left. At this moment, they couldn't count on all the resources in the front line to be sent to the fiery Stone Island, so they could only fight for the resources themselves. Swish! All of a sudden, the void trembled and Yi Qian appeared. Countless people bowed their heads. Grand Venerable Yi Qian. Without hesitation, Yi Qian looked at Han Fei's hut. The venerable level battle has begun. Hua! The arrays were all removed, and Han Fei appeared in front of them with a smile. He said casually, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Han Fei said, "No one is allowed to leave the island without my order. Let me go to hunt 2 venerables first and return to repair your foundations." Hearing this, Wang Yi was anxious. He had seen Han Fei's strength. He could slaughter a half-king. However, he was only an intermediate venerable on the surface. Therefore, everyone was confident that Han Fei could hunt 2 venerables. After all, they had all seen Han Fei fight. Wang He looked around and thought to himself, someone should have proposed to go with him, right? Sure enough, just as Wang He was about to speak, someone said, "Marshal Han, shall we go with you?" Wang He's heart stirred and he echoed, "Marshal Han, there are too few venerables in the front line." This has always been a sore point in the Immortal City. Every time the venerables fight, the sea demons measure the strength of our side. We should go together to boost the morale of the Immortal City. After Wang He finished speaking, even Yi Qian looked at Han Fei. What Wang He said was right. The Black Blood City hadn't attacked the Immortal City yet. Just because of the pressure of the Demon Beast Union. Over the years, however, the number of venerables at the front line of the Immortal City had gradually decreased, which had already attracted the attention of the Black Blood City. However, Han Fei sneered. "Have you forgotten my grand plan to kill venerables? Even if a war breaks out, you are still a special force. Everyone Stay on the fiery stone island. No one shall leave the island without my permission. Wang, he still wanted to speak. However, Han Fei said in a low voice, after I make the decision, no one shall defy my order. Han Fei glanced at Wang He and the other venerables, and they were a bit terrified by his momentum. Yes, Han Fei had been healing people and recovering his spiritual power these days. They had almost forgotten Han Fei's personality. Wang He sighed inwardly. It was a pity that there would be venerables from the Black Blood City to be killed. It seemed that he had to take some action. He couldn't be so passive all the time. However, Han Fei was too strong and didn't give him a chance. Midway, Yi Qian asked, you know that your existence can't be kept a secret. There are even undercover agents trying to inform others. In the past few days, many undercover agents wanted to go to the battlefield, but they were not picked. If we keep pressuring them, it may alarm them. Han Fei grinned and said, as soon as I appear, the Black Evil Conch King will definitely be alarmed and the battle line of the Immortal City will immediately be under pressure. Of course, the news of my arrival must be released. However, when will it be released? Who will release it? It shall be up to me. Because the journey was very short, Han Fei and Yi Qian had reached the fourth island before they had the time to talk much. At this moment, outside the battle line, a sea demon venerable was clamoring. What's the matter? You haven't fought a venerable for such a long time. Do you think our Black Blood City has forgotten your existence? Does anyone dare to come out and fight us? A sea demon venerable set up an array and said coldly, if no one comes on in 100 seconds, I'll pick someone to fight. You can choose not to fight. As long as the Immortal City dares to accept a battle, I'll satisfy you. Among Ganfeng's subordinates, someone shouted, Humph. Don't forget that we almost killed a venerable on your side in the last battle. It's only been a month, but you're already so arrogant. Watch us kill another venerable of yours. Someone shouted, let me fight him. Boss gone, I'll fight him. I've reached a bottleneck recently. Maybe I can take the chance to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Let me. The human venerables all looked back and were surprised to see Han Fei. Who in the Immortal City didn't know Han Fei now? The explorers who had their foundation repaired by Han Fei had already begun to spread the news about Han Fei. He repaired the foundation damage of 30,000 people in 3 days. He was the first spirit gatherer in the history of this cage to be so terrifying. Besides, it was truly horrifying that Han Fei blew up Chen Xiang with 2 punches. Therefore, when Han Fei spoke, all the venerables fell silent. And these people all knew that today, at least a venerable would die. However, they still couldn't understand why Han Fei claimed that he would kill 10 venerables within a year. Even if you are strong enough, you don't have to speak it out loud to everyone. If you keep low profile, maybe it is possible for you to kill 10 venerables within 100 years. But now, how could the other party's spies not know that? In fact, they had no idea what Han Fei's real purpose was. There were 3 reasons why Han Fei came to the Immortal City. Firstly, to harvest a group of venerables. Secondly, to check the Forbidden Island. And thirdly, to sneak into the Black Blood City. At this moment, Han Fei was trying to realize his first plan. With a swish, Han Fei appeared in front of the battlefield. Han Fei walked forward step by step. Perhaps you don't know me, but I'll Fight the venerable level battle today. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In front of everyone, Han Fei walked out confidently. The realm of an intermediate venerable didn't arouse any suspicion. Han Fei's original realm was only so high. If he forcibly increased it, there was a chance that he could reach the peak of the intermediate venerable. However, then he would definitely be stuck in this realm for decades, which wasn't worth it. Seeing Han Fei coming up, the sea demons were a little puzzled too. After all, they had fought the immortal city for tens of thousands of years. If there was a new venerables in the immortal city, he should have shown up at the front line before. Han Fei was not a junior venerable, and they had never met him before. Therefore, many sea demons felt it was strange. If Han Fei was a junior venerable, the sea demons might not take it seriously. It meant that he had just become a venerable and was on the front line for the first time. Generally speaking, this kind of situation often happened in long history. After all, new venerables appeared from time to time. However, Han Fei was an intermediate venerable, which made them puzzled. Why? Was there an unknown intermediate venerable in the human race? Where was he from? Why hadn't the undercover agent reported him? At this moment, Han Fei's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many sea demons. A sea demon venerable shouted, "Hey! A newcomer? Who are you? I don't remember seeing you in the immortal city before." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the person who spoke. "You underestimate the immortal city. Besides, who the **ck are you? Why do you have to know me? A *shoal. You're looking for death." Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "All these years, I haven't seen your black blood city get anything from the immortal city. You say I'm looking for death? Do you dare to fight me? Why not? Wait." Just as the sea demon was about to come up, a half-king suddenly said from the sea demon camp. This person sneered, "Young people should be tempered well. This newcomer hasn't reached the peak of the intermediate level yet, so I don't think he can understand the power of the peak. You Hai, go fight him." Among the half-king's subordinates, a very sturdy half-merman with 3 protrusions on his head stood up with 2 big spears in his hand. Yu Hai, this name sounded quite domineering. At this time, Yu Hai bared his 4 fangs and snapped, "Human, admit defeat now. It's not too late for you to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you can't go back." Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he looked back at Ganfeng. He seemed to be asking for Ganfeng's opinion. Ganfeng certainly knew what Han Fei meant. He nodded at Han Fei in front of everybody. Han Fei smiled and then turned his head. "How can I disgrace our human race? Let's fight." At this moment, what the sea demons didn't know was that at this moment, the 3 half-kings in the immortal city were watching here closely. Except for Han Fei's subordinates, only the venerables knew that Han Fei had defeated Chen Xiang. At this moment, Han Fei's subordinates were all on Firestone Island. Then, if something unexpected happened, it meant that there was a traitor in the venerable realm. In fact, Han Fei was confident of identifying the traitors in the venerable realm. However, he didn't want to check the venerables one by one. Obviously, it wasn't realistic. After all, what was a venerable? Did they have nothing to do? Why did they have to come all the way to meet a newcomer? Therefore, Han Fei didn't plan to meet all the venerables one by one. That would be unrealistic. In fact, doing so might alert the enemy. Although there were many sea demon undercover agents among the explorers, it was much harder for these people to leak information than venerables. As long as they were not allowed to go to the battlefield, they couldn't spread any information unless they were desperate. At this moment, Han Fei was not worried that there would be a problem in this battle. Earlier, Han Fei had met Gan Feng after treating the wounded. The two had reached an agreement on undercover agents. Gan Feng had communicated with Han Fei with the information he had. Then, at the moment when Han Fei entered the arena, the battle arrows were on the bow. Both parties were about to fight. Suddenly, on the human side, a half-venerable powerhouse suddenly jumped up and roared, "This person is the strongest spirit gatherer of human beings. He saved." Bang! Before the man finished speaking, a big hand had already grabbed him. With a bang, the surrounding sounds were quickly isolated. A half-venerable was undercover, sacrificing himself to expose Han Fei's identity. Buzz! Gan Feng's face suddenly changed as he looked around, frightening countless people. Someone secretly cursed. F***ck, why is there an undercover agent among the half-venerables? Someone was shocked. Zhou Yu is my good friend. How did he become an undercover agent? I'm screwed. This time I'll definitely be investigated. The crowd fell into silence. At this moment, even if another half-venerable wanted to shout, he would probably be crushed by the half-king before he could open his mouth. On the sea demon's side, the half-king sat on the throne of waves and looked coldly at the field. The strongest spirit gatherer of human beings? So that's why. No wonder this person has never appeared, because this kind of person doesn't need to show up at all. However, the half-king was slightly puzzled. The strongest spirit gatherer was only a spirit gatherer. Why would a spirit gatherer come to the battlefield to fight? Although he couldn't tell what was different about Han Fei. However, the half-merman king still reminded Yuao Hai. Yuao Hai, don't hold back. Try your best. Han Fei's expression turned ugly, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Although he didn't plan to hide his identity for long, Gan Feng's move was indeed very smart. Hearing the half-king's order, Yuao Hai immediately roared and jumped up. Lightning fell from the sky and was injected into two big spears, which stabbed at Han Fei. Among the humans, at the moment when Yuao Hai jumped up, a venerable reminded Han Fei, be careful. That's a lightning spear. It will turn into lightning. However, Han Fei didn't move. Since he would fight in the identity of a spirit gatherer, he certainly had to put on a full show. Han Fei raised his hand, and an array more than 10 meters was instantly condensed below his feet. An old turtle lay on the ground, vivid and lifelike. Swish. Clang. 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 In an instant, tens of millions of lightning spears struck Han Fei's coiled turtle array. However, when this array was about to be shattered, Han Fei stomped and another coiled turtle array appeared. Hiss. Among the humans, a spirit gatherer shouted, "Damn, is the coiled turtle array so powerful?" A venerable who was both a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior was dumbfounded. Did I take the wrong path? Yuao Hai saw that Han Fei's shield armor was extremely strong and his infinite thunder failed to penetrate it. He roared and the two spears appeared in his hands again. This time, he stood in the air. At the next moment, furious waves surged. In the sea, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. It was Yuao Hai's companion spirit. Thunder Art. The black shadow opened its mouth and a thick bolt of lightning shot out. However, the lightning wasn't directed at Han Fei, but at Yuao Hai. Yuao Hai was hit, but in the thousands of meters of seawater, he turned into a water giant hundreds of meters high, and his double spears hit the sky. At that moment, many humans were shocked. Someone said in shock, "Not good." Yuao Hai's blow, combined with his companion spirit power, has reached the advanced venerable realm. Someone roared, "Watch out!" Of course, most of the people who shouted were explorers, and the venerables just frowned. Although Yuao Hai's attack seemed ferocious. However, no matter how ferocious he was, could he be more ferocious than Chen Xiang? Even Chen Xiang was blown up by Han Fei's 2 blows. This Yuao Hai was nothing. In the distance, Chen Xiang came to watch the battle in person. At this moment, her face was as cold as ice, and she looked completely indifferent to the battle in front of her. Bam! 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 At that moment, Han Fei set up 3 coiled turtle arrays and put on spiritual armor. Ka ka ka. However, after the blow, faced with the rampage of infinite power, Han Fei's arrays only lasted for about 10 seconds before they were broken. At that moment, Han Fei was hit by the lightning pillar, and even the sea surface was blasted out of a deep pit with a range of more than 500 meters. Great! Good job! What the hell? A mere spirit gatherer dares to fight in the front line? Is there no one left in the human race? Seeing this, Yuao Hai grinned and charged forward with his spears. However, when Yuao Hai just stepped on the sea, all of a sudden, the half-king sat straight, only to see that a complicated array had appeared a kilometer away from Yuao Hai. Swish! Sizzle! At that moment, the infinite lightning turned into countless knife beams, wrapped in a golden light, and instantly raised a storm in the array. Puff, puff, puff. At that moment, Yuao Hai was instantly minced into a skeleton, with no flesh or blood left on his body. Oh. You know that I am a spirit gatherer, but you still dare to underestimate me? If you don't die, who will? Han Fei's voice echoed. At that moment, Han Fei rose from the water, enveloped by a holy light. The cracks all over his body were shrinking at a visible speed. After only 1 or 2 seconds, Han Fei's dilapidated body was as good as new. Han Fei smiled casually. You're good at using lightning, so die in lightning. The requirements for using this lightning deity slaying array are extremely harsh. You happen to have a lot of lightning power. Let me try it on you. The sea demon half-king had already jumped up and shouted, "This battle is over." However, Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and there seemed to be a lightning knife light drawn out of the void in the array. Boom! With a slash, Yuao Hai's bones were shattered. His soul had long been clasped by Han Fei's void lines. At this moment, Han Fei had already had a mouthful of soul power. When a red crack appeared in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and a rain of blood fell. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the sea demon, asking casually, "What did you say just now?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Every human venerable knew that Yuao Hai would die. In their opinion, Yuao Hai, an intermediate peak-level venerable, came to fight a half-king, so he certainly couldn't survive. And Han Fei was quite good at pretending. He pretended to be disabled. However, as the strongest spirit gatherer of the human race, Han Fei had his injuries recover in an instant, and no one could see any trace of injury on his body anymore. Roar! Sea demon thief, look, This is our human race's powerhouse. Haha. Are you dumbfounded? Do you know that our human race has such a powerful spirit gatherer? Hiss. When did our immortal city have such an expert? So this is the real strength of a spirit gatherer. He simply can't be killed. Amidst the noise behind, Han Fei absorbed a lot of ownerless souls. After his soul power was consumed again, he was only less than 5,000 points away from recovery. As long as he killed 4 more venerables, he should be able to make up for it. As for vitality, Han Fei had already replenished it. However, Han Fei planned to claim that he didn't have enough vitality when he went back this time. In this way, he could get some more spiritual fruits to heal tens of thousands of people more. The sea demon half-king didn't expect a spirit gatherer to be so powerful. Yu Aohai's physique was not weak. However, he couldn't even block a lightning blade. The problem was that Yu Aohai, who was extremely good at lightning combat, was killed by the lightning blade in the end. How could he not be shocked? At this moment, many people looked up at the sky, watching the blood rain. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. In the past decades, human beings hadn't killed any sea demon venerables. After all, the sea demons had always taken the upper hand over humans. On the human side, those who should fight had already fought. The venerables of the Black Blood City knew the combat power of the humans very well. At this moment, Han Fei appeared as a newcomer with countless means. When he faced Qin Xiang, he used pure combat skills, and everyone could feel the ferocious power from Han Fei. However, this time, Han Fei had completely used arrays to kill an intermediate peak-level venerable. Perhaps to the explorers, this battle wasn't easy for Han Fei. However, in the eyes of the human venerable, killing a venerable was as easy as taking a stroll in the park for Han Fei. Han Fei looked at the sea demon calmly, and his indifferent voice rang in the heavy blood rain. Look, the immortal city is actually not that weak, and the Black Blood City is not that strong. You haven't seen a spirit gatherer fight before, but now I've shown you what I'm capable of. I'll let you know, you are all trash. While speaking, Han Fei waved his hand, and the surging tide collapsed, and the sea gradually returned to peace. At that moment, Han Fei stood alone in the middle of the raging sea. He seemed to form a battle line alone, looking extremely awe-inspiring. Qin Xiang looked at Han Fei and had a strange thought. Yes, up to this moment, she still didn't think Han Fei was a marshal. As a marshal, he could see the overall situation and devise a comprehensive strategy. As a general, he commanded armies in all directions and was invincible. As a soldier, he would charge, fight, and conquer. It could be said that a soldier fought with strength, a general fought with leadership skills, and a marshal fought with his wit. As for Han Fei, he didn't have any of the three. Hiss. Qin Xiang suddenly thought, I heard from the immortal city that Han Fei believes himself to be a human king. What if this is true? The idea flashed in Qin Xiang's head, but she didn't think further. At this moment, Han Fei was still standing in the sea, looking straight at the sea demon half-king. I'm not leaving. Intermediate venerables, come up. No matter who challenges me, I'll accept the challenge. Han Fei put his hands behind his back and held his head high. After a pause, Han Fei grinned. Do you want to kill me? Maybe you only have this one chance. If no one comes, I'll leave. Many sea demon venerables frowned. This person was too weird. Yu Aohai had only attacked for a short while, but he had been killed by a single slash. More importantly, this person's array skills were unparalleled and could even heal him. Only someone with extremely strong explosive power could blow him up. In one round. Han Fei waited for another 3 seconds, glanced at the sea demons, and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash wants to attack us humans. Stop." All of a sudden, the void was torn apart, and a long-haired young man in heavy armor crawled out of the void. Yes, crawling out. There were 8 tentacles on the lower half of the man's body, which looked like spider legs, but had thick crab shell-like armor on them. The upper half of the man's body was humanoid, covered with armor that could be used as a shield. Hiss. Upon seeing this person, the countless explorers on the human side all gasped. It's a crab-eating demon. He's a lunatic. Someone was angry. Damn it. Why is this thing out? He eats everything. Anyone who is defeated by him is eaten by him. An undead shouted, "Slaughter him." A human venerable deliberately said via voice transmission, "Shall we stop here today? This person has a special identity and has the bloodline of the ancient king crab. His defense power is astonishing, and his great Tao." Buzz. The sea demon shook the void and shattered the sound coming from behind the humans. He said coldly, "Do you think it's too late to say these?" The crab-eating demon sneered. "Human spirit gatherer? I heard that you accept the challenge of any intermediate venerables?" Han Fei shrugged slightly. Yes. The crab-eating demon's claws pricked the void and approached Han Fei. Because his claws were too fast, every time he moved his claws, flames would be produced in the air as if he were walking on fire. Han Fei raised his hand, and a spiritual energy storm formed above his body. Han Fei said, "A crab. You must taste good." Humph. As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw thousands of stings stabbing out of thin air. Clank, clank, clank. However, at the moment the stingers appeared, an armor shield appeared on Han Fei's body, and the 6 spirit armor, with Tao patterns, appeared out of nowhere. Boom. On the surface of the sea, he saw a series of arrays. In a second, dozens of arrays appeared at a dazzling speed. Coiled turtle array, soul controlling array, spirit gathering array, 6. Spirit armor. There were also some incomprehensible lines that were swimming in the sea. No one knew what their effects were. With his hands behind his back, Han Fei said with a casual smile, "I'm told that you're very strong. I'd like to see how strong a crab can be." Humph. The speed of the crab-eating demon was so fast that even its body disappeared. As it spun around Han Fei, 2 bodies appeared. Han Fei sensed it and found that it was a bit like the twin divine technique. One was the original body, and the other was the shadow, but in terms of strength, the two didn't seem to be weakened. Han Fei immediately realized that it was the special ability of this person that allowed him to have 2 bodies. This was a bit similar to Zhang Xuanyu's tertiary body. However, neither of them was as powerful as his twin divine technique. If he used the twin divine technique, he could easily bite this crab-eating demon to death. Han Fei stomped, and a gigantic turtle 100 meters long lay across the sea. The turtle roared and set up a mysterious array. Han Fei said casually, "I don't know who gave you the courage to think that you can compete with me. Heh. Arrogant human, you are indeed unparalleled in arrays. However, there are thousands of great Daos in this world. How many great Daos can your arrays break? You want to break all laws with one technique? Humph. I don't believe it. Buzz. The shadow-eating crab demon turned into a shadow, ignored the array, and directly grabbed Han Fei's shadow. At the moment the shadow passed through the array, Han Fei frowned slightly, took out the embroidery needle, and made a gesture to attack. However, Han Fei never expected that the shadow could fight his soul without touching his body. The venerables on the sea demon's side all smiled when they saw Han Fei's shadow being clasped. This time, Han Fei was dead meat. Crab-eating demon's great Tao, shadow-eating. Even if Han Fei knew it, he would be caught unknowingly, let alone he didn't know it. The next moment, Han Fei stopped moving. The crab-eating demon chuckled. Look, I'm right, right? You have to pay for your ignorance. The crab-eating demon's 10 blades rotated and drilled through Han Fei's great coiled turtle array. After all, this was meant to block the defense array of an intermediate peak-level venerable. As long as the attack power was strong enough, the array would be broken sooner or later. When the 10 conical crab claws were only 10 meters away from Han Fei, Han Fei suddenly stabbed forward. Bang! A round hole was blasted out of the crab-eating demon's body, and a large blue soul was blasted out by Han Fei. What a pity! Boom! In the sky, another red crack appeared, and the rain of blood spread. The crab-eating demon was still excited before he was killed by Han Fei's knock on the heavenly gate. He was probably the most unfortunate guy who had died in the Black Blood City. So far, he had thought that the enemy would die under his hands in the next second. However, it turned out to be the opposite. Han Fei grabbed the crab demon's corpse and the sun moon shell, threw them into Forge the Universe, and said casually, King Crab? It should taste good. Everyone. The smile on the sea demon's face suddenly froze, and he stepped to the edge of the battlefield. Who are you? Han Fei glanced at him indifferently and suddenly grinned. Oh. I want to challenge someone above my level. Do you see demons dare to fight me? The half-king suddenly thought of something. A few years ago, something happened in the Demon-Beast Union. A person named Demon Bull killed 7 venerables in 3 battles, which greatly frustrated the Black Blood City. Today, he suddenly felt something. The sea demon half-king roared, Who are you exactly? At this moment, Han Fei knew that he couldn't fight on. If the Black Blood City was still tricked at this time, they must be idiots. Han Fei raised his head slightly. My name is Han Fei. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Since he was sure that the half-king of the sea demons would no longer send someone to fight him, Han Fei said his real name without hesitation. Han Fei had considered using the Deathbone Sun to disguise himself as an undead, which would be easier for him to trick and kill enemies. However, he didn't know the fighting style of the undead creatures, and he had never pretended to be one before, so it would be easy for him to expose his true identity. Besides, no matter how good his acting was, with his strength, he could at most kill one more person, and then the other party would realize who he really was. Now, telling the other party's name was far more shocking than him pretending to be an undead creature. Others might not know it, but since this person was a half-king of the Black Blood City, he should know the Black Blood City's plan to invade the Yin-Yang world. Then he should know who he was. Sure enough, when the sea demon heard Han Fei's name, his pupils constricted slightly. It's you? You came to the cage? Han Fei put his hands behind his back and said leisurely, Whoever offends the human world shall be executed. Tell the black evil conch king that I'm here. I killed 2 venerables today to say hello to him. When my army arrives, I'll knead his head. Arrogant. Shoal, how dare you insult our king? Humans are asking to be killed. The immortal city is tired of living. Are they ready to start a full-scale war with the Black Blood City? The sea demon half-king raised his arm and took a deep look at Han Fei. I'll send your words to our king. However, the cage is different from the outside. I'd like to see how the immortal city's strength can support your arrogance. Retreat. With an order from the half-king, all the sea demons retreated like a tide. Receding. After all, the Black Blood City declared war on humans in the Yin-Yang world. And ended in complete defeat. Many people hadn't been to the Yin-Yang world. Their knowledge of the human beings in the Yin-Yang world was limited to what the Black Evil Conch King had revealed, as well as what Chao Xian told them. Now, Han Fei appeared in the Immortal City. Did it mean that the Immortal City might have found a way to the outside world? If that was the case, how many foreign venerables were there in the Immortal City? This was unknown. On the other side, Han Fei killed 2 venerables in a row. Besides, both venerables killed were peak-level intermediate venerables and weren't weak. At this time, in the Immortal City, the venerables also knew that if there was something wrong with Han Fei, the Black Blood City didn't need to sacrifice 2 strong masters to bewilder them. Besides, judging from Han Fei's style of doing things today, the more casual he looked, the more easily he killed the enemies, the more powerful he seemed to be. In the end, Han Fei publicly challenged the Black Evil Conch King, and his calmness made the scalps of countless people behind him tingle. Many venerables even spoke to the 3 half-kings telepathically. Is it really appropriate for him to challenge the Black Evil Conch King like this? Someone said with a solemn expression, this person is very unconventional. We admit that he is extremely strong and talented in all aspects. However, he can only fight half-kings or below now, right? Someone nodded in agreement. The Black Evil Conch King is a fake king. There are still many half-kings in the Black Blood Royal City. If all of them come out, how can Immortal City resist them? Even the other 2 half-kings were lost in thought. Judging from their tone and their reaction after hearing Han Fei's name, they could probably feel the huge conflict between Han Fei and the Black Blood City. However, just as the other venerables suspected, the strength of the Immortal City was not just a little bit weaker than that of the Black Blood City. Now, Han Fei had only killed 2 venerables, and he already dared to challenge the Black Evil Conch King? What trump cards did he have? After Han Fei finished the 2 battles, a heated discussion broke out on the human battlefield. Some people said that we should come on strong, some people said that Han Fei couldn't see the situation clearly, and some people were asking, what should we do next? Han Fei looked back at Gan Feng and the others and said lightly, do you think I'm too aggressive? Your strength has been drained away by the other party, seriously injuring one of your venerables every few years. Before long, there will only be undead creatures left in the Immortal City, or the Immortal City will be conquered by sea demons. You are good at defense, which is understandable. But I am good at attacking, so I need your cooperation. A half-king spoke telepathically, do you mean that we shall defend you if you attract the attack of Black Evil Conch King? Or, can you already resist the Black Evil Conch King yourself? Han Fei grinned. If the Black Evil Conch King comes, I'll kill 10 more venerables. Han Fei's lips curled, and he tore the void and went straight to Fiery Stone Island. On the Fiery Stone Island, 2 red cracks appeared in the sky, which everyone saw clearly. A rain of blood fell on the island, making them swallow hard. They knew that Han Fei was going to kill Venerables. However, who the hell knew that the Venerables would be killed so quickly? Soon after Han Fei left, a Venerable died. After the first Venerable died, another Venerable died less than half an hour later. Such a speed of killing made the explorers on the Firestone Island feel a sense of hope. It seemed that it had been a long time since human beings were so aggressive. The people in the Immortal City weren't angry because Han Fei provoked the Black Evil Conch King because they thought that the Black Evil Conch King might not come. If the Black Evil Conch King was really capable of destroying the Immortal City, he would have come long ago. On the human side, since they had been hiding in this cage until now, they naturally had some ways to deal with the Black Evil Conch King. Therefore, after Han Fei killed the 2 sea demon Venerables, most people chose to believe Han Fei and waited to see what Han Fei would do. There was no doubt about Han Fei's identity now. However, now that his strength had been exposed, how could he kill 10 more sea demon Venerables? At this moment, many people on the Fiery Stone Island were cultivating, recovering, and sparring. However, after the first Venerable died, these people all looked up at the sky. The Venerables gathered in groups. Long Shi and the others stood together with complicated feelings. They were the first group of people to follow Han Fei. At that time, who could have known that Han Fei was so strong? Qingyu looked at Long Shi and couldn't help asking, Long Shi, do you know where Marshal Han sent Hua Meng? Why hasn't he come back yet? Long Shi shook her head slightly. I don't know. Nobody knows what this Marshal Han is thinking. Hua Meng must have something important to do. On the other side, Lu Yuntian looked at this scene with complicated feelings. His frown never relaxed. Old Lu Yuntian was sitting on a big tree in a daze when he saw Wang He come to his side. At this moment, Lu Yuntian was wondering who the undercover agents were. Of course, he must not show it on the surface. He asked, coldly, what's up? Wang He said with a smile, I just came to visit you. That Marshal Han is indeed arrogant. But now it seems that he is indeed strong. In a short period of time, he killed 2 Venerables in a row. Who else can do that? Lu Yuntian's heart did a flip. His first reaction was that Wang He was an undercover agent? Lu Yuntian immediately thought about Wang He. In the history of the human race, only 1/3 of the Venerables had never killed a sea demon Venerable. The human Venerables would either die with the sea demons, kill them, or be killed by them. Only 1/3 of them were heavily wounded by the sea demons. Although Wang He had never killed a sea demon Venerable, he had seriously injured sea demon Venerables 3 times. Therefore, he didn't seem to be an undercover agent. Besides, Wang He wasn't born into a good family. He was just born from an ordinary family. He worked really hard to get where he was today. Huh? Wait. Lu Yuntian suddenly remembered that more than 600 years ago, a super war broke out between the Immortal City and the Black Blood City. At that time, there were as many as 50 Venerables who participated in the battle. After that battle, Wang He seemed to have been rescued from the battlefield. When he was rescued, he almost lost the power of blood rebirth. Since then, Wang He rarely participated in the battle. In the 400 or 500 years, he only participated in less than 10 battles before he was seriously injured again. Humph. Thinking about that, Lu Yuntian snorted. This person is strong. This should be his personality. Wang He shook his head and said, no, look at Long Shi and the other junior venerables. Now they are leading soldiers, but what about you, a high-level venerable? He is obviously, deliberately suppressing you and ostracizing you. However, I guess Han Fei wants to subdue you and make you surrender to him. After all, no matter how strong he is still inferior to you in the realm. Lu Yuntian looked at Wang He. What do you want to say? Wang He said with a smile, Old Lu, my foundation has recovered, and my strength is already at the peak of an intermediate venerable. I can't bear that Long Shi and the other junior venerables suppress you. To be honest, I want to leave. I don't want to be under this person's leadership. Oh? Why? Lu Yuntian couldn't help but look at Wang He in surprise, showing a trace of interest. Wang He saw it and thought to himself, no matter what Lu Yuntian said on the surface, he still resented Han Fei in his heart. After all, Han Fei had disrespected Lu Yuntian many times. A venerable certainly had his pride. Wang He said, Han Fei claimed that he could heal us and asked the immortal city to give us to him as his subordinates. Although he can indeed heal our foundation damage, he also controls about 20% of the power of the entire immortal city. What does this mean? He has only been in the immortal city for a few days, but he has already mastered such a huge power. What is he going to do? Lu Yuntian pretended to be puzzled. He is a commander in the first place. If he wants to fight a war, he should have his soldiers. Is there a problem? Wang He shook his head. No. This person is too domineering and acts too fast. He said that he would slaughter 10 sea demon venerables. Up to now, he has already killed 2. Do you think he is going to slaughter these venerables alone? Then why does he need us? Lu Yuntian asked, do you mean that he is going to use me next? Wang He nodded. Yes, and use you in an extremely dangerous way. This person is too arrogant, but he doesn't know the immortal city so well. I am afraid that something will happen to him. Therefore, I don't want to be under his command. I think you don't want to live under someone else's roof either. Right? Lu Yuntian was silent for a moment and was about to speak, when the air above the Firestone Island trembled, and Han Fei had walked out of the crack. Immediately, Wang He patted Lu Yuntian's chest. Old Lu, let's go and welcome Marshal Han. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The moment Han Fei appeared on the island, he perceived the entire Firestone Island and found that no one was missing. When he saw Lu Yuntian and Wang He together, he just scanned them with his perception, which didn't stop at all. The old turtle said, You've already exposed yourself. Why do you still keep this undercover agent? This strong master possessed the real Wang He's body. If you're not careful, it ruin your plan. Han Fei grinned. Old Yuan, don't worry. He's just a mere undercover agent. And he can be very useful. In the past few days, everyone had figured out Han Fei's way. During the period of war, when Han Fei issued orders as a commander, they must not go against his will. Seeing that everyone was here, Han Fei said, all half-venerables, peak level explorers, and advanced explorers, come forward. I'll hunt 2 venerables, and replenish my vitality. Today, I'll cure you. Now, Han Fei had only led them for a few days. Although they were very Convinced by Han Fei, they couldn't bring themselves to say some fine words. Like Marshal Han was invincible and brave. After all, this was also related to the situation of these people. In a cage, the human beings were facing a severe survival crisis. People who lived on the edge of life and death usually didn't suck up to their leaders. When they heard that Han Fei had indeed hunted two venerables, many people gasped. There were also people who hoped that Han Fei could cure them as soon as possible so that they could restore to their peak state and go to the battlefield early. Heaven enlightenment. Countless pillars of light descended from the sky. The noises on the fiery stone island attracted the attention of all the half-kings. Without anyone knowing, there was a desolate tomb appearing on the Forbidden Islands, and jade girls looking up. Phew. This time, Han Fei had consumed more than 3,300 years of vitality. And he had to double the effect of the heavenly awakening technique to reduce the consumption to more than 3,000 years of vitality. Otherwise, the vitality consumed would reach nearly 8,000 years. Han Fei remained calm on the surface. He said, those who have recovered to their peak state are divided into 24 teams on average. Each of the venerables will lead one team. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. During this period, no one is allowed to leave the island. Han Fei had been keeping these people in check, not because he wanted to hide any trump cards. The reason was that it was unnecessary. After all, the battlefield at the front line was not big and could barely accommodate thousands or 800 explorers, let alone more than 300,000 people. Therefore, since they were useless on the battlefield, they might as well not go there. As for Han Fei's so-called seclusion, he hid in his mansion, set up an array, and left the F in his black mist body. A moment later, Han Fei stood outside the Forbidden Island where the gale raged alone for a moment. On other islands, people had lived for many years and they had long been sealed and transformed into safe places. But on the Forbidden Island, everything looked weird. In this cage, when chaotic energy swept towards the island, it would be swallowed by the frequent void cracks. This caused the whistling gales on the island to be not strong. This unique space feature gave certain living space to the animals on the island. Before stepping on this island, Han Fei grabbed the 9-palace luck ruler. Buzz. The scale of the 9-palace luck ruler moved quickly and finally fell on the flat. This meant that this trip seemed unremarkable and fruitless. He might not even encounter any danger that others mentioned. Han Fei didn't know if it was because he had already been to the Forbidden Island once. Immediately, Han Fei pointed his finger, and a wisp of chaotic chi fell on the 9-palace luck ruler. The scale of the luck ruler moved slightly. Auspicious. Han Fei's lips curled. This was why he was confident. With the 9-palace luck ruler, as long as he had chaotic chi, he could turn the dangerous situation into a safe one. He still remembered the last time he entered the Forbidden Island, which was extremely dangerous. Especially when he went to find the dragon origin energy. He was almost killed. Since it was auspicious, he was relieved. At this time, Han Fei extended his hand and pointed again, and another wisp of chaotic chi fell on the 9-palace luck ruler. The scale of the 9-palace luck ruler moved slightly again, but it was still a bit far away from greatly auspicious. Huh. Does it need 2 wisps? Han Fei's face immediately turned green. He had already consumed 2 wisps of chaotic chi. This was the result of half a year of hard work. If the density of the power of the great Tao wasn't high, He would have to spend 10 times more time. This meant that it would have taken him 5 years to change his luck this time. However, he had already used the 9 palace luck ruler and 2 wisps of chaotic chi. He couldn't give up now, could he? Swish. Another wisp of chaotic energy fell on the 9 palace luck ruler. However, the 9 palace luck ruler only touched the mark of greatly auspicious and then fell back. The old turtle said, "Don't panic. This shows that it's difficult for you to reach the greatly auspicious level on this island. Of course, it's also possible that your goal is not easy to achieve. However, you have a lot of chaotic chi. Just use it." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What do you mean I have a lot of chaotic chi? Use 4 wisps at a time?" Generally speaking, it was a problem for people below the advanced venerable realm to have a total of 4 wisps of chaotic chi. Only a spendthrift like him dared to use it like this. Han Fei gritted his teeth and threw out another wisp of chaotic chi. Finally, the ruler fell on the greatly auspicious mark. Huff. Han Fei took a long breath in relief and was about to board the island, when the old turtle said, "Are you going to see the monster in the graveyard?" Han Fei nodded. Yes. The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Think it through. This ruler should just change your luck for a moment. However, that guy shouldn't be simple. How can such a huge island disappear into thin air and appear in the outside world? When you came in, the gap was so small and you had to come in with difficulty. Have you considered how this island got out?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. What the old turtle said made sense. How could such a huge forbidden island just fly out? Did the wall of death not exist? Han Fei suddenly exclaimed, F***ck. Old Yuan, do you think the wall of death is related to that person? The old turtle shook his head. I can't be sure. Who knows? However, I think it probably has something to do with him. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What if it was he who set up the seal and didn't let humans go out? He might be the person who set the seal back. Then, why did he set up this seal? Was it to prevent people from other heavenly palaces from entering? However, on second thought, Han Fei remembered that Chen Huangdian had been here too. Also, the unknown powerhouses who were looking for Xia Xiaochan had come too. Not all of them were kings. Even Queen Life didn't dare to step into this place easily. Why could those people come in? Han Fei felt that there must be something else. Han Fei and the old turtle suddenly said in unison, for sealing something. Slap. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and immediately said, yes. That's right. It must be for sealing something. Otherwise, the existence of this seal is not so significant. Even if it is to block the enemy, there is no need to confine humans and beasts here. If that person can create such a huge seal, it should be easy to destroy sea demons. The old turtle asked, don't you have the vast ocean navigator? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and then he sneered. Old Yuan, you want me to die, don't you? Even an ancient powerhouse has to pay such a high price to seal that thing here. Do you think I can beat it? The old turtle said, you have the vast ocean navigator and 9 palace luck ruler. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He knew what the old turtle meant. The vast ocean navigator could find things, and the 9 palace luck ruler could change luck. When the two were combined, he could find secrets and avoid danger. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. Old Yuan, what do you think of this island? The old turtle said, I think that if I have something to suppress, this island must be a place for consideration. Han Fei swallowed and took a breath. I just changed my luck. It'll be auspicious for me on this trip. Then, Han Fei activated his twin divine technique, and his white mist body stepped onto the island. Because it was too fast, several spatial cracks cut Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't care. He immediately activated the vast ocean navigator. When the vast ocean navigator pointed to the northwest, Han Fei cursed. The northwest was where the deserted tomb grassland was. It seemed that the deserted tomb didn't just exist because of the war between the ancient humans and the dragon race. There were clearly other secrets there. Han Fei murmured to himself, it'll be greatly auspicious this time. Nothing will happen to me. With this in mind, Han Fei went in the direction of the grassland again. This time, Han Fei was different from before. Now he was already a venerable. No creatures dared to approach him when he released his suppressing pressure. Because there were too many space cracks, Han Fei didn't walk very fast. It took him half a day to arrive. When approaching the deserted tomb, Han Fei coughed. With a thought from him, an enormous king crab 500 or 600 meters long lay next to Han Fei. It was the corpse of the crab-eating demon. Han Fei dragged the crab corpse into the grassland and shouted as soon as he came in, Senior, Han Fei from the human race has brought you food. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei had been to this grassland once, this time he came with the 9-palace luck ruler. However, after sensing this land with chaotic heavenly secrets, Han Fei was still a little scared. Han Fei said, Senior, I'm Han Fei. I said last time that I would find you food, but when I came back, you were gone. Who am I, Han Fei? I said I would bring you food, so I must. Look at the king crab, it's good stuff. It can detoxify, nourish the marrow, and nurture blood. The crab-eating demon would have never thought that it would end up like this. Being dragged and presented as a gift for eating. Han Fei walked only 100 kilometers in. Suddenly, Han Fei looked back and found that the boundary of the grassland was gone, and his space had changed. When Han Fei looked back again, he found a deserted tomb 100 meters away. Hiss. Han Fei was speechless. *CK, why do you have to be so elusive? Can't you be normal? Han Fei was all smiles as he dragged the crab to the graveyard. While walking, he said, Senior, you may not believe it, but I paid a huge price to hunt this crab. Look at the king crab, which is at the peak of the intermediate venerable level. Its meat is superb. Pa. Pa. Han Fei patted the king crab's claw and said, this claw is full of meat. It's fat. Huh? Han Fei walked a few steps and found that he was not even half a meter away from the graveyard. He immediately realized that this was the deserted tomb style, so he turned his head elsewhere. Then he suddenly turned his head back. Shoot. Han Fei subconsciously took a step back, because the grave was 3 meters away from him and the entrance was wide open. *CK, isn't this creepy? I wouldn't have been so surprised if 2 butterflies flew out of it. Phew. Han Fei closed his eyes and opened them again, only to see nothing but darkness. Unlike last time when he fell into the graveyard, he walked for quite a while before he saw the figure eating lotus roots. Eating the heavenly talent of the White Shell Royal City, Qing Xiling. This time, Han Fei opened his eyes and saw a figure standing 10 meters away. Next to the figure was a big crab more than 3 meters long. Han Fei looked back. There was no more king crab around him. Obviously, it had been taken away by the figure. When he came, he deliberately made the king crab so big. After all, whether it was bigger or smaller, the energy and meat effects it contained were the same. After it became smaller, it was just that the energy and meat effects stored in the unit size became better. Crunch. Han Fei saw that the figure was holding a crab leg in each hand, eating its shell and meat together. Han Fei thought to himself, "Don't you feel a toothache?" Of course, he didn't dare ask that question. However, this figure didn't look like how he ate Qing Xiling when he ate a lot in one bite. Now he just ate a small fist-sized piece of meat in one bite. This crab should be enough for this figure to eat for a period of time. Gulp. Han Fei pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Senior, I'm here too. Thank you. Last time, thanks to your guidance, I broke the blood pool, opened the dragon tomb, and absorbed the dragon origin energy, which somewhat avenged you." Crunch. Han Fei saw that the figure was chewing the crab leg while looking at him. He didn't know what was on his mind. Han Fei said, "Senior, I'm here to share 2 pieces of good news with you. There are still 300 of this kind of crabs outside, half of which are even more delicious. It's said that the strongest one is only at the level of a half king. Are you interested?" Crunch. 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 The figure continued to bite the crab leg, but this time it was much faster. Was he attracted by the number of sea demon venerables? The figure thought for a moment, and then giggled. Not interested. When the figure said this, Han Fei's eyes lit up. As long as this person opened his mouth, it meant that they could continue to chat. Han Fei began to think, what is this figure interested in? Of course, killing dragons. This person obviously had a grudge with the dragons. The last time they met, before he left, he asked Han Fei to dig the dragon tomb, which showed how deep the grudge was. Han Fei tested him out by mentioning half-kings just now, but the figure gave no response. Could it be, this big shot is a king? Han Fei made up his mind. He thought that it shouldn't be a problem to cut a claw from the dragon corpse. In Forge the Universe, right? Well, it was just a claw. When he returned the corpse to that dragon's soul, he would tell him that the claw was missing when he saw the corpse. Han Fei took out a bloody dragon claw from Forge the Universe. Buzz. This time, before Han Fei could speak, the figure had thrown away the crab leg and appeared in front of Han Fei in an instant. 2 big eyeballs were already staring at the dragon claw in Han Fei's hand. Giggle. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. This was the first time he saw the real face of this figure. At a close distance, Han Fei found that this person was very skinny and looked like a bag of skin and bones. His face was wrinkled like a mummy's, and his eyes were completely black, or, to be exact, totally dry. How could this thing be a human? Crack. The next moment, the figure opened his mouth, revealing a mouth full of sawtooth-like steel teeth, and bit at the dragon claw in Han Fei's hand. Crunch. F***CK. The moment the man bit the upper half of the dragon claw, Han Fei let it go, fearing that it would eat him too. Baji, Baji. Unlike eating the crab in the venerable realm, the figure chewed the dragon meat like chewing a gum. After chewing for a long time, he finally swallowed it down. Han Fei grinned and watched blood foam fall from the man's neck. This was originally a disgusting thing. However, Han Fei soon discovered that something was wrong. He discovered that the dry and wrinkled skin on the mummy's face was bulging. After half of the dragon claw was swallowed by the man, his skin that was even more wrinkled than a mummy's had recovered a lot, and he looked like a regular old man with a skinny body and wrinkled face. But at least, he looked like a human now. The corpse looked at him, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes had become rounder, but they were dark and unfathomable. Of course, Han Fei couldn't give all the complete dragon corpses to this guy. After all, this dragon corpse was still useful to him. He would exchange it with the dragon soul for a drop of azure dragon essence blood and a dragon transformation technique. Compared to giving the dragon corpse to this dry corpse to eat, Han Fei felt that it was better to exchange it for something. Han Fei quickly took out a bunch of sun moon shells and said, "Senior, let's talk nicely. I only have this section. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." However, Han Fei stuffed some dragon bones into one of the sun moon shells. He got all of this from the blood pool on the Forbidden Island. He still had a lot of them. He could just tell the corpse that the space in his sun moon shells was too limited to contain all the dragon bones. The mummy glanced at Han Fei's sun moon shells. Of course, he couldn't find anything good. There wasn't even an explorer-level sea demon in them. However, the mummy paused and immediately pointed at the sun moon shell that was stuffed with dragon bones. Bang! The sun moon shell exploded, and 2 dragon bones more than 80 meters long appeared in the dark cave. The mummy clasped its hands, and the dragon bones began to shrink at a visible speed. In the end, they became 2 bones only half a meter long. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine when he saw that the sun moon shell was blown up by a single finger. How could this mummy be so strong? If the sun moon shell was just a shell, it was naturally easy to break. However, the sun moon shell was not. It was a space and just appeared in the world in the form of a shell. You can break the void, but you can't shatter space. That was why the sea-swallowing seashell and the sun moon shell were still there even though the experts had all died in the battle. Han Fei explained, "Senior, this is the dragon bone I found under the blood pool. I thought that this dragon bone had been used for too long, or I would have given it to you immediately. Unfortunately, my storage space is limited, so I can only store 2 of them." The dry corpse chuckled and sniffed, and a red glow and great Tao energy were sucked into his body from the dragon bone. Immediately afterward, the 2 dragon bones turned into powder and disappeared. Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Isn't this F*King Chaos Chi? No, I don't know what the red light is, but the great Tao energy is clearly Chaos Chi." As for the mummy, it just sniffed and sucked back 2 wisps of chaotic chi. Han Fei was lost for words. He didn't know that he had been running around with a lot of chaotic chi. Han Fei wanted to complain to the old turtle, "I don't know, but don't you know? Or, have you been keeping it a secret from me?" Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. It seemed that he would have to study it more carefully after he looted high-end stuff. Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have forged the universe. Otherwise, my dragon bones would definitely be eaten up by this mummy." Giggle. Not bad. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei subconsciously licked his lips. This was much easier than to absorb the chaotic chi from spiritual energy. Only in a breath did the mummy absorb the power contained in the dragon bones. Han Fei's heart stirred. Senior, do you still need these dragon bones? Back then, I was too weak to bring out many dragon bones from that desolate area. However, now that I've reached the venerable realm and have a lot of sun moon shells, do you need more dragon bones, Senior? If you do, I'll take a look. Although it's an independent small world, there might be some remains left. I'll see if I can get more for you, okay? In the blink of an eye, the dry corpse had disappeared from his eyes. The crab claw that he had just thrown away had returned to his hand. Giggle. Okay. Han Fei frowned. This guy didn't even let go of dragon bones. It seemed that there were indeed great benefits inside the dragon bones. Han Fei felt that he could go back there to take a look. Back then, he left in a hurry because he escaped for life. So, what happened to that small world? He didn't know. Now that he had the vast ocean navigator, he could try to find the entrance to that small world again. Seeing that the mummy had agreed, Han Fei immediately said, well, Senior, then I'll go back to check it out. If there are any dragon bones left, I'll definitely get them for you. However, just as Han Fei was about to walk away, he saw the dry corpse blocking his way. Han Fei's lips cramped. Senior, do you have any other instructions? Giggle. The mummy said with difficulty, the dragon claw. Where did you get it? Han Fei calmed himself down and said with a straight face, Senior, to be honest, that dragon claw was cut off by me after the battle with a half-king dragon. I tried my best and used all my secret techniques, borrowing the power of a strong master, and managed to upgrade to the half-king level by a few minutes. In this way, I managed to escape from the dragon. I wanted to hunt that dragon for you, but my strength was limited and I was really no match for it. Alas. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The mummy chewed faster and faster. In just a few words, it had chewed a whole crab claw. Obviously, the story Han Fei made up attracted him. Giggle, where is the dragon? Han Fei's eyes lit up with resentment. Senior, it's just in the cage. I escaped into this cage because of this dragon, and it was the dragon who tore an opening for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enter here. After I came in, I was ambushed by a fake king named Black Evil Conch King. I had no choice but to go to the immortal city of humans. However, I suspect that the dragon is still in the cage, probably within the range of the Black Blood city, because it doesn't seem easy to get out of the cage. At this moment, Han Fei was almost lying with his eyes closed. Anyway, he could just plant everything on the Black Blood City. If the dragon ran away, don't blame me. I'm telling the truth. If it doesn't work out, I'll just take out some dragon blood and make up another story. Who can tell if I'm lying or not? Seeing that the mummy was chewing on crab claws again, Han Fei added, Oh, Senior, this dragon must be hiding within the range of the Black Blood City. I definitely have to help you find it. However, it may take a few years. After all, my strength is still limited and I can't beat it. When my strength improves again, I'll definitely hunt the dragon for you. Giggle. Dragon slaying technique. Teach you. Huh? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. F***ck, teach me? Oh my god. Sure enough, this trip was not in vain. As expected, the 4 wisps of chaotic chi were not wasted. The 9 palace luck ruler was really a treasure. Han Fei immediately straightened up and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. I'll definitely not let you down. I'll definitely learn this dragon slaying technique well and become a real dragon slayer in the future. Hey, Senior, is it that great technique you used to absorb the dragon bones just now? Gulp. Giggle. That's the dragon swallowing technique. Han Fei's mind was racing. He didn't see the dragon slaying technique, nor did he know if it was good or not. However, this dragon swallowing technique was definitely good stuff. It could absorb the chaotic chi as fast as smoking. The dry corpse approached Han Fei in the next moment, and his big, dry hand pressed on Han Fei's head. Han Fei felt that a large shadow was surging in his mind. Immediately afterward, an inexplicable great technique appeared in his mind. He took a closer look. Dragon slaying technique, see establishment realm. Introduction: this is a technique derived from the ancient dragon slaying technique, a dragon slaying technique handed down from the primeval era. It's incomplete after the vicissitudes of history. If you want to practice the dragon slaying technique, practice the mystic yellow scripture first. Deduced art? Deduction cost? Effect: use the sky and the earth as the blade. Shortcoming: practicing this technique consumes a lot of energy. You have to drink dragon blood and dragon energy to nurture your body. Gulp. Han Fei was shocked by what he saw. F***ck, what kind of joke was this? A super technique in the sky-opening realm? Han Fei thought to himself, I'm still in the venerable realm. And you gave me a technique in the sea establishment realm? Han Fei immediately knew that this dry corpse must be delirious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him a sea establishment level technique. Learning this was beyond his ability. Also, it was the dragon slaying technique. Also, if you want to practice the dragon slaying technique, you have to refine the mystic yellow scripture first. What's the mystic yellow scripture? If you want to give me something, please make sure I can use it, okay? You made me happy for nothing. If I can't use it, it's the same as not having any at all. Han Fei was about to speak, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to the grassland. The deserted tomb had disappeared. Han Fei was silent for a moment and walked out of the grassland with a determined look. There was no telling who he was putting on this show to. It was not until he left the grassland that Han Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. F***ck, I gave him my dragon claw for nothing. Why did he suddenly give me a technique that I can't even practice? At this moment, the old turtle suddenly asked, what's the dragon slaying art about? Han Fei said with a black face, humph, that's a great technique for sea establishers. I can't practice it now. Han Fei didn't tell the truth. He only said that it was in the sea establishment realm because he wanted to emphasize how extraordinary the mummy was. Han Fei suspected that he wasn't a king at all. He was very likely an emperor when he was alive. Otherwise, how could he have practiced the dragon slaying technique? As for the old turtle, he said in surprise, a sea establishment level technique. It seems that this person is indeed a king. Han Fei nodded. Yes, definitely a king. However, his thinking has long been messed up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me such a great technique. By the way, old Yuan, do you know the mystic yellow scripture? Mystic yellow scripture? After a brief stun, the old turtle said, well, I seem to remember that. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Do you know what combat skill this is? The old turtle said, "This is not a combat skill, but a cultivation technique. It seems to be a cultivation technique of the human race." It said that with it, one can produce the mystic yellow energy. However, it's definitely not the real mystic yellow energy. It might just be a shadow of mystic yellow energy. Hanfei asked, "Where can I get it?" The old turtle said, "How would I know? You should be able to find it in the Age of Gods. But where can you find it now?" "I really don't know. My original body has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years." "Why do you suddenly ask me this question?" Hanfei didn't keep it a secret. He simply said, "If I want to practice the dragon slaying art, I'll have to practice the mystic yellow scripture first." The old turtle chuckled. "It seems that the great technique he gave you is really useless for the time being. Are you still going to find dragon bones for him?" Hanfei narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes. Why not? He still has the dragon swallowing technique. Look at him, he can suck out 2 wisps of chaotic chi in 1 second. Did you see that? Hey, old Yuan. Did you know that there was chaotic chi in the dragon bones?" The old turtle immediately denied, "I don't know. I have never been in contact with dragons. If I had known that there was chaotic chi in the dragon bones, I would have secretly absorbed it. Even if it was all sucked up by me, you wouldn't know it." Hanfei realized that it did make sense. Considering old Yuan's personality, he would probably secretly absorb the chaos chi behind his back. The old turtle said, "I think that if he is a sea establisher, you might not be able to practice the dragon swallowing technique either. Don't mess it up." Hanfei snorted. "If I can't practice it now, I can practice it after I become a king. What a great opportunity this is. Why didn't you take it when you could?" While they talked, Hanfei flew to the blood pool. On the way to the blood pool, Hanfei looked in the direction of the death valley from time to time, because the death bone sun was shivering in Forge the universe. It must be resonating with the Jade Girl in the Death Canyon. Hanfei thought to himself, "Since I'm already here, I should go check the blood pool. He should have some backup. If the mummy didn't help him, he could consider persuading Jade Girl to help him." Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. When Hanfei reached the mountain of dragon essence energy, he found that it had become a beast paradise. Yes, this was probably the only land with beasts besides the 10,000 Beast Island. A few years ago, when this place collapsed, the dragon origin energy escaped from here. Countless beasts died in the collapse, but there were also countless creatures who absorbed the dragon essence energy. Therefore, when Hanfei came here today, he found that there were peak-level law enforcers and even explorers everywhere. There were as many as 50,000 demonic beasts. Of course, there was definitely no dragon origin energy here now. It must have been swallowed by these tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Above this collapsed place, there were space cracks everywhere. The demon beasts here only cultivated in safe places and never approached the space cracks. Hanfei pondered and said, "Old Yuan, can you still find the small world below?" The old turtle snorted. "Don't you have the vast ocean navigator? Why are you asking me? That small world has obviously disintegrated. The only thing you can try is to see if there are fragments of that small world. Don't forget. The last time you saw that huge door, there was an emperor guarding it. Now the door and the statue of the emperor are gone. Han Fei nodded slightly. As he recalled, the gate should be at the end of the blood pool. However, the blood pool had dried up, so Han Fei didn't see the huge gate. Han Fei found the right place and grabbed, and a huge knife light appeared in the void. Chi La. The collapsing mountain was cut apart by Han Fei again. A huge knife mark more than 3,000 meters long cut more than 300 meters deep where Han Fei remembered. Roar. As soon as Han Fei's knife light shot out, all the demonic beasts fled. Here. There was a super expert they couldn't defeat. Of course they should stay as far away as possible from this kind of person. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to them. In the future, when humans had a chance to cooperate with the beast race, he could find someone to take away these demon beasts. Huh. That's not right. There's no trace at all. Old Yuan, did I remember the place wrong? The old turtle said, I remember it's here. Perhaps, the door you saw was originally a world entrance. Now, even the world has collapsed. How can there be an entrance? Han Fei nodded slightly. This was the only explanation. Immediately, Han Fei secretly used the vast ocean navigator. The needle quickly rotated and soon pointed to a collapsed mountain less than 100 kilometers to the west. Han Fei's eyes glittered. In a few steps, Han Fei came to the collapsing mountain. Looking around, Han Fei suddenly drew his knife and slashed. A space crack appeared, and a large piece of dragon bone was revealed in the crack. Haha, there is indeed one. Han Fei braved the turbulent void and broke into the space. When he went in, he found that there were only 18 dragon bones scattered in the space of less than 3,000 meters. Indeed, this small world had long collapsed and was no longer stable. Therefore, Han Fei only had time to quickly stuff these dragon bones into the Sunmoon shell before this small world exploded. As a result, Han Fei was covered in wounds before he could retreat. Tens of thousands of void cracks appeared on Han Fei's body. Even though Han Fei immediately protected himself with a Dao pattern array, he still failed to block the cutting. If it were an ordinary person, even if he was an advanced venerable, he would definitely be killed by the crazy spatial cutting. However, who was Han Fei? He had already mastered the indestructible golden body, which also gave Han Fei the ability to easily resist the void cracks. Son of AB*TCH, it seems that even if there are fragments of a small world in this damn place, I can't just barge in. Han Fei appeared in the sky above the mountain and cast the holy light technique on himself. The flesh that was cut was recovering quickly. Huh? You can even find fragments of a small world from here? Han Fei suddenly turned his head. He grabbed at the air and slashed out a knife light, condensed by a space crack. Huh? What spell is this? Han Fei took a closer look, only to see a child who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. This child was bald, but he wore a black robe, his lips were black, and there was a black spot between his eyebrows. The child extended his hand, and death aura permeated, and he blocked the attack with a black shield. Clang! An explosion and ripples echoed on the island, causing the surrounding space to crack. Han Fei squinted slightly. Golden boy? It was Han Fei's knee-jerk reaction just now. Han Fei didn't realize that someone was coming. Therefore, before he had the time to think, he launched a counterattack. However, even this counterattack was not something anyone could take. If an intermediate venerable took it, he might have been cut into 2 parts. Han Fei asked in his heart, Old Yuan, why didn't you inform me? The old turtle said, how could I have thought that there would be someone here? Besides, this person's whereabouts are mysterious, and his strength is at least that of a half-king. Although in my opinion, a half-king is about the same as a fake one. Perhaps he is a fake king of the human race. Han Fei was shocked. The old turtle's evaluation was too high. Of course, Han Fei knew that there must be a fake king in the immortal city of the human race. However, he never expected that the fake king of the human race was actually the golden boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old. Golden boy asked calmly, are you Han Fei? After all, knowing that he was facing an existence that was very likely to be a fake king, Han Fei felt a little uneasy. Han Fei nodded. It's me. The golden boy smiled casually and said in a childish voice, when the Forbidden Island disappeared, I happened to be away. When the Forbidden Island returned, this place had already collapsed. At that time, I discovered that there was a mysterious power hidden next to my home. Han Fei didn't feel any threat from the golden boy. Since this golden boy knew that he was Han Fei and was on the immortal city's side, he probably wouldn't attack him. After all, the golden boy belonged to the human race in the first place. Therefore, Han Fei also relaxed and asked, and then? Golden boy said casually, most of the fragments of the small world have already disappeared in the turbulent void. Although I found a few fragments, these dragon bones are useless. Now, you've come to find these dragon bones. Han Fei was confused. Do you know about dragon bones? Jin Tong said, many people have entered the grassland on the island, but not all of them have died there. At least, we can know the existence of dragons. But in the long history of the cage, such creatures have never appeared once. I don't know much about this race, but you should have a way to use these dragon bones, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have specially come to find them. Han Fei laughed. These bones are useless to me, but not necessarily to that grassland. Oh? Han Fei didn't know if this golden boy had seen the deserted tomb. If this golden boy lived on this island, he should have been there. The golden boy said, this is what I'm curious about. You are the only person I've seen so far who can enter the grassland at will. I guess it's not the first time you went there, right? For example, when you were outside, you asked the jade girl for the death bone Sun. Han Fei immediately retorted, hey, let's talk nicely. She gave it to me. I didn't ask for it. Jin Tong shrugged and didn't argue with Han Fei. He just said casually, the death bone Sun is not a good thing. It's of limited use. However, since Jade girl has given it to you, I won't take it back. I'm just curious about what's in the grassland. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in confusion, you haven't been there? Golden Boy said with a smile, not everyone can enter that grassland, and not everyone can come out alive. Especially venerables. Jin Tong took out a few sunmoon shells and said, there are 63 dragon bones here. They are useless to me, or to humans. In exchange, if you tell me the secrets of the grassland, these dragon bones will belong to you. Han Fei's heart flipped. According to what he saw, these more than 60 dragon bones were equivalent to more than 60 wisps of chaotic chi. In addition to the chaotic chi, there might be a mysterious power unique to dragon bones. This deal was not a loss. At least, Han Fei was almost certain that even if he told Golden Boy what was in the grassland, with Golden Boy's strength, he would definitely not be able to beat that figure. However, Han Fei still asked, "Are you a half-king or a fake king?" After a brief stun, Jin Tong smiled. "Why do you ask this question?" Han Fei said, "Neither you nor the fake king are as strong as the one in the grassland. The one in the grassland is at least a king." Huh? Jin Tong's pupils were constricted. Impossible. There is no king in the cage. How can there be a king? Han Fei smiled and said, "Since you know the news of the dragon race, you must have seen it on this island, right? Then, you should know that there was once a strong master who fought the dragon race on a grassland. The dragons died. But that one seems to be still alive." The golden boy was silent for a moment. "I always thought what was hidden in the grassland was the secret of the cage. Now, it seems a bit different from my guess." Han Fei thought to himself, "You're right. I think so too. That guy with a mental disorder can let this island freely enter and leave the wall of death. If he doesn't have the wall of death, namely, the secret of the cage, it would be strange." Han Fei said, "Are the dragon bones in your hand mine now?" Golden Boy didn't respond but asked, "So, is that guy a human being?" Han Fei, "Yes. Since he needs the dragon bones, why can't I give them to him and exchange them for information in person?" Han Fei laughed and then spread his hands. "As you like." Golden Boy glanced at Han Fei and said in the end, "Forget it. If anything happens to me, the immortal city is basically finished. Since you call yourself the human king, I'll leave this secret to you to solve." Then Golden Boy threw the Sun Moon shell to him. Han Fei grabbed it and asked in confusion, "Aren't you afraid that I'm a fraud?" Golden Boy shook his head slightly. "No, because you are on the path of becoming a king." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Through the conversation with Golden Boy, Han Fei roughly confirmed the strength of Golden Boy. He should be the fake king of the human race. His words, "If I die, the immortal city will be finished," were enough to show his identity. As for Golden Boy, he had already confirmed that Han Fei was on the path of becoming a king. Han Fei didn't know how he figured it out. However, Golden Boy was right. Since he became an explorer, he had been actually walking on the path of becoming a king, especially after he returned to the Inyang world. Besides, there was another reason: the human beings had struggled for too long in the cage. Now, they needed someone to break it. Han Fei's appearance did give Golden Boy hope. The strong had their own resolve. For example, Golden Boy knew that the dragon bones were good, but he still gave them to Han Fei. Han Fei nodded and asked, "Between you and the Black Evil Conch King, who is stronger?" Golden Boy said calmly, "If we fight to the death, I'll die, and he'll be seriously injured." Hearing this, Han Fei nodded slightly. This answer was enough. Hearing Han Fei's question, Golden Boy couldn't help asking, "There are so many people playing with you. Killing 10 venerables isn't enough, right?" Han Fei smiled and said, "We'll see after the battle. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it." Golden Boy nodded slightly. "Okay." After that, Golden Boy turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. Han Fei didn't expect to meet Golden Boy on the island in such a way. After the meeting, Han Fei immediately went back to the grassland. Half a day had passed, and he had used up the 3 opportunities of the vast ocean navigator. However, Han Fei couldn't wait. After all, the 9-palace luck ruler could be used only once a day. This meant that every day, his luck was different. It wasn't easy for him to Establish some relationship with the mummy. No matter what, he had to get the dragon swallowing technique. He couldn't waste today's luck. Could he unveil the secret of the cage for the time being? He could tend to it later. However, if he got the dragon swallowing technique, his speed of acquiring the chaotic chi would definitely increase greatly. 2 hours passed. Han Fei stepped into the grassland again. As soon as he entered the grassland, he shouted crazily, "Senior! Senior, I'm back! Senior, I've got the dragon bones! Say! Buzz!" Han Fei turned his head and found that the deserted tomb had already appeared. Now, when Han Fei saw the deserted tomb, he no longer felt a bit frightened. As long as he used the information of the dragon race or a large amount of food to lure the guy, he would not refuse him. Sure enough, after Han Fei blinked a few times, he had already appeared in the desolate tomb. The dry corpse was still chewing. There was only one leg of the king crab left, and even its shell was gone. So, this mummy even ate shells? Wouldn't his throat get hurt? Crunch! The mummy was chewing and looking at Han Fei. Because of the additional piece of azure dragon flesh, the mummy's body recovered a lot. Now he looked like a little old man. His eyes gradually became rounder. Han Fei was overjoyed. "Senior, you wouldn't believe it even if I told you." Above the blood pool, the small world collapsed, but fortunately, there were a few pieces left. I took the risk of being shredded by the void turbulence and rushed in, forcibly getting 52 dragon bones for you. Not only did Han Fei not contribute the dragon bones he found, but he also deducted a dozen of the dragon bones that Golden Boy gave him. More importantly, he already knew the secret of the dragon bones. If he handed in one of the dragon bones, he would lose a wisp of chaos energy. Look at these 50 dragon bones, that's 50 wisps of chaotic chi. If he only had a little power of the great Tao, he wouldn't be able to save 50 wisps of chaotic chi in 10 years. If he didn't have enough power of the great Tao, it would take him 100 years to save 50 wisps of chaotic chi. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he was already generous enough. He had already given him 100 years of chaotic chi. Giggle, good. The mummy casually threw away half of the crab leg. In a step, he came to Han Fei. He casually crushed the sun moon shell, and a bunch of dragon bones appeared. But in the dry corpse's hand, the huge dragon bones shrank one after another, until they became short bones several meters long. Phew! This time, Han Fei saw the dry corpse open his mouth full of sharp teeth and suck, and the chaotic chi, accompanied by strange red energy, drilled into his body. Who? After absorbing more than 20 dragon bones in a row, cracking sounds were heard from the mummy's body. The voice was very familiar to Han Fei. It was the sound of bones reconnecting. This meant that before this, many of the bones in this corpse were broken. And now, he was repairing the damage to his body. At this moment, the corpse looked more and more like a decaying old man. Han Fei thought to himself, how should I mention it? Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, this mummy is delirious. Will there be a problem if I ask him for the technique directly? Thinking of the greatly auspicious divination result, Han Fei said, Senior, I'm going to leave soon. There are a large number of sea demons in the Black Blood City who protect the Azure Dragon and bully us humans. I really can't stand it. Although I'm not strong enough, I'll definitely do my best to hunt the Azure Dragon for you. By the way, Senior, I found that cultivating the Dragon slaying technique requires a lot of energy. Your dragon swallowing technique is really extraordinary. Well, can you teach me, senior? Giggle. The dry corpse had already swallowed nearly 30 dragon bones. When he heard Han Fei ask for the dragon swallowing technique, he raised his head and looked at Han Fei for a long time. Han Fei was a bit scared and thought to himself, shouldn't I just ask for this technique? Giggle. The mummy suddenly grabbed Han Fei's head. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Han Fei only had half of his body here and the other half of it was hiding in Forge the Universe, he definitely wouldn't let the mummy grab his head. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that a great technique was transmitted into his mind again. Dragon swallowing technique, unrated. Introduction. The dragon swallowing technique is a great swallowing technique that can directly absorb the origin energy of dragons. This is a primordial art, which is only effective on dragons or creatures with dragon bloodline. It can absorb dragon energy, intercept dragon's luck, solidify origin, and attract dragon power to temper the body. Deduced art, not available. Effect, it can swallow dragon power, dragon energy, and dragon luck. Dragon energy can refine the body, dragon power can boost the physique, and dragon luck can change luck. Shortcoming, once discovered by the dragons, they will fight the user to the death. Han Fei's eyes glittered when he saw the word unrated. Han Fei was afraid that it was a C establishment level technique too. Then it would be useless to him. After all, he couldn't practice it yet. And it meant that he could practice it in any realm. Besides, this technique seemed to be very valuable. At least, it was very useful for his current situation. Han Fei was secretly delighted. He had finally got the dragon swallowing technique. It seemed that he didn't contribute so many dragon bones for nothing. On this island, Han Fei actually had two things to unlock. One was whether or not something was sealed or suppressed under this grassland. Could it be that this old guy was the only one in the deserted tomb? If that was the case, the vast ocean navigator pointed here just to let him see this old guy? That was unlikely. However, Han Fei didn't dare to ask this question. What if the wall of death happened to be sealing the mummy and this grassland? Although this didn't make sense. If someone wanted to seal this dry corpse, he could just seal it. Why did he have to seal such a huge sea area? But who knows? What if the person who set the seal thought it necessary to use this sea area to seal this old guy? If he asked now, wouldn't it remind this old guy that he was indeed sealed here? Giggle. At this moment, Han Fei had just accepted a great technique. Before he had the time to think, he saw that the old guy only had 5 dragon bones left in his hand. The dry corpse began to breathe heavily. His body was much taller and sturdier than before. He had changed from a skinny old man into a tall and straight skinny old man. Han Fei also saw that although the old man's eyes were still a little dry, they could already move. Han Fei thought to himself, did I feed him too much? He could almost be sure that if he chopped off another dragon claw and gave it to this corpse, he might be able to restore his former appearance, and maybe even restore some of his consciousness. Roar. When the dry corpse swallowed the last dragon bone, Han Fei suddenly discovered that he was already standing at the tomb, not outside of it, but inside. The dry corpse clasped the opening of the tomb with both hands, wherein invisible force blocked his way. Roar. Ka ka ka. Han Fei saw cracks appear in the void of the tomb and slowly spread. When the cracks became denser and larger, Han Fei saw that the mummy's skin was dry again. Han Fei thought to himself, I seem to have done something wrong. Crack. As if an invisible mirror shattered, the mummy disappeared in the next moment. Han Fei's heart did a flip and he hurried out of the tomb, only to see that dozens of meters away, the mummy's body that had just straightened up was hunched again. In his heart, the old turtle reminded him he was delirious. Fortunately, he consumed too much power to break the barrier of the tomb. However, from today on, the tomb can no longer trap him. Buzz. The old turtle had just spoken when the mummy suddenly turned around and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Old turtle, can't you wait a moment? Why? Are you nagging in someone else's territory? The dry corpse seemed to remember Han Fei. After a moment of confusion, he asked, Who am I? Han Fei was shocked. Has the old guy become fluent in speech? Han Fei hurriedly said, Senior, you are a dragon slayer. The dry corpse trembled. Yes, slay the dragon, slay the dragon. Where is the dragon? Han Fei swallowed and immediately said, the dragon was protected by the Black Blood City. The Black Blood City wants to eliminate the human race. The dry corpse roared, How dare they? Then, Han Fei saw that the man was madly rushing to the edge of the grassland. Boom! In an instant, from the arrays on the grassland, purple chains suddenly emerged. These chains immediately clasped the corpse. Immediately afterward, there were countless purple lightning strikes. In a moment, infinite purple lightning rumbled out and swept across this world indiscriminately. Although these lightning bolts were all directed at the mummy, there were occasionally electric arcs hitting Han Fei. With just one electric arc, Han Fei felt half of his body go numb. As if he couldn't be killed, the dry corpse struggled and shouted, You are not dead. I know you are not dead. You want to seal me here? In your dreams. Bang! Han Fei saw that the corpse was struggling and the purple chains were collapsing one after another. But suddenly, a purple line hit Han Fei. In an instant, Han Fei's body collapsed. Twin in one. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly disappeared from the grassland. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he was shocked. He boarded the island without hesitation and flew to the grassland again. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, Why are you still going back there when you're already out? Han Fei ignored the impact of the void cracks and accelerated crazily, saying casually, Who did he say is not dead? It must be about the secret of the cage. I have to go there. This is not crazy talk. Let's see what else he can say. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When he came back, Han Fei was also thinking, what level of power was that? Just now? He was only struck by a bolt of lightning, but his white mist body was blasted out. Han Fei couldn't be sure of the level of the lightning. However, the power of the purple lightning definitely exceeded the combat power of the so-called half-king. After all, Han Fei had borrowed the combat power of a half-king, but it was far less powerful and terrifying than the purple lightning. Han Fei thought to himself, F***ck, isn't this greatly ominous? Fortunately, I was cautious. Even if it showed greatly auspicious, I came in with my white mist body to check it out. So, even if my white mist body was shattered, it wouldn't kill me. 10,000 kilometers was not long at all, for Han Fei. However, when Han Fei finally came to the periphery of the grassland, he was already torn all over by the void cracks. His ultra-quality battle suit had been completely shattered. On the grassland, it looked very peaceful from afar, as if nothing had happened. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, is it over so soon? Just now, there was still a shocking purple lightning, but now there was nothing left? Or is it over? Of course, when he really set foot on the grassland, Han Fei dared not be careless. After all, he had lost 200 years of vitality just now. Therefore, Han Fei activated his white mist body again. In order to prevent any accidents, Han Fei set up coiled turtle arrays one after another and finally condensed a super-large coiled turtle array. In addition to the great coiled turtle array, Han Fei also set up an 8-trigram life-locking array to lock his life. After doing all this, Han Fei stepped into the grassland again. However, as soon as he stepped on the grassland, he saw purple lightning surging all over the sky. Hiss, so only by entering can I see it? At this moment, the dry corpse-like old man was holding a blade and attacking the purple lightning horizontally. Han Fei didn't know where the blade came from, but when he grabbed it casually, a yellow knife light burst out of his hand. The knife light easily cut the purple lightning. At this moment, the place Han Fei entered was still at the edge, so at this moment, no purple lightning could hit him. The corpse was behaving crazily and roared, "Do you think you can trap me? I will return and slaughter you one day." Han Fei was very sure that this old guy was crazy. However, there seemed to be a great secret hidden in his crazy words. In the sky above the grassland, purple lightning was surging. The old guy was struck by several lightning strikes, but he seemed to be fine. Han Fei frowned. Is this old guy so strong? Even my white mist can't withstand this purple lightning. But this old guy seems to be at ease. What level was the power of the purple lightning? It was at least in the half-king realm. However, even such purple lightning could be shattered by a single slash from the mummy. Sometimes, when a blade swept towards him, Han Fei had to flash quickly. If he didn't dodge it, he would definitely be killed. Just now, the mummy must have consumed a lot of energy when it opened the tomb. Now, the lightning didn't seem to weaken at all. The two parties were locked in a stalemate for a long time, and the old man seemed to be a little weak and withered again. Obviously, he failed to break the seal on the grassland. After a long time, the purple lightning was obviously weakened, but the old guy seemed unable to resist it. Han Fei had been watching by the side, wondering if he should help this dry corpse-like old guy. If he just let this old guy be sealed, it was unlikely that he would continue to gain benefits. Frowning, Han Fei immediately threw a sun-moon shell over and shouted, "Senior, tell me how to break this seal. Also, who is still alive? What secrets are under this grassland? I'll do my best to get you out." As soon as the dry corpse saw the sun-moon shell thrown at him, he instantly appeared in front of the sun-moon shell. Crack! 10 dragon bones appeared, and the mummy took a deep breath, swallowing more than 10 wisps of chaotic energy and red unknown power. At that moment, the mummy perked up and shouted again, "Cunning evil dragon, when I get out, I will tear you into pieces." The mummy used his hand as a knife and kept slashing. As he slashed the purple lightning, he shouted, "Evil dragon, you killed hundreds of millions of human beings. When I go out, I will use all my strength to wipe out your dragon race." Huh? Dragon race? Dragon race slaughtered hundreds of millions of human beings? Is that why this person hates the dragon race so much and wants to kill dragons? After another 100 seconds, Han Fei felt that the dry corpse couldn't hold on any more, so he shouted again, "Senior, I'll help you kill the dragon, but you have to tell me something. What secrets are there underground in this grassland? What secrets are there in this cage?" As if knowing that he couldn't fight anymore, the corpse turned to look at Han Fei. With this look, Han Fei suddenly felt that the entire world was still. Han Fei felt that the picture in front of his eyes changed, and he appeared in a strange world he had never seen before. At first, Han Fei was high up in the sky, but now the scene was changing. In the territory of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, countless humans were busy. Countless trivial pictures flashed by. However, Han Fei saw 100,000 strong men practicing in a huge square. These people were bare-chested, brawny, and sweating profusely. Their chests and backs had identical dragon patterns. In Han Fei's perception, since they liked dragon patterns so much, dragons must be their faith and totem. In fact, it was true, because Han Fei saw a grand sacrifice. At the ceremony, the drums were like thunder, and countless people were praying, shouting, and offering sacrifices to a huge azure dragon sculpture. The pictures flashed again. Han Fei passed through various towns and cities. The layout of these places was somewhat similar to the Inyang world. The streets were bustling with people. However, this didn't seem to be the point, because Han Fei saw a zigzagging city floating in the sky. In an instant, a wave of gloominess came over. Han Fei raised his head again, only to see an azure dragon tens of thousands of meters long tearing the sky and earth with its claws, spewing out gales and sword rain, doing its best to slaughter the city below. There was more than one such azure dragon. When Han Fei saw this scene, he was a little frightened. Wait, they like you so much and even offer sacrifices to you? Why are you slaughtering them? The azure dragons killed countless humans as they opened and closed their mouths. The distant mountains collapsed, and the city was filled with smoke. Above the hanging sky city was the heavenly palace. It was in pieces and smoke was everywhere. At this moment, Han Fei realized that this was one of the 36 immortal palaces. The winding sky-hanging city just now was like a dragon body, but Han Fei hadn't seen the part of the dragon head. But this big city above the 9 heavens, when it tilted down, was clearly a dragon head. Huh? Dragon-subduing world? In Han Fei's mind, he immediately thought of the dragon-subduing world that old Han had once mentioned. However, it seemed to be different from the dragon-subduing world that old Han mentioned. Old Han said that the dragon-subduing world represented and believed in the legendary ancient dragons, but in fact, dragons had never appeared. However, it was clearly not right now. If this wasn't the dragon-subduing world, where was it? In the entire 36 mystic worlds, only they had contact with creatures like dragons, even if it was just as a spiritual belief. Offer sacrifices? Hiss. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. How did the old turtle come back then? He summoned the old turtle when he cultivated the majestic mystic spell to the extreme. At that time, the old turtle was so intimidating as if he could kill him at any time. The people of the dragon-subduing world had probably encountered something similar. However, they were not as lucky as him. The dragons that should have disappeared from human sight reappeared for some reason. Besides, these azure dragons were not friendly. They were slaughtering the people of the dragon-subduing world. Immediately afterward, the picture turned into all kinds of chasing battles. The battle between humans and dragons began. From this picture, Han Fei saw a young man walking out of the collapsed heavenly palace. The young man visited everyone and asked for help, only to be repeatedly refused. After all, the battle between the humans and the dragon race didn't affect the other heavenly palaces. This young strong master might be a king. Although he didn't receive much help, he didn't want to be outdone. He led a number of strong masters to start a dragon-slaying career. Han Fei even followed the young man to a ruin. Han Fei saw the fishskin books in the young man's hand. There were dragon slaying technique, mystic yellow scripture, and the dragon swallowing technique, etc. Seeing this, Han Fei realized that these things were not from this person, but from some kind of ruin. The last thing Han Fei saw was the young man leading human powerhouses to chase an azure dragon to a desolate sea area. They discovered the Wall of Death. Wait. Han Fei was shocked. The Wall of Death had existed before these people and the azure dragon came? Yes. In theory, the dragon-slaying heaven and the yin-yang world were established at the same time. If this person was from the dragon-subduing world, then the era he was in was about the Age of Doom. In fact, Han Fei knew that although the 36 heavenly palaces were once allies, things had more or less changed. For example, the yin-yang world and the waterwood world had moved away. For example, there must be something wrong with the golden crow world. Otherwise, why would the fire tree descend on the waterwood world? And for example, the king of the dragon-subduing world went mad. Also, his mother clearly told him that the heavenly palaces like Supreme Clearness Palace and Infinity World were enemies. For a moment, Han Fei felt that his head was swelling. The sea demons and the dragon race destroyed all the races in the world. Why are you fighting each other? Although Han Fei had thought a lot, he couldn't change history. At this moment, the young man's story didn't seem to be over yet. The young man and the azure dragon were thrown into the Wall of Death, both heavily wounded. In the end, the young man led his subordinates to dismember the azure dragon. He performed a certain mystic grand technique and forcibly swallowed the dragon's body, which looked like a snake swallowing an elephant. Then, the young man placed the dragon head to the south and the dragon tail to the north, so that the dragon's body would be separated forever. By doing so, the young man probably meant that even if I died, I won't let you off. I will make sure that your body would be separated forever and could never ever be reconnected. Han Fei thought to himself, this old guy is really ruthless. However, the plot was reversed. While the young man was dying, a wisp of the dragon's soul was still alive. While the young man was dying, he launched a sneak attack and killed the young man's subordinate and suppressed him under the grassland. The young man burst into fury, regretting that he failed to kill the azure dragon. Therefore, he used all his soul power and strength to seriously injure the azure dragon's soul. Unfortunately, this still failed to completely kill the azure dragon. The soul of the azure dragon escaped out of the cage. The furious young man died with his eyes wide open. He set up a weird altar that attracted infinite darkness. In the end, he, as well as his subordinates who had just died, all turned into undead creatures. Upon seeing this, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. So, this mummy is already an undead creature? But hell, it didn't look like an undead creature at all. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. This might be the dry corpse's story. From the beginning to the end, Han Fei didn't even know his name, nor did anyone write it down. After all, there was no sound in the picture, so he probably used voice transmission. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know. However, Han Fei could tell that this corpse must be the owner of the dragon. Subduing world, a real king. After all, the dragon slaying technique was in the sea establishment realm, which undoubtedly proved his identity. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found that the lightning arcs around him had weakened. Although this was an array set up by the dragons, which was of a higher level. No matter how powerful the array was, it still needed strength to maintain it. This cage could only constantly absorb power from outside and deprive the mummy of the chance to obtain energy. Only in this way could it restrain the mummy. And the dry corpse also had special means. He refined the deserted tomb into his own and made it his home, although he was imprisoned at home and had to break the seal to leave home. However, Han Fei's appearance broke the balance. After all, Han Fei had just fed the corpse a lot of chaotic qi. At least, in Han Fei's view, it was a lot of chaotic qi. Besides, Han Fei had just fed him a piece of real dragon meat. Han Fei's help seemed to have given the mummy the power to break the rules. Therefore, he had just broken free from the restraints of the deserted tomb and walked to the grassland. At this moment, the lightning arc had weakened, but the mummy didn't have much power left either. Buzz. The dry corpse seemed to be unable to persist any longer. His voice became hoarse and intermittent again. One day, I will return. At this moment, Han Fei naturally didn't intend to destroy the arrays on the grassland. After all, no matter how weak the lightning power was, it was at least in the sea establishment realm. If he went up, he would just lose his head. Besides, Han Fei wasn't sure what this old guy would do after he released him. Maybe he would fight his way into the Black Blood City. Of course, he was more concerned about killing dragons. He would definitely search the world for the Azure Dragon. At that time, if he broke free from the cage or destroyed the Wall of Death. This was something Han Fei couldn't accept. Therefore, Han Fei simply shouted at the mummy who was about to enter the tomb, "Senior, I'll definitely try my best. Find the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon and try to kill it as soon as possible." Hearing Han Fei's words, the dry corpse reached out and pushed Han Fei out of the grassland, and he fell back into the crack of the deserted tomb. Leaving the grassland, the old turtle couldn't help saying, "You actually successfully deceived him. Just now, you seem to be in a strange state." "What happened?" Han Fei shook his head. "It's just some stories about this person. It happened after the Age of Doom. You won't know even if I tell you. I have something important to ask you. Let's go back to the Firestone Island first." Han Fei didn't want to stay here for long. Although the information he learned today was shocking enough, it was just the grudge between the mummy and the dragon race. Furthermore, this happened after the Age of Doom. At least, Han Fei knew that the existence of the Wall of Death was not because of the mummy, nor was it because of the Azure Dragon. He still didn't find out why the Wall of Death existed from here. However, even so, the vast ocean navigator was clearly pointing here. Han Fei didn't think that the vast ocean navigator made a mistake. The young man and the Azure Dragon must choose this grassland for a reason. The young man chose to die here after slaying the dragon. Unfortunately, many unexpected things happened, and he didn't want to die. So he used some method to cause the death energy to descend, cultivated an undead technique, and became an undead creature. In Han Fei's memory, death energy should only be produced in endless wars. Right? However, where did death energy come from this grassland? After all, it was not Death Valley here. Another point was that since this corpse had transformed into an undead creature, his former subordinates should have also become undead creatures. Right? Firestone Island. The moment Han Fei returned to his mansion with his black mist body, he didn't immediately practice the dragon swallowing technique, but asked, "Old Yuan, tell me the truth. If a person cultivates an undead technique, how long can he live after becoming an undead creature?" At present, Han Fei's understanding of lifespan was only limited to humans. Most venerables' life would be declining after they were 5,000 years old. Since their life started declining, their strength would plummet. It could be said that every battle would accelerate their deaths. Even if Han Fei embarked on the path of the heaven enlightenment, it would only increase his lifespan to 10,000 years. Perhaps only special races like the water immortal could live for 100,000 years. The old turtle couldn't help asking, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Han Fei said, "The dry corpse didn't come to this island until he came into the wall of death. It was he who summoned a large amount of death energy and transformed him and his subordinates into undead creatures. What do you think?" Han Fei's meaning was very clear. Golden Boy had given him so many dragon bones. Could it be that these dragon bones were really useless to him? Or, he knew that the grassland was suppressed by an array, so he didn't dare to enter that grassland at all? Even if Golden Boy was a fake king, he wasn't as powerful as the mummy who could resist the purple lightning. If the mummy didn't save him, he would be killed the moment he came to the grassland. Han Fei was very suspicious that Golden Boy and Jade Girl were both the mummy's subordinates. Therefore, they stayed on this island. "Wait, you mean that person is an undead creature?" The old turtle immediately said, "Impossible. It's impossible for me not to know if a person is an undead creature or not. That person can't be an undead creature. If he is an undead creature, why does he need to eat?" Undead creatures rely on death energy to cultivate. Theoretically speaking, the more deaths there are, the stronger they will be. This is why the Immortal City and the Demon Beast Union broke with each other. Because undead creatures, what they like to see most, is death. However, they also have consciousness and know that they were originally humans, so they don't want humans to be wiped out. Han Fei was stunned for a long time. He is not an undead creature? Wait. Han Fei saw the corpse summoning death energy. Han Fei also saw the dry corpse trying to transform into an undead creature. However, what he saw was only an image, a fragmentary memory. He didn't see everything. Now that the old turtle said this, Han Fei was a little unsure. Han Fei turned his head and asked again, "Old Yuan, how long can a king live? Can a king live 100,000 years?" The old turtle thought for a moment and said, 100,000 years? I felt that I could live more than 1,000,000 years after I reached the sea establishment. 100,000 years is nothing. Han Fei cleared his mind and asked again, "Then let's not talk about the corpse now. Let's talk about Golden Boy and Jade Girl. You said that Golden Boy is at most a fake king, right? Do you think they can live tens of thousands of years? Human beings can't." The old turtle said leisurely, "What if I tell you that undead creatures have no lifespan at all?" No lifespan? The old turtle chuckled. Think about it. They are dead creatures in the first place. As long as there is death energy, they can survive and grow. When there is enough death energy, they will grow. When there is not enough death energy, they will weaken. Or, when there is not enough death energy, undead creatures can swallow each other. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the more they swallow, the stronger they will be. Of course, there must be a continuous supply of death energy. And when they have no death energy, their souls will be completely gone after they die. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is it so horrible? They have no lifespan, but only life and death? The old turtle snorted. Yes. Generally speaking, undead creatures are incompatible with each other. They will try to swallow each other and make themselves grow. You humans are special because living people are together with dead people, and you have a common enemy. If the undead don't fight, living people will die too. In the end, everyone will become undead creatures and try to kill each other, which will be meaningless. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. So, Golden Boy and Jade Girl are probably left behind by the corpse? The immortal city had enough conditions to supply the undead. There were battles every day and every year. Wasn't that enough? However, the old turtle suddenly said, I don't care about that. Whether he was left behind by the dry corpse or not, they are still human beings. Although he gave you the dragon bones, you gave them all to that dry corpse, which was to help them. Now, you can let the dry corpse out, as long as you want. Han Fei shook his head. No. The old turtle said, I know you don't want to. Based on the situation of the corpse, although he is not an undead creature, he is not a normal king. With his conditions, if he doesn't become an undead creature, he should have died long ago. Slap. Han Fei slapped his thigh. That's right. He should have died a long time ago. But look at him. He can eat, drink, and fight. How does he look like he's going to die? The old turtle said leisurely, it's possible if he has been sleeping. He just wakes up in need and seals himself in his tomb most of the time. With the qualities of a king, he can indeed survive. If he can escape from here, he can possess a random person, or reincarnate and cultivate again, and still have a chance to rise again. Han Fei frowned. Doesn't that mean a king is immortal? The old turtle sneered. Who can be immortal? There are limits. The limit of reincarnation is usually only 3 times. As I told you, most people can't achieve it the second time and can only reincarnate once. Han Fei shrugged. That's true. But this is still too unbelievable. If he cultivated to the king level, then he could reincarnate and become a king again. And it was very likely that he could go further. Confirming the problem about the undead creature's lifespan, Han Fei focused his attention on the azure dragon. Obviously, the azure dragon had run away. Since he had run away, Han Fei had to suspect something else. Was the dragon corpse in Forge the Universe the one the mummy had been chasing? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had to think about it. Judging from the time, it was after his mother caught the dragon and made it guard the heavenly palace, namely after the heavenly palace was moved here. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence? Even the old turtle, the emperor of the age of gods, had never seen a dragon before. Old Han had also said that dragons were just the totem of the dragon. subduing world. However, it just so happened that in this cage, there was a battle between humans and dragons, and the dragon was still alive. He remembered that his mother once said, back then, this dragon traveled through the void and picked up treasures in the void. As it happened, it encountered the heavenly Dharma eye and was almost killed. If it weren't for my help, it would have died. From a different perspective, the Azure Dragon tried to fly through the great void to escape, only to encounter the heavenly Dharma eye. Already seriously injured, it was almost killed, but his mother saved it. However, his mother saved it with a purpose. She wanted it to guard the origin water. That was why the legend about the dragon race appeared. In fact, there was only this one dragon from the very beginning. Hanfei was shocked by his idea. If that was true, then this ancient Azure Dragon corpse might be the one the mummy was chasing. This Azure Dragon had destroyed the dragon-subduing world and committed heinous crimes. If his guess was correct, it was impossible for him to return its body to it easily. Of course, however, there was no absolute. However, the dragon-subduing world used to worship dragons as their totem. Why was it that when a true dragon appeared, they became enemies? Hanfei didn't know the reason. Hanfei thought for a moment. Maybe he should turn to Golden Boy and Jade Girl for answers to some questions. In Forge the Universe, Hanfei recovered his vitality but didn't start to learn the dragon swallowing technique. Hanfei was still waiting for the reaction of the front line. Now, Hanfei wasn't worried at all. The Black Blood City would come for revenge, and he didn't believe that the Black Evil Conch King would come in person to kill him. The Black Evil Conch King was a cautious person. Back then, the Sea Demon Sage Realm was definitely not created overnight. It had probably been set up for 100 years. If it hadn't been seen through by Hanfei in advance, the Black Evil Conch King wouldn't have attacked the Scattered Stars Island immediately. Even if he was to fight, he intended to fight when he was well prepared. Therefore, the Black Evil Conch King was a smart conch. If Hanfei appeared in the Immortal City, he would definitely consider, since Hanfei is here, will others come too? Since Hanfei is here, why does he kill Sea Demon Venerables with such a high profile? What was Hanfei's purpose? Obviously, it was to draw him over. With these potential factors, Hanfei was sure that the Black Evil Conch King wouldn't come, at least not now. Although the Black Evil Conch King wouldn't come, Hanfei estimated that he would send someone to take a look. After all, it was impossible that they would mobilize a group of people to strengthen the defense line just because a random person claimed to be Hanfei. The next day, Hanfei was repairing the foundation of some junior explorers when Yi Qian appeared beside Hanfei with a swish. Yi Qian said, "Someone from the Black Blood City is here and wants to see you." Oh? Hanfei smiled. Everyone is free to travel on the island, but as I said before, you are not allowed to leave the island without my permission. A moment later, on the fourth island, Hanfei heard someone shouting, "Where is Hanfei? Come out and meet me." When Hanfei saw the person, he immediately sneered. This was a person he had met once, Chao Xian. As a newcomer to the Immortal City, all of Hanfei's current actions were watched by those strong masters. Everyone wanted to see what waves he could cruise. Buzz. Hanfei appeared in the sea, facing Chao Xian, and said leisurely, "You're just a stray dog. You even sacrificed your cultivation to escape from me. Who gave you the courage to confront me today?" Chao Xian was about to continue yelling, when he suddenly saw Han Fei's face. His face changed slightly. It was really this guy. Yesterday, 2 venerables died in a row, and the black evil conch king was furious. In recent years, nothing went well. In just 2 years, 9 venerables from the Black Blood City had died in the cage. This blow was too heavy. After all, there weren't many venerables in the entire Black Blood City. Chao Xian, it's really you? Gan Feng and the other human venerables were looking at the field quietly. They saw that Chao Xian didn't seem to be lying. Chao Xian said, "My king asked me to tell you that you and everyone in the immortal city prepare to face my king's fury." Han Fei tilted his head and smiled. Anything else? Why didn't he come to tell me himself? Chao Xian snorted. You're not qualified to meet my king. Ha ha ha. Really? I remember I killed many of his projections, right? So those were not his projections, but ironhead fishes? On the side of the immortal city, many people were shocked to hear that. They had always known that Han Fei had killed a half-king, but it was said by Han Fei himself. Because Han Fei could completely crush Qin Xiang, they chose to believe him. But now it seemed that this matter was true. Han Fei killed the projections of the Black Conch King? Even if they were only projections, they were the Black Evil Conch King's projections. For a moment, many people looked at Han Fei in a different way. It seemed that this guy's strength was even greater than what he said. Chao Xian's face turned green and black. This Han Fei was as arrogant as ever. However, it was this guy who destroyed the big plan of the Black Blood City. They must kill this guy. However, Chao Xian knew why he was here. He was here to confirm Han Fei's identity, not to challenge him. Therefore, facing Han Fei's mockery, he just sneered. Chao Xian shouted, "People from the immortal city, our king has ordered you to hand over Han Fei within 3 days. Otherwise, the Black Blood City and the immortal city will start a full-scale war." Gan Feng replied indifferently, "Go back and tell the Black Evil Conch King that human beings are never afraid of fighting. If you want to fight, come on." Han Fei couldn't help but look back at Gan Feng. This person was quite decisive, not even hesitating. Since the half-king had said so, the other venerables and explorers followed suit. Fight. 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 After Chao Xian left, Han Fei and Gan Feng looked at each other. After exchanging a glance, Han Fei returned to the Firestone Island. As soon as he returned to the Firestone Island, Han Fei left quietly again. At first, Han Fei didn't want to enter the Forbidden Island. He seemed to be able to see that there seemed to be a huge secret buried deep under the ground of the Forbidden Island. However, Gan Feng's behavior today was too abnormal and too straightforward. The Immortal City and the Black Blood City to have a full-scale war? Theoretically, it was impossible. Even if another 20 venerables died in the Black Blood pool, human beings still couldn't defeat them. Therefore, the Immortal City had to have a lot of courage to accept the challenge. Besides, they had to have enough trust in him. Outside the Forbidden Island, Han Fei stood on the shore. With a flip of his hand, the Death Bone Sun appeared in his hand. Woo woo. Han Fei thought for a moment and began to play the sun. When a sobbing rhythm sounded from the Death Bone Sun, after about 100 seconds, the void was torn apart, and Golden Boy walked out of the void with a smile. Golden Boy said in a childish voice, "We met again so soon." Han Fei's eyes were shining as he stared at Golden Boy. In Forge the Universe. The vast ocean navigator turned slightly and pointed at the Golden Boy. Although Han Fei had expected this, he was still relieved to see the real answer. Han Fei said, "Are you from the fifth heavenly palace, the dragon-subduing world?" When hearing the words dragon-subduing world, even Golden Boy, who was as strong as a fake king, slightly shivered. Golden Boy lowered his arms and looked at Han Fei seriously. "It seems that you've met the palace master?" Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "I almost couldn't come out. Therefore, you don't dare to enter that grassland because of the purple lightning array on the grassland, whose single lightning bolt can kill ordinary intermediate venerables. Even peak venerables can't withstand several attacks of the array." Golden Boy said with a smile, "I knew you had met the palace master when you went to find the dragon bones. You survived the palace master's attack and made it out safely. More importantly, you won the trust of the palace master. You are definitely not an ordinary supreme commander of the scattered stars island." Han Fei grinned. "Why did you say so?" Golden Boy said, "Chen Xiang used to be the supreme commander of the scattered stars island, but she didn't even know the Yin-Yang world. She didn't even know her own territory, let alone the dragon-subduing world. However, you know that I'm from the dragon-subduing world and even know that we are ranked fifth. You're out of Chen Xiang's league based on that alone." Han Fei sneered. "Maybe I learned it from your master?" Golden Boy shook his head. "There is indeed a big array in the grassland, and there are also murals left behind by us. However, our origins have never been mentioned there. At that time our palace master was already half crazy, and the purple dragon array had already erupted. Before we finished engraving the murals, we had all died. In the end, the palace master offered his own soul and flesh as a sacrifice and used a forbidden technique to summon the undead mist, transforming all of us into undead creatures. After that, Golden Boy looked at Han Fei solemnly. "Let's get to know each other again. My name is Golden Boy, from the dragon-subduing heavenly palace. And I'm the left guardian of the palace master. Well, don't tell me you're the supreme commander anymore." Han Fei smiled faintly. "You can see me as the next heavenly master of the Yin-Yang world." The ninth heavenly master, Han Fei. Golden Boy was obviously stunned by what Han Fei said. After a long time, he said, "If you don't become a king, how can you become the heavenly master?" Han Fei said leisurely, "I'm a reserve heavenly master." Golden Boy. Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. Han Fei revealed his identity because he needed to cooperate with the Golden Boy at this critical moment, and he also wanted to get some information from the Golden Boy. Since he wanted cooperation, there had to be a basis for cooperation. Therefore, for the first time, Han Fei negotiated with Golden Boy as the master of the Yin-Yang world. The two looked at each other for a moment, and in the end, Golden Boy smiled. "Okay. You didn't come to me just to tell me your identity, did you?" Han Fei said, "If I hadn't come to you, you wouldn't have come to me." Golden Boy said with a smile, "At least, I don't intend to talk to you for the time being. Those dragon bones can only be used with our dragon-subduing world's unique technique. Therefore, you must have handed them all to the palace master. However, he still hasn't come out, which means that the dragon bones are not enough." Han Fei thought to himself, "As long as I want, I can release the mummy now." The purple dragon array was nothing more than the accumulation of power from outside the array after the endless years. Now, the deserted tomb had been broken. As long as the mummy had enough dragon bones, it should be able to break this array. Of course, Han Fei would never tell Golden Boy that the mummy was a time bomb for him, and that he would never let it out before he could control it. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "What's the name of your master?" Golden Boy didn't hide it at all. He simply said, "My lord, Zhao Xianlong." Means dragon subduing. Han Fei couldn't help but sweat. This name is really not creative at all. Dragon subduing world, Zhao Xianlong? Sounds like a brawny man. Han Fei said, "Okay, since you don't have anything to ask me now, let me ask you first. First of all, what secrets are under this island?" Golden Boy didn't answer him directly, but said, "It's not that I don't want to ask you anything. You said that you are the reserve ninth heavenly master. Then, as long as you can do one thing, Jade Girl and I, as well as the entire immortal city, will stand by your side unconditionally." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "You mean, help your master out?" Golden Boy nodded slightly. "That's right. The palace master's strength is beyond our reach. As long as we can break the purple dragon array and save him out, a mere black blood city won't be a problem at all." Han Fei quickly replied, "Let's not talk about whether or not I have the ability to save him for now. Even if I can save him, as you said, when you died, he was already half crazy. And when I saw him, he had completely gone mad. He only knew about killing dragons. How can there be a dragon in the Yin Yang world? I'm afraid that before the dragon is killed by him, the Yin Yang world will be destroyed by him." Golden Boy's face changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a crisp voice sounded, "Perhaps the palace master is crazy about slaying dragons, but he will never attack humans. Did you know that the palace master wanted to slay the dragon because the dragon slaughtered countless humans?" Han Fei couldn't help looking in the direction of the Death Valley. The one who was speaking should be Jade Girl. Golden Boy made a gesture. "You've been to Death Valley. You should know that. It's safe there." Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at Golden Boy. Safe? That place is full of death energy. If it weren't for the fact that we have a cooperative foundation, Death Valley was one of the most dangerous places in the cage. How can it be safe? However, Han Fei still nodded slightly. He had met Jade Girl once and even threatened her to give him a death bone soon. After a while, in the Death Valley, bones were everywhere. Seeing a golden bone, Han Fei couldn't help pointing at it. "This is not the indestructible golden body, right?" Golden Boy said, "Golden bones are different from the indestructible golden body. Golden bones are just a special body refining technique. There are many golden bone warriors in the dragon subduing world." Han Fei nodded slightly and then nodded at the cold woman. "I can't try my best to rescue your master just because of what you said. Besides, although I'm confident, I'm only an intermediate venerable now. Do you think I can resist the purple dragon array?" Jin Tong nodded slightly. "Although your array skills are not weak, as you said, your realm is still low. Therefore, we need your guarantee." Jade Girl continued, "We need you to swear to your great Tao that within a 1,000 years, regardless of whether you become a king or not, you need to find a way to break the purple dragon array. If you are the reserve heavenly lord of the 9th heavenly palace, then the 1,000-year period is not short." The Golden Boy continued to add, "We have long seen that you are extremely talented. Just like our master, who can become the master of a palace not because of extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength? You are already on the path of becoming a king. If anyone can save our master, Jade Girl and I can bet on you. Seeing that the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl were speaking one after another, Han Fei immediately said, "Wait a moment. You can ask me to save him, but what I'm worried about is not whether or not to save him. What I'm worried about is how you can guarantee that he won't do anything to harm Yang world." Golden Boy and Jade Girl looked at each other. In the end, the Golden Boy nodded slightly, and the Jade Girl said, "This is one of the reasons we chose you. In fact, in this cage, there are 2 dragon bodies." Huh? Although Han Fei knew what the Jade Girl wanted to say, he was still taken aback. She said, "When we entered this cage, our master discovered that the seal on this cage was too extraordinary. Only by special means could one enter but not leave. We followed our king to kill the dragon, traveled the entire cage, and finally killed it. In order to punish the dragon race for their cruelty, the palace master sealed the dragon head and tail, respectively, in 2 dangerous places in this cage. He broke the dragon's soul into 2 parts and sealed them respectively in the 2 places, and made it suffer soul-tearing torture every day until its soul was completely annihilated in the cage." Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Indeed, it was as he had seen. Zhao Xianlong clearly hated the Azure Dragon to his guts. He had killed the Azure Dragon, but he didn't want the dragon to die at ease, but continued to torture it. But now, some of the dragon's soul had escaped, but he was suppressed in the grassland, unable to get out for 10,000 years. However, Han Fei pretended to be stunned for a moment and asked quickly, "Which 2 places?" Golden Boy said, "You've already been to one of them. It's under the grassland, where our master lives. You should have seen a tomb on the grassland, right?" Han Fei nodded. "I've entered it." The Golden Boy and the Jade Girl looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Han Fei to face the palace lord and come out safely. Golden Boy continued, "There is an underground cave deep in the deserted tomb, where the dragon tail is sealed." Han Fei was surprised. "The dragon tail is there?" Greatly Ominous said, "Because the cave under the grassland is the place of great danger. That is the place where life and death converge. Our master can use a forbidden technique to summon the undead mist because of the existence of that place." Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. That's right. He knew that the vast ocean navigator would not go wrong, since it pointed out that there was a problem with the grassland. There must be a problem. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about the other place?" Golden Boy said, "The other place is the Forest of Terror. The Forest of Terror has an abyss identical to the one under the grassland. As for the exact location, it's in the deepest part of the Forest of Terror." Han Fei immediately rolled his eyes at the 2 of them and said, "You 2, do you really think I want to die? I can enter your palace lord's grassland, and I can also enter the deserted tomb. However, it doesn't mean that I can go to the cave abyss. Your palace lord eats dragons. Is there anything he can't eat? Also, as one of the 4 major powers in the cage, the Forest of Terror must have a fake king too, right?" The Jade Girl looked at Han Fei. "Since you are the 9th heavenly lord, once you embark on the path of king, when you reach the peak of the venerable realm, who can be your match in the cage? After all, with your current strength, you can already confront peak venerables head-on, right? Han Fei was speechless. He felt that he had dug a pit for himself. Han Fei smiled bitterly. Do you really believe that I can definitely reach the peak of the venerable level from an intermediate venerable in 1,000 years? Jade Girl and Golden Boy nodded. Han Fei found it rather absurd. Jade Girl added, don't forget. When was the first time I saw you? Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. He couldn't refute Jade Girl's question. When he first met her, he was only a junior explorer. Han Fei couldn't help but say, at that time, I was hiding my strength. Jade Girl, not many. Han Fei. Before Han Fei could continue to refute, Jade Girl continued, we don't think too highly of you. If you were the heavenly lord of the Yin-Yang world instead of the Waterwood world, well, you can't be the latter anyway, then, your growth should have been faster. Han Fei asked, why? Golden Boy said in a childish voice, because the Yin-Yang art is weird. The Yin-Yang world once fought supreme clearness and infinity head-on without being defeated. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, are you talking about the first and third heavenly palaces? Han Fei remembered that his mother once told him that supreme clearness and infinity were their enemies. Their heavenly palace ranks first and third, so they must be strong. Ranking surely mattered. Even the 36 towns competed for a higher ranking. In order to get a better ranking, even the villages had set up a resource competition. How could the 36 mystic worlds not have rankings? Hearing their words, Han Fei thought of something. So, do you mean that I can use the dragon head and tail to lead your master away from the Yin-Yang world? Jade Girl, yes. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. In fact, the 1,000-year period was too long. Come on, he had forged the universe. If he used it, 1,000 years would be more than 10,000 years. Han Fei was silent for a while. Last question. You said that only the dragon head and the dragon tail are here, but why are there dragon corpses under the sea of blood? Golden Boy said casually, my king has killed more than one dragon. That dragon corpse bone was something I sacrificed to the gods with an ancient method, hoping to find reinforcements to save my king. Unfortunately, I only summoned a huge bronze door. That huge door was weird and completely isolated. The Azure Dragon. We couldn't even make use of the dragon corpse anymore. Han Fei was shocked, and the old turtle said leisurely, so it's a sacrifice. This makes sense. Most sacrifices in this world have problems, so their problems are reasonable. Han Fei thought that this method was not bad. When he became stronger in the future, he could use this method to leave a way out for himself. Han Fei said, okay. Deal.